Chapter 3197. I'm back. Boundless Buddha aura energy gushed out continuously from Tyrant's body, spreading to every corner of his body. The Buddha aura energy was like an unparalleled faith. It was the will of Buddha, the power of all living beings in the Buddha world. Ever since Tyrant swallowed the Sarira, his mind had become extremely clear, because he knew how frightening this Sarira was. It was highly possible that his body would explode and kill him. Therefore, he had made all the necessary preparations. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die before Jiang Qin did. Tyrant's heart was filled with killing intent. When Jiang Qin gave him the Sarira, Tyrant had already decided that he would never let little Qinzi down. He had even placed all his hopes on Tyrant. This was trust, and it was also the silent affection between brothers. No one could understand the brotherly affection between the two. They both wanted to leave the hope of life to each other, to the person they cared about the most. In the eyes of the Tyrant monk, the essence of the Buddhist charm within the Sarira was like a boundless mind power that could make his Buddhist charm even stronger, make his heart as clear as a mirror, and allow his realm to undergo a qualitative transformation. Tyrant continued to absorb the Sariras. His strength did not improve at all, but his soul realm improved by leaps and bounds. From a half-step divine emperor to a mid-divine emperor, it was an indescribable leap. It was far more terrifying than the increase in his strength. Tyrant's body trembled. Tyrant's body trembled. The Buddhist aura essence within the Sarira allowed Tyrant to improve his soul realm again and again, changing his control over the Buddhist aura. It was like a sublimation of his thoughts, a true transformation. Tyrant felt that his eyes could sweep across the 6 worlds, and he could even see through the heavens and the earth. He could see through all the illusions around him, and he could see the greed, anger, and evil in the world. He could see the flow of time like a flowing river. Is this the benefit of improving my soul realm? Tyrant murmured in his heart. At this moment, the Sarira in his body had completely disappeared, turning into an invisible force of Buddha charm, spreading to every part of Tyrant's body. This soul-stirring feeling made him incomparably carefree, joyful, and excited. Tyrant's strength did not increase by much, but he was able to see through evil spirits and see through the hearts of humans. There was no doubt that the Sarira was powerful. Waves of shock surged in Tyrant's heart. He couldn't believe that the Sarira could actually bring him such great benefits. Just whose Sarira could it be? Was it an Arhat emissary? Or was it a bodhisattva worshipped by tens of thousands of people? Or was it an almighty expert of the Buddha world? Tyrant did not know any of these, but he was very clear about one thing. After fusing with the Sarira, he had been reborn, and he was no longer the Tyrant of the past. In the future, his vision would be higher, and his strength would be stronger. He would stand at the peak of the Buddha world, and he would look at the masses. Amitabha, thank you, Buddha. Tyrant's heart was filled with gratitude. Having Buddha in one's heart was true devotion. This is the last attack. Let me see how much strength you have to resist us. Doubai roared and charged forward. The defensive formation that Jiang Qin had set up was already riddled with holes. With the addition of Doubai, the formation was getting more and more difficult, and it could collapse at any time. Jiang Qin had used his own body as the formation, which was why he was able to hold on until now. It could be said that he had exchanged his life for this period of time. No matter what the final result would be, Jiang Qin would have no regrets. He believed that Tyrant would not disappoint him. Get lost! Jiang Qin roared in anger, and he threw a punch. The thunderous punch shook the surroundings, and the defensive formation turned into ripples and dispersed. Doubai's face turned pale, and he staggered backwards. Jiang Qin was no exception, and he also slowly retreated, and he almost fell down. He had already used all his strength, and this was his last attack. It was no longer important whether he could stop them, and Jiang Qin had done what he should do. You lost in the end. Ha ha ha, Jiangqin, although I can't kill you, and I can't take revenge for my uncle and the two seniors of the Battle God clan, you won't be any better off. You will definitely die an ugly death. Humph. Doubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he was also an arrow at the end of its flight, just like Jiangqin. However, he had a way out, and Jiangqin had no way out. You can't kill me in the end. Jiangqin sneered and looked at Doubai. The people of the Battle God clan are a bunch of trash, and you are no exception. You trying to win with words, is this what you are capable of? Now it seems that you are only so-so. No matter how strong you are, what's the use? Aren't you still going to be cannon fodder? Do you think that you can change everything with your determination? Pooh, Jiangqin, today is the day you die, but I, Doubai, will not die. I will watch you die slowly, ha ha ha. Doubai said arrogantly. He had already tried his best to help the two reverends of the Kasyapa temple to break the formation as soon as possible. This was the only thing he could do, and it was also the only way to change the situation. He wanted Jiangqin to die without a burial, and he wanted the seniors of the Battle God clan to die without any regrets, so that they would no longer be wandering ghosts. Benefactor Do, step aside. It's time for us to act. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan took advantage of the situation, and the two powerful attacks completely forced back Jiangqin. At this moment, the protective formation finally vanished completely, turning into dust. No one can stop the footsteps of the Kasyapa temple. Reverend Jianan said Lang. His eyes were like torches, and he locked gazes with Jiangqin, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. The weak will never have the qualifications to stand here. Reverend Anan took a step forward, and his palm turned into lightning. As it roared, it sent Jiangqin flying. Jiangqin attacked with his palm, retreating in order to advance. Every step he took was filled with danger, and he was already in an extremely miserable state. Reverend Anan had already decided to kill Jiangqin. He wanted to tear Jiangqin into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. If it wasn't for him, they would have already succeeded. However, he had set up a protective formation, and persisted for 7 days and 7 nights, which was extremely exhausting for them. Golden light and Buddhist light surged as Reverend Anan approached Jiangqin again. Terrifying waves of qi caused the entire spirit vulture cave to be incomparably hot and oppressive. Everyone silently muttered in their hearts and sighed. Is Jiangqin, the devil in human form, the reincarnated Buddha, finally going to die? His attacks surged, domineeringly dominating the world. Life and death hung by a thread, it was a matter of life and death. Boom! An incomparable Buddhist aura rippled out, and a white figure appeared in front of Jiangqin, blocking Reverend Anan's attack. The oppressive force in the entire spirit vulture cave vanished. Chapter 3198. Tyrant's figure appeared in the void and slowly descended. He casually waved his palm and Buddhist aura leisurely dissipated Reverend Anan's attack. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned grave as they looked at Tyrant from afar. This fellow has finally recovered his strength. Such a terrifying aura. Although his strength is still at the half-step divine emperor level, I feel that this fella is several times stronger than before. That's right. His strength hasn't changed much, but his realm and aura are completely different from before. There's even a kind of awe-inspiring righteousness. Could it be that the Sarira has been completely devoured by him? From the looks of it, it seems so. Damn fella, the Sarira has been devoured in the end. Everyone was incomparably shocked, but they were even more furious. That was because the Sarira that they had been longing for had really been devoured by the tyrant monk. Otherwise, how could he have completely recovered his strength in such a short period of time? Moreover, how could he have made such a huge leap in his realm? The current tyrant was like a completely different person compared to the one he had been in the past. I knew it. My brother won't fall so easily, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of gratification. His weight and effort did not go to waste. Tyrant did not disappoint him. At this moment, it was time for him to dominate the world. You've suffered, brother. Tyrant heavily placed his palm on Jiang Chen's shoulder. He knew that Jiang Chen had risked his life for this, and he could never bring shame to Jiang Chen. He had to teach these guys a good lesson, and he wanted to bury all of them here. Tyrant's palm was placed on Jiang Chen's shoulder heavily. A towering anger erupted from Tyrant's body. This was not the anger that a Buddhist disciple should have. It soared to the sky as if it wanted to incinerate the world. This fella is really abnormal. It seems that we have to join forces again, Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. At this moment, the power that Tyrant had revealed was not something that they could contend with alone. Yeah, it looks like we have to fight side by side again. Jiang Chen can't hold on anymore. This reincarnated living Buddha is their last hope. After killing him, this trip to the Great Lane Temple's dreamland will come to an end, King Luobin said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's death was inevitable, but right now, the person they wanted to kill and the person they should deal with was Tyrant. Tyrant was the only person they could deal with. Qing Xian was incomparably emotional. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Tyrant again. That would be the torture of her life. Even if she died, she wanted to die together with Tyrant. Even if the mountains have no edges and the heavens and earth merge, I will not dare to be separated from you. Qingshuan's heart was filled with hope, and as she watched Tyrant soar into the sky, her hope was reignited. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. He was not surprised that the Tyrant monk would be able to stand up again. He, Jiang Chen, was not a coward. I didn't expect you to really devour the Saraira. Reverend Jia Nan's face was extremely ugly. The Saraira was supposed to be his, but he didn't expect it to be devoured by Tyrant. How could he not be angry? Jiang Chen resisted with all his might and bought some time for Tyrant, which caused the Saraira to fall into the hands of an evil person. Reverend Jia Nan's anger started to surge. The Saraira was too precious, but it was ruined by this shameless person. Who wouldn't be angry? Everyone present felt that the Saraira had been devoured by Tyrant, which was a waste of God's gift. Judging from Tyrant's strength, he must have benefited a lot. His aura was much stronger than before, and his realm had a qualitative leap. Although he still hadn't broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, he was no longer the Tyrant monk he used to be. This battle was bound to be very difficult. So what? The Saraira is a sacred object of Buddhism. Of course, it belongs to the virtuous. As a disciple of Buddhism, why can't I, Tyrant, have it? Is it the right way of the world for you to get all the good stuff? Is this what you think it should be? What a joke. Ha ha ha. Tyrant held the God-suppressing monument in his hand and mounted on his horse. He looked at everyone with disdain, fearless and fearless. He was already prepared to fight with his life on the line. He was someone who had died many times, so why would he be afraid of death? Moreover, with Jiang Chen around, he was even less afraid. His life could be said to have been saved by little Chenzi. He must hold on until the end. Even if he died, he would send Qing Xian and little Chenzi out of the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain, so that they could escape. Amitabha. You stubborn fella, how dare you be so full of yourself? You're really a scum of Buddhism. It's a waste of God's gift for the Saraira to fall into your hands. Today, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. What right do you have to be so arrogant here? Reverend Jia Nan said coldly. He put his palms together and had a confident and calm demeanor. It was as if he was the savior of the world. If he didn't subdue tyrant, it would be against human nature. Why are you still wasting your breath on a reckless demon like him? Reverend Jianan, you must kill him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Reverend Wuda's face was gloomy. As long as Tyrant and Jiang Qin didn't die, he would feel extremely uneasy. These two fellas had made him suffer countless times along the way. Now, he was the only one left. All the monasteries, with the exception of Kasayapa Temple, had been tormented by Jiang Qin and Tyrant. How could he feel at ease if he didn't kill them? That's right, Reverend Jianan. Now, you're the only ones who can deal with Tyrant and Jiang Qin. Don't hold back. Reverend Wuyin said sincerely. They were all looking forward to the death of Jiang Qin and Tyrant so that they could leave this place with peace of mind. Otherwise, if they left the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm with their tails between their legs, how would they be able to face the elders and even their brothers in the temple? Tyrant's current strength had greatly increased. Reverend Jianan was also quite angry. However, he wasn't being lenient. The cause of all this was because Jiang Qin had delayed for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then did Tyrant had enough time to devour Tyrant. Both of them must die. Amitabha. We only hope that Reverend can help us take revenge. Release the souls of the dead Buddhist disciples from the afterlife and offer sacrifices to those innocent souls who died in vain. Reverend Yuenda said desolately. However, all of this depended on the people of Kasayapa Temple. They were all looking forward to seeing Jiang Qin and Tyrant die without a burial place. Indecisive and reckless. Since you've offended me, Tyrant, you can all wait to die. What bullshit, Kasayapa Temple? In my eyes, it's just a pile of trash. Tyrant bellowed angrily. Those who were skilled were bold. After his strength had increased, he became even more confident. He took the initiative to attack, not giving Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan a chance to attack. The one who made the first move had the upper hand. This was a principle that everyone understood, and Tyrant was no exception. He had to show off his strength to these two fellows. Attack and kill this bastard. This time, I'll see who can save you. Reverend Jianan said coldly. He quickly faced the enemy. However, Tyrant's attack was incomparably powerful. This fellow's morale was like a rainbow, so Reverend Jianan didn't dare to underestimate him. What a terrifying aura. This Buddhist aura is actually so pure. Chapter 3199. Good job, monk. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, he knew that everything he had done before was not in vain. Tyrant stood up again, and his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was the return of a true expert. Looks like this Sarira is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen thought in his mind. It was the Sarira that gave Tyrant his current strength. Their lives were hanging by a thread, and their lives were in danger. Jiang Chen was worried about them. Jiang Chen placed all his hopes and bets on Tyrant, and it was not without reason. Not to mention whether he could devour the Sarira completely. Even if he devoured it, the effect would not be as good as Tyrant's. There was no distinction between him and Tyrant. Naturally, he would choose to gain the most benefit. Moreover, Tyrant would not be able to protect him. If he were to suffer a serious injury while devouring the Sarira, both of them would definitely die. This scene was within Jiang Chen's calculations, and it was also within his expectations. From the looks of it, Tyrant's power should be enough to put Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan in a terrible situation. Tyrant did not disappoint Jiang Chen. He was like a ferocious tiger. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan fought Tyrant with all their might, but they were forced to retreat again and again. Their current situation could be said to be quite dangerous. Buddha's radiance. Right now, Tyrant's Buddha seal was already countless times stronger than before. Terrifying Buddha light rippled out, like the light of judgment, the power of judgment. It forced Reverend Jia Nan and Reverend Yi Yun to retreat step by step, unable to withstand its sharpness. The Buddha light shone down, and the two of them could barely open their eyes. Everyone was suppressed by this terrifying Buddha light. This fella is too terrifying. Is this the battle strength of a half-step divine emperor? Yeah, even a true divine emperor wouldn't be this strong, right? It's hard to say. The current reincarnated living Buddha has already reached the peak realm. No one can stop him. I think the two from Kasayapa Temple are also in danger. It's really full of twists and turns. What's the origin of the Sarira that this fella devoured? Everyone was extremely shocked, praying for the two reverends of Kasayapa Temple in their hearts, hoping that they could last longer and defeat Tyrant. Otherwise, their situation would become even more difficult. However, in the eyes of Wei Xiaolong and the others, this was exactly what they had hoped for. Only when the strength of the two venerables of Kasayapa Temple was suppressed would they be able to benefit from it. Xianyuan Rain Demon, King Luo Bin, Lon Mao, and the others all had the same idea. After all, if they were to openly oppose the experts of Kasayapa Temple, it would be equivalent to offending Kasayapa Temple and even the entire West Pole Divine region. This was not the result they wanted, but if they were defeated and Tyrant was severely injured at the same time, then their opportunity would come. Amitabha, Nine-Leaf Golden Lotus. Reverend Jia Nan shouted coldly. He waved a lotus leaf in his hand, which instantly turned into a 9-leaf golden lotus. Reverend Jia Nan stepped on the 9-leaf golden lotus and soared into the sky, charging towards Tyrant. The 9-leaf golden lotus burst out rays of terrifying Buddha light, which resonated with Tyrant. Both of them did not back down. At the same time, Reverend Nan was not to be outdone. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand slashed towards Tyrant with boundless power, causing the entire vulture cave to tremble. Eat my pestle. Reverend Nan swept across the void, but Tyrant was not stingy at all. He struck out another Buddha's seal, forcing Reverend Nan to retreat. My Buddha's wrath, Samsara Palm. 100 generations of Buddha's karmic scriptures. Tyrant struck out another Buddha's seal, forcing Reverend Nan to retreat. Reverend Nan took a deep breath and spurted out blood. He was in a sorry state. Even the 9-leaf golden lotus beneath Reverend Nan's feet had begun to crack and was on the verge of collapse. However, at this moment, Tyrant also felt that it was extremely strenuous. The 9-leaf golden lotus was extraordinary. Although he managed to cause cracks to appear on the golden lotus, he had also suffered a great impact. My 9-leaf golden lotus. No. Reverend Nan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect this fellow to be able to crack his 9-leaf golden lotus. It should be known that this was the Bodhisattva golden lotus that was passed down to him by the abbot. It possessed the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. It was much stronger than the Arhat golden bodies of Reverend Nan and the others. However, it was still forced back by Tyrant. It was simply too inconceivable. Now, do you know how powerful I am? Ha, who dares to be unconvinced? I, Tyrant, will accompany you to the end. Everyone looked at Tyrant in a new light after witnessing his prowess. The current Tyrant was no longer comparable to him. Everyone, let's attack together. I want to see how long he can last. There are so many of us, he definitely won't be able to hold on. Reverend Nan said in a deep voice. At this moment, he and Reverend Wuda had recovered more than half of their strength. Although they might not be able to crush Tyrant, their chances of winning were still very high. Alright, Reverend is right. Let's attack together and fight against this fiend. Let's kill him first. Reverend Nan's eyes lit up. Many people gathered around him. Reverend Wuda, Reverend Nan, Reverend Yuanda, Wei Xiaolong, Xianyuan Yuma, Lon Mao, King Luo Bin, and more than 10 half-step deity emperors. This battle would be a real battle of life and death. They initially thought that they would be able to benefit from it. However, they did not expect Tyrant's strength to be so terrifying. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fiend. Let's get rid of this evil for our Buddhist sect and serve as a warning to others. Reverend Jia Nan shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and charged towards Tyrant. At this moment, everyone was united against a common enemy. They were unstoppable, determined to kill Tyrant. Ha ha ha, if one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. You guys don't have the ability to kill me. Tyrant laughed wildly. At this moment, Reverend Jia Nan and the others had already arrived. After a series of attacks, Tyrant was instantly caught in a sea of people. As time passed, Tyrant gradually pushed back the half-step divine emperors. However, his strength was also greatly suppressed. After all, there were too many people on the other side. Under the tactic of overwhelming numbers, it didn't take long for Tyrant to feel that he was in a pinch. Although he had already severely injured more than 20 people, his own injuries had also worsened. Tyrant fought against the crowd with his peerless strength. However, to him, this was an extremely difficult battle. Jiang Chen's heart was tightly clenched. At this moment, he knew how long Tyrant could last. However, Reverend Jia Nan and the others were bound to be stronger than him. Although they might also be severely injured, the final loser would still be Tyrant. Monk, I don't know if you can withstand this. Jiang Chen sighed softly. With so many experts joining hands to attack, although Tyrant's Buddhist charm had increased a lot and his realm had increased a lot, he still did not have a true peerless divine might. Compared to the divine emperor experts, he was still slightly inferior. The sea of people was still extremely fatal to Tyrant. At this moment, before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. Two silhouettes had already appeared in front of the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. Chapter 3200. At this moment, the battle between Tyrant and Jia Nan's group was nearing its end. Tyrant had suffered heavy injuries, and his strength had been suppressed once again. After all, the other party had too many people, and it was reasonable for him to be unable to hold on by himself. However, even if he was mercilessly crushed, Tyrant would not give up. More than a dozen half-step divine emperors were killed by Tyrant first. That tragic scene made the onlookers panic. Their mangled limbs were torn apart by Tyrant. The half-step divine emperors were slaughtered mercilessly like wild beasts. Every step was filled with killing intent. Half of them were either dead or injured. It was a ghastly sight. Tyrant gritted his teeth and held on to his last bit of strength. As long as his will was not extinguished, he would not fall down willingly. That scene was extremely tragic. Jiang Chen could not bear to look at it. Tyrant used his last bit of flesh and blood to resist the attack of Reverend Jia Nan and the rest. The scene was incomparably shocking. There was not a single part of Tyrant's body that was left intact. His entire body was riddled with thousands of holes and he was in extreme pain. Monk. Qingxuan's eyes widened. The anger and sorrow in her heart were self-evident. However, she was powerless at this moment and could only look on helplessly. At this moment, Tyrant suddenly erupted. The power of the Sarira in his body was constantly repairing his body. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. However, Tyrant was no longer in a disadvantageous position. He was even able to stand on equal footing with Reverend Jia Nan and the rest. No one was willing to take a step back. Everyone wanted to kill the other party. This battle of life and death was far from over. Tyrant desperately clashed with Reverend Jia Nan and the rest. They kept colliding and roaring. Both of their auras were getting weaker and weaker. There were even signs that both of them were injured. Currently, there were only a few people left standing in the spirit vulture cave. Reverend Jia Nan, Reverend Ah Nan, Reverend Wu De, Reverend Yuanda, Wei Xiaolong, Xianyuan Umo, and King Luo Bin. Even they had suffered a fatal blow. Currently, they did not dare to fight against Tyrant at all. If Tyrant were to fight with his life on the line, it was very likely that they would be killed by Tyrant. This kid is really too heaven-defying. I can't fight him, I can't fight him. Reverend Wuda's face was solemn as he subconsciously retreated. However, at this moment, Tyrant was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The impact they received was too great. Tyrant was like an unparalleled berserk beast that descended from the sky, sweeping away everything in its path. Even with the combined strength of so many people, they were still unable to bring him down. If you want to die, come over. I don't have anyone to die with me. Ha ha ha. Tyrant was domineering as he shouted in a deep voice. Other than Reverend Jia Nan and the others who were bitterly holding on, the remaining people were either dead or injured. The scene was extremely chaotic. They were in a worrying situation and looked extremely miserable. Vile spawn, the day of your death has arrived, yet you're still putting up a stubborn resistance. Die! Venerable Jia Nan unleashed his final aura that soared into the sky. As the ripples spread out, the dreadful Buddhist aura finally intertwined with Tyrant's. Both of them flew backwards, their auras fluctuating, and it was extremely difficult for them to move. Puff! Tyrant spurted out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really could not stand up. His body had already suffered countless impacts and his injuries were extremely serious. However, Reverend Jia Nan and the others no longer had the strength to continue fighting. At this moment, the entire spirit vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had fallen into a deathly silence. Monk, Jiang Chen murmured. His strength had yet to recover. Tyrant had almost sacrificed his life for their hope. But now, it seemed like there was no way out for them anymore. Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant. Now, no one can save you. Just obediently surrender yourself to us. Perhaps, you might even be able to leave your corpses intact. Ha ha ha. Reverend Annan laughed heartily. Although they did not have much strength to continue fighting, Tyrant was even more miserable than them. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. This was their last chance. Dream on. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice as he coldly looked at them. These guys did not know that someone had already quietly appeared behind them. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Let's see how long you can still be so stubborn. Humph. Reverend Wuyin sneered. Jiang Chen and the others were already in a dead end. Even at this moment, they were still unwilling to give up. It could only be said that they were too stubborn and self-righteous. Even if we don't have the strength to continue fighting, the final victor will not belong to you. Jiang Chen sneered. You guys better turn around and take a look first. Jiang Chen's words made their hearts tremble. They turned around and saw that it was Reverend Scarlet Moon. This guy had been hiding all this time and only appeared at this moment. However, if he wanted to forcefully attack this time, they might be able to make him stay here if they combined their strength. It's him. Why is he here? Reverend Scarlet Moon. I didn't expect him to appear at this moment. This guy, could it be that he's here to pick up the scraps? Humph. Who knows? However, if this guy wants to pick up the scraps, he won't be able to leave even if we combine our strength. Everyone present looked coldly at Reverend Scarlet Moon. Reverend Scarlet Moon walked into the Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave. His cold eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed beside Jiang Chen and Tyrant. I'm not too late, am I? Reverend Scarlet Moon smiled faintly. Could it be that you're here to pick up the scraps? Reverend Scarlet Moon, you should understand that this has nothing to do with you. Reverend Silence said coldly and exchanged glances with Reverend Scarlet Moon. Ha 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 ha, that's right. However, I just happened to appear here. What do you have to say? Don't tell me that I'm going to pretend to be an old blind man and not enter. Since you guys have put in so much effort, how can I take advantage of your difficulties? Since that's the case, I can only express my sincerest gratitude to everyone here for their hard work. I'll kill this Jiang Qin for you guys and bring this reincarnated living Buddha away for you guys. How's that? Ha ha ha. Reverend Scarlet Moon said with a gloomy expression. He was the final victor now. He was the one who could change the situation. I've never seen such a shameless person. You're really impressive. Chapter 3201. Oh. Isn't this the Kasayapa Temple's Reverend John An? Otherwise, do you think I'm going to be your cannon fodder? I'm just a human shadow, so I'm afraid I'm not qualified to do so. Therefore, I can only wait until the very last moment. If I can't wait until the very last moment, then I'd rather return with my face covered in dirt. However, I've waited until you've all been heavily injured and both sides have suffered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Patience is required, Daoist Leng said. He did not think that there was anything wrong with him at all. On the contrary, these fellows did not take him seriously, yet he managed to take advantage of the loophole. This could only mean that they were really too stupid. To be able to make shamelessness sound so dignified, you're also a talent. What's the difference between you and those despicable and treacherous people? Reverend Anand said disdainfully. Daoist Scarlet Moon was a shameless piece of trash, the scum of the Buddhist sect. Well said, as if you're more noble than me. So many of you besieged him, swearing to kill him. How did he offend you? In the end, aren't you blinded by greed? Aren't you the ones who wanted to snatch the treasures from their hands? Now, you've become the righteous side. You don't even have the heart of shame, so what right do you have to criticize me? A bunch of trash, I'm just cleaning up the mess for you. You should be thanking me, hee hee hee. Sage Crimson Moon's words caused Reverend Jia Nan and the others to be unable to restrain their anger, while Tyrant clapped his hands in praise. This fellow was truly interesting, but he was also their enemy. However, at the very least, he recognized that he wasn't a good person. This might be the reason why he reflected on himself. If not for this, how could he criticize everyone? Jiang Qin, die. Today, the only person I want to kill is you. Daoist Scarlet Moon roared and rushed forward, aiming for Jiang Chen's lifeline. At this moment, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. This fellow's strength was not weaker than Daoist Wuin's. At this time, his sudden attack had indeed caused everyone present to fall into a passive position, and the first person he wanted to kill was Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, be careful. Tyrant roared. He wanted to rush in front of Jiang Qin and block Daoist Scarlet Moon, but his current strength was too weak. He was simply unable to do so. Daoist Scarlet Moon's fatal strike was aimed at killing Jiang Qin. However, Tyrant could only look on helplessly, which made him feel extremely sad and pained. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated. The 5-elemental trigram fire array was instantly set up. Then, Master Scarlet Moon punched out, forcing Jiang Qin to retreat step by step. Jiang Qin used his flesh and blood to block the attack. The two of them collided. Jiang Qin retreated more than 10 steps. At this moment, although he had recovered some of his strength, he was still not Master Scarlet Moon's opponent. To think that you can even take one of my moves. Truly unexpected. Daoist Scarlet Moon shook his head and looked at Jiang Qin with interest. Now this is a little interesting. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing to kill you directly. Resist, this is your last chance. Daoist Scarlet Moon roared and rushed forward again. His fists were ferocious, and he did not leave any leeway. Jiang Chen's steps were steady, and he did not give Daoist Scarlet Moon any chance at all. Although his situation was extremely dangerous, not everyone could defeat Jiang Chen. Daoist Scarlet Moon was furious. He did not expect this fellow to still have the strength to fight. Although he was not on par with him, it still made him extremely depressed. This fellow was supposed to be in his bag, but he was still so arrogant. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know who the real overlord was. Blood Moon Roulette. A scarlet blood moon descended from the sky and turned into a sharp roulette, crushing down. Jiang Chen was constantly forced back by the blood moon roulette. The terrifying force continued to attack. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and was ready to fight to the death. But at this time, outside the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave, another person appeared. A person that made Jiang Chen yearn for her, but he could not let go of her. His life is mine. A low voice sounded in everyone's ears. Daoist Scarlet Moon was stunned for a moment. A terrifying sword aura swept past him, and he could only retreat quickly. On the contrary, Jiang Chen had escaped a calamity. A beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, independent from the world. The person who came was Yuki Chihyun, the one who brushed shoulders with Jiang Chen twice. At this moment, her eyes were cold, filled with endless killing intent. The ice jade sword emitted an awe-inspiring might. Daoist Scarlet Moon's face was ashen, waiting for Yuki Chihyun. The anger in his heart rose once again. He did not expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. It was not as easy as he thought to become the final winner. Although this fellow was alone, the cold aura from her body gave off an extremely cold and domineering feeling. What a strong woman! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. This woman's strength was not any weaker than Daoist Scarlet Moon's. Do you want to be my source of wealth? Daoist Scarlet Moon Leng Leng said. Get lost, or else, die. Yuki Chihyun said coldly. The word die made everyone's throat dry and their bodies tremble. Her strength has become stronger again. Jiang Chen murmured. Although he did not know her origin, Yuki Chihyun was the most terrifying existence. She had almost grasped the initiative of the entire Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. I'm afraid you're too full of yourself. If you want me to leave, you'll have to show me what you're capable of. Daoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. He and Yuki Chihyun stared at each other. The battle was about to begin. This girl is a little interesting. I wonder if she can defeat Daoist Scarlet Moon. I think it's a little difficult. Although Daoist Scarlet Moon's strength is not considered to be the top, this woman's strength is not too strong either. Then let's wait and see. It's best if both of them suffer. If that's the case, we don't need to be so worried. Haha, that's right. I hope that Daoist Scarlet Moon can persist until the end. Everyone was silently watching this scene. The two of them started fighting as soon as they said they were going to fight. Terrifying airwaves constantly blocked the vision of the surrounding people. Reverend Jianan and the others raised their heads in anticipation. Daoist Scarlet Moon's strength could not be said to be weak. However, he was still one step behind. In front of Yuki Chihyun, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Yuki Chihyun, who seemed to be light and weak, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. It shocked everyone. They had not expected that the battle would be so one-sided. Moreover, Yuki Chihyun seemed to be crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In less than half an incense stick's time, Daoist Scarlet Moon was killed. From the initial arrogance, to the current ruthless and tragic death, one could not help but say that this was the cycle of heaven and karma. If he had persisted until the end, perhaps he would not be in such a situation. However, he could not endure it. He thought that he was the final winner. I'm not willing. Chapter 3202. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like they had all underestimated this little girl. Her appearance had taught everyone a lesson. It was not a good thing to underestimate a woman. It's over. Venerable Red Moon is dead. Will it be us next? What are you thinking? We are now an arrow at the end of its flight. She doesn't even care about our life and death. I hope so. Her target seems to be Jiang Qin and the reincarnated living Buddha. Yuki Chihyun walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. Hand over the sky dragon sword, Zulong Tower, and the myriad chi cauldron. Yuki Chihyun Leng stared at Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin was slightly shocked. How could it be? Even Yuki Chihyun did not know what his Zulong Tower and the myriad chi cauldron were. Who was she? Or rather, who was the person behind this? How could he know him so well? Who are you? Jiang Qin frowned and asked in a low voice. If you don't hand them over, you will die. Yuki Chihyun said coldly. I, Jiang Qin, am a troublemaker. I really don't want to hand them over to you. If you have the ability, you can come and get them yourself. Jiang Qin stood with his arms crossed and smiled indifferently. The coldness and seriousness intertwined at the corner of his mouth made him very confused. Who could have such great ability? There were only a few people who knew about his Zulong Tower. Those who knew about his myriad chi cauldron were even rarer. Only the people closest to him knew about it. But she was very familiar with it. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. Xue Qianying took a step forward and pointed her sword towards Jiang Qin like the stars moving in the sky. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. The sky dragon sword buzzed and trembled. At this moment, he still wanted to fight with his life for a chance of survival. This guy still has the strength to fight. It's unbelievable. That's right. This guy has been seriously injured several times, but he's still able to fight against this woman. It's really unbelievable. The only explanation is that his recovery ability must be very overbearing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight continuously in such a short period of time like an undying god of war. Everyone was in awe of Jiang Qin. This guy was like an immortal god of war. At this moment, at the last moment, he actually stood up again. Even Tyrant couldn't believe it. However, he knew that his brother wouldn't disappoint him. Well done, little Qinzi. Tyrant let out a furious roar, cheering for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin knew that this battle would be very difficult to fight. Regardless of whether he could defeat Yuki Chihyun or not, even if he did, Jiang Qin would not be able to kill her. However, if he lost, he would probably face the judgment of death. I hope that you can wake up. Jiang Qin looked at Yuki Chihyun and murmured. Yuki Chihyun frowned. At that moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin held the sky dragon sword in his hand. Sword chi swept across 800 zhang and intertwined with Yuki Chihyun. During this period of time, his strength had recovered to about 60%. At least it wouldn't be that difficult to fight against Yuki Chihyun. 13th blade. 14th blade. 15th blade. Jiang Qin's sword chi was amazing. Yuki Chihyun stepped on a long dragon. Her jade sword slashed through the mountains, and the sound of her sword shook the heavens. Intertwined with Jiang Qin's sword chi, the two were evenly matched. This scene made everyone depressed again. The person they looked down on the most was Jiang Qin. If it was dragged to this moment, maybe Jiang Qin could really reverse the situation. This guy's sword was like the scythe of the god of death, taking lives and destroying hearts. No one dared to look down on Jiang Qin anymore. The battle between the two continued to sublimate. Not only their attacks, but Jiang Qin's sword chi also became stronger. It had always been Jiang Chen's best skill. This time, he naturally would not fall behind. His attacks were almost equal with Yuki Chihin's. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Jiang Chen's 15th blade had repeatedly repelled Yuki Chihin. However, Yuki Chihin was not easy to deal with. Her sword technique was exquisite beyond imagination. There is actually such a sword technique in the world that can be comparable to my limitless sword. This is really an eye-opener. Jiang Chen thought in his heart, but the battle with Yuki Chihin did not fall behind at all. It's time to let you know who the real overlord is. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly raised. The battle between the two had entered a white-hot stage. At that moment, Jiang Chen was ready to display his real skills to seriously injure Yuki Chihin. Under the situation where both of them were fighting intensely, Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art would definitely be able to display a miraculous effect. Even if he could not kill Yuki Chihin, he would definitely be able to seriously injure her. However, Jiang Chen was also a little nervous. He did not know whether Yuki Chihin still had a soul or not. From her eyes, he should be able to see that she should not be dead. In other words, she was not a puppet. If she was not a puppet, she would have her own soul. In that case, there would be room for the soul-stealing divine art to be displayed. Soul annihilation. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out a terrifying spiritual perception power, instantly engulfing Yuki Chihin. At that moment, Yuki Chihin's delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her complexion greatly changed and became pale. She was directly injured by Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art and was sent flying. Her entire spiritual strength had suffered a heavy injury and it would be extremely difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. Puff, puff, puff. After spurting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Yuki Chihin's expression was also extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen's body had also become extremely weak. Now that Jiang Chen was using the soul-stealing divine art, it was already a little difficult for him to stand up. This was because the person he was going to deal with had extremely strong spiritual strength. If he did not have absolute confidence, Jiang Chen would not make a move. Otherwise, he might go for wool and come home shorn. The one who would regret it would be too late. Have I finally defeated you? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a trace of a bitter smile. It was unknown whether he was happy or distressed. Yuki Chihin was seriously injured and temporarily lost her combat strength. However, Jiang Chen felt that this battle did not seem to be over. What a boy that makes people look at you in a new light. Outside the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave, a monk wearing a blood-red ribbon on his head slightly moved the corner of his mouth, his expression indifferent. No one knew of his existence. No one knew that outside the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave, there was a person who seemed to be in charge of everything here. When he slowly raised his head, both of his eyes were incomparably empty. He was a blind monk, a monk whose eyes were blind but his heart was not. His Tao techniques and aura seemed to have transcended the mortal world. Chapter 3203. What a powerful guy. We never thought that the one who would have the last laugh would be Jiang Chen. How ironic. He he he. Spiritual Master Wu Yin said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen had used his terrifying soul to suppress and force Yuki Chihin to retreat. It was truly shocking. We've all underestimated him. I never thought that he would be the one who knows how to endure patiently. Sigh. Spiritual Master Wu De also sighed. Now that Jiang Chen had won, their situation was worrisome. It's hard to say. This guy's strength has been severely damaged. Even if he defeats this gorgeous lady, he may not have enough strength to kill us. Spiritual Master Yuanda said in a deep voice. You're right. As long as we join forces, he won't be our match. Reverend Anand said quietly. Although they were unwilling to believe it, they had to admit that Jiang Qin and Tyrant were too powerful and terrifying. They were able to survive such a deadly situation. Moreover, many of them were already dead. The only ones who survived were the true top experts. Jiang Qin, it's already come to this. You'd better surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you still need to bitterly hold on? Even if you defeat her, you won't have the strength to fight anymore. With so many of us, we'll definitely be able to defeat you. Wei Xiaolong said proudly. He no longer had any fear in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had suffered heavy injuries again and again. Now, he really had no strength to recover. Their chance had come. Jiang Qin, to think that you'd have such a day. Ha ha ha. What a pity. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you very powerful? In the end, aren't you still unable to withstand a single blow? Lan Mao said with a sneer. However, now that everyone was determined to kill Jiang Qin and Tyrant, Jiang Qin knew that he could not take a step back. Taking a step forward would mean dusk, and taking a step back would mean his life. Jiang Qin was already on the brink of death. Let's take a look behind you first. Jiang Qin said with a faint smile. The corner of his lips curled up and his expression became extremely solemn. Because he knew that the other party did not come with good intentions and should be a true expert. It was still unknown whether he could escape from this place alive or not. Even the hope was extremely slim. Just as Jiang Qin's voice faded, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. They saw a mass of black mist shrouding a man wearing a black monk's robe. The black mist didn't disperse, it kept on rising. That dreadful black mist didn't disperse, it made everyone feel incomparably shocked. There's actually such a terrifying black mist lingering around him. This guy is definitely not simple. It seems that he's not from our West Pole Divine region. Our West Pole Divine region has never had such a strange sect. That's not necessarily true. The world is vast and full of strange things. The West Pole Divine region is not necessarily pure and flawless. The more such a place is, the more likely it is to be a place that harbors evil. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying black mist, but no one was able to tell where it came from. You've finally shown yourself. Jiang Qin said with a faint smile. Looking at the black mist, Jiang Qin became even more curious about the person within it. Amitabha. Almsgiver, you've waited for a long time. Hee hee. I didn't expect that even Yuki Chihin was not your match. It seems that I've miscalculated. The black mist was unpredictable. No one could see the face clearly. However, this person was obviously a Buddhist. So you had to make a move. I'm afraid that the time you can make a move is limited. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. If you had made a move from the beginning, there might not have been so many people who came to die one after another. Jiang Qin looked at the black mist and said quietly. You're very smart. Indeed, I can't exist for too long. However, it should be enough to kill you. I just don't want him to know of my existence. As for these people, their deaths are not to be regretted. The person in the black mist said in a low voice. His heart was cold and desolate. He seemed to have no pity for these people. If they died, then so be it. What did it have to do with him? Who exactly are you? Jiang Qin asked Leng Leng. He knew that the other party had come with ill intentions. However, he had no idea who the other party was. If nothing unexpected happened, Yuki Chihin should have been saved by him. That was why she was used by him. Jiang Qin knew that it was almost impossible to save Yuki Chihin now. The other party's appearance would definitely put him in an extremely difficult situation. He might even be killed by the other party at any time. The dense black mist didn't seem to want to answer Jiang Qin's question. However, at this moment, Tyrant felt that the black mist was using an extremely powerful force to suppress him and devour him completely. Who I am is not important. What's important is that all of you here have to die. Living is torture. Why don't you get rid of yourself and enter the pure land of bliss? The voice in the black mist gradually became low. At this moment, even Jiang Qin didn't expect that the black mist would directly envelop Tyrant. Be careful. Jiang Qin shouted angrily. However, the black mist had already enveloped Tyrant. At this moment, incomparably terrifying waves of air rolled around Tyrant. Tyrant's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He held the God-suppressing monument in his hand and exerted all his strength to launch an attack. This time, it seemed like he had blocked the black mist's attack. However, it was impossible for him to block the continuous attacks. Divine Golden Bell. God's Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Qin moved his palm and enveloped Tyrant within the Divine Golden Bell. However, in the next moment, the black mist continuously corroded the Divine Golden Bell, causing Jiang Qin to be incomparably shocked. It was like water flooding a golden mountain. Wherever the black mist passed, Jiang Qin's Divine Golden Bell became completely useless. Insignificant skill. The voice in the black mist became colder and colder. It constantly locked onto Tyrant, wanting to devour him. Monk, retreat quickly. Leave it to me. Jiang Qin shouted angrily. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. The Zulong Tower suddenly descended and directly sucked Tyrant into the Zulong Tower. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin faced the black mist directly. This guy, what a powerful technique. I didn't expect him to still have the strength to resist at this moment. Yeah, this Jiang Qin is really too terrifying. It seems like we're lucky that we don't have a chance to fight him this time. Look, the black mist has changed again. Chapter 3204. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you have to put up a desperate struggle? You know better than anyone else how long you can hold on. This pagoda is really a reckless waste of God's gift in your hands. Sigh. A sigh was heard from the black fog. Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged. Even if he had to fight to the last moment, regardless of life or death, he would never give in. The Zulong Tower has been with me all my life. How can it be a reckless waste of God's gift? One day, I will make it shine with the strongest light in the world. No one can compare to it. Jiang Qin said proudly without any fear. At this moment, although he was in a desperate situation, if he didn't even have the slightest confidence, then he would really be walking towards death step by step. I can give you the same life as Yuki Chihyun, as long as you work for me. The voice in the black fog became a lot gentler as it said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, then maybe you're really thinking too much. Do you think you can control me? Wait until you have the ability to defeat me first. Jiang Qin said with a laugh. Humans are always stupid. It seems that you insist on seeking death. I admire you very much, but you don't know how to cherish it. Even Yuki Chihyun, whose life was hanging by a thread, was brought back to life by me. Do you think I need to go through so much trouble to kill you? The voice in the black fog became colder and colder. Jiang Qin was also shocked. What he said was very reasonable. He just didn't want to end the battle so quickly. It seemed that he had really underestimated this guy. Since you're so stubborn, you can't blame me for being ruthless. You're walking towards the abyss step by step. You'll eventually regret the choice you've made. The voice in the black mist was filled with murderous intent as it started to engulf Jiang Qin. No one can disobey me. Even if it's the entire West Pole, I can go anywhere I want. Going against me is equivalent to courting death. Jiang Qin retreated step by step. The profound Cyan Fire Qilin and Tyrant were sent into the Zulong Tower by Jiang Qin. At this moment, he could only defend passively. The person in the black fog was too terrifying. He was simply a great killing machine. Jiang Qin held the Zulong Tower in his hand. He was not afraid at all. However, the result made him feel extremely sad. The tyrannical attack from the black fog made him retreat a full 100 feet before he could stabilize his body. That kind of indestructible tyrannical attack had made Jiang Qin somewhat disappointed. A divine emperor expert, and not just a divine emperor, Jiang Qin's eyes shone brightly. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. The further the better. This person was undefeatable. He was undefeatable. However, Jiang Qin was not willing to give up. He wanted everyone here to die. He wanted those who forced him into a hopeless situation to die a horrible death. You guys forced me to do this. Now, I'm going to start the trial. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curled up coldly. Even if he was going to die, he would kill all of these guys. Jiang Qin held the Zulong Tower in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other. Wherever he passed, not even a blade of grass was left. Venerable Wuda was almost killed by Jiang Qin in an instant. Retreat, this guy has gone mad. Venerable Wu Yin exclaimed. However, his strength was no longer enough to contend against the crazy Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was as fast as lightning. Sword after sword, Venerable Wuda, Venerable Yuanda, Xin Yuan Yuma, Do Bai, and Lan Mao all died in Jiang Qin's hands. Miserable screams resounded in the void. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Death was too easy for them. Wherever Jiang Qin passed, he killed several people. Even the black mist could not avoid him. To be exact, the expert in the black mist did not bother to save them. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would not have succeeded so easily. No, don't kill me, no, Wei Xiaolong said with incomparable horror. However, his head was instantly cut off by Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword. The scene was incomparably brutal and terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. King Luo Bin and Luo Shen managed to escape this calamity. The remaining ones were Venerable Jia Anan and Venerable Anan. The two of them were a level higher than the rest. Therefore, they quickly retreated and did not give Jiang Qin any chance to escape. However, that scene made their mouths dry. Jiang Qin was too monstrous. Even if he had to die, he would drag Jiang Qin down with him. I've killed enough, it's time to leave something behind. The expert in the black mist made his move again. At this moment, Jiang Qin's expression was extremely unsightly. The heavenly dragon sword and Zulong Tower were placed in front of his chest in an attempt to block the attack of the expert in the black mist. However, Jiang Qin was disappointed in the end because he did not have the ability to continue blocking the attack. The heavenly dragon sword that he was holding tightly had already split open and blood was dripping down. The Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapse and could only be retrieved by Jiang Qin. At this moment, he finally could not hold on anymore. He knelt down on one knee and his expression was extremely unsightly. Puff, Jiang Qin gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. At this moment, there was no way out for him. Before you die, can you tell me a question? Who are you? Jiang Qin looked at the black mist and said in a low voice. In the current Buddha realm, I should be the supreme. Jiang Qin's pupils constricted. Reverend Jia Nan and the others' facial expression changed drastically. This sentence was priceless. How powerful and capable was the person in the black fog? He actually dared to say such a thing. The Buddha world should respect him as the supreme being. Then, who was he? Could it be the legendary Buddha and Bodhisattva? Venerable Anan murmured, his heart was filled with a touch of piety. The real Buddha and Bodhisattva have all perished in that battle. Even the few remaining arhats were the losers who escaped back then. It's easy to say that the Buddha realm should be the supreme, but it's unknown whether he really has such ability. Venerable Jia Nan said in a low voice. However, the person in the black mist did not pay attention to them. His target was only Jiang Qin. The Zulong Tower, heavenly dragon sword and myriad chi cauldron in Jiang Chen's hands were all things that he wanted. Of course, there was also the reincarnated living Buddha, tyrant. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, it's not that easy to make me, Jiang Qin, lower my head. Jiang Qin immediately swung his blade horizontally. This time, he had to use all his strength, because this was his only chance. Oh. You still want to fight back? Interesting, interesting. He, it seems that you have not disappointed me. I also want to see how capable you are. A divine emperor realm powerhouse is not worth mentioning in front of me. If I let you escape from my palm, how can I gain a foothold in the Buddha realm in the future? In less than the time it takes for an incense to burn, I have to leave. However, I still think highly of you. There's still plenty of time. Let me see your true means. Chapter 3205. It was no wonder that after Jiang Qin confronted him once, he knew that this person was unbeatable. Even when Jiang Qin used the heavenly dragon sword to fight against the Zulong Tower, he was still unable to block the attack from the person in the black fog. Jiang Qin knew that he did not have much time and opportunity left. This was his last moment of glory, and he would not let Tyrant down. In the Zulong Tower, Tyrant constantly hammered the ground. Waves of terrifying air waves shook the Zulong Tower, but he had no way to leave the Zulong Tower. Seeing Jiang Qin falling into a hopeless situation, Tyrant could not do anything. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Why did you let little Chenzi appear here? Why? God, you bastard. You blind bastard. It's fine if I die alone, but why did you let little Chenzi fall into this as well? Why? Tell me why. Tyrant roared hysterically as he looked up at the sky. The anger in his heart could not be extinguished. This is not your fault. Qing Xian gently placed his hand on Tyrant's shoulder. Tyrant roared again and again as he blamed himself. Now, there was nothing he could do to save the situation. Jiang Qin was already at the end of his rope. In the face of that incomparably terrifying black fog, Tyrant could only watch as Jiang Qin died. If it's not my fault, then whose fault is it? Little Chenzi, I, Tyrant, have let you down. Tyrant could not help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. No one could understand the pain of watching one's brother fall into a hopeless situation and not being able to help. It was more torturous than death. Outside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin held the power of 2 heavenly thunders in his hands and faced the figure in the black fog. Is it this trick again? Although the fused thunderbolt is powerful, and it is indeed a method that you can use alone in this world, it is impossible for you to hurt me. The figure in the black fog said indifferently. Wait and see, I will give you a surprise. A faint smile hung from the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. However, it was at this moment that the surrounding void began to vibrate. The great snow mountain Spirit Eagle Cave seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if there was an earthquake in the surroundings. Everyone was scared witless. Is it finally going to be destroyed? It seems like even you want it. The voice in the black mist murmured. Jiang Qin was baffled. What was the origin of this black mist? He still couldn't figure it out. Was there someone above him? Didn't you set up these endless illusions to attract everyone to explore the Great Tempest Temple? However, don't forget that the illusion of the Great Layin Temple is just an illusion. The world in your hand can't turn the illusion into reality. Within the black mist, a monk in a black robe didn't show himself. However, his voice was incomparably deep. Streams of black mist soared into the sky. Jiang Chen knew that this guy was finally going to make his move. I have no patience to play with you anymore. His world is finally going to collapse. The illusion of the Great Tempest Temple. What a great setup. What a great bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Ha ha ha. The black mist continued to hover above Jiang Chen's head, ready to attack. Jiang Chen held the death lotus that was formed from the fusion of 3 heavenly thunderbolts. At this moment, his palm moved slightly. Finally, it was about to change. At this moment, the 3 golden praying mats were sucked into his hands and transformed into a flash of lightning and fire. In the end, they fused together. The flames interweaved with lightning, and lightning shot in all directions. Fire chi soared into the sky, bringing with it a destructive roar that seemed capable of incinerating anything in this world. Lightning flame of wisdom. The person in the black mist exclaimed in disbelief. This is the lightning flame of wisdom that was left in the praying mat after that person passed away. Although the person in the black mist was shocked, he had to admit that Jiang Chen had impressed him. He could actually see the lightning flame of wisdom that was left in the praying mat. When the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas passed away, they had to burn themselves with the lightning flame of wisdom in order to turn into relics. This lightning flame of wisdom was left behind after they passed away. At this moment, Jiang Chen actually wanted to use this lightning flame of wisdom to fuse with his 3 heavenly thunderbolts. This was an extremely crazy move. The lightning flame of wisdom was both thunderbolts and flames. It was even more terrifying than the 3 true flames. Compared to the heavenly thunderbolts, it was even more untraceable and rootless. However, the terror of this lightning flame of wisdom was no less than the Ziyu drought lightning in Jiang Chen's hands. Even Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine what would happen when the Ziyu drought lightning and the lightning flame of wisdom collided. However, Jiang Chen knew very well that this was his only chance. Fusing 4 heavenly thunderbolts. Let's see if you are qualified to do so. The black mist kept surging towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kept retreating. At this moment, Jiang Chen was holding the myriad chi cauldron in his hand, resisting the waves of attacks from the black mist. However, the fusion of the heavenly thunderbolts in his hand was not slow at all. Jiang Chen resisted with difficulty. His face was pale and his face was pale. He couldn't hold on any longer. Every second was a great torture for Jiang Chen. Can he really hold on till the end? Lan Luo murmured. He hoped that Jiang Chen could have the last laugh. However, the black mist was too powerful. It made one unable to resist it at all. I hope so. The brother of De Huang won't fall so easily. When he was in the divine tomb, no one could resist his peerless style. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. That was in the past. How powerful was he at that time? It goes without saying that the person he is facing now is very powerful. If it's me, I might be able to do better than him. King Luobin said faintly. His eyes were filled with sharpness after escaping from a crisis. The Jiang Chen mentioned by Goddess Luo seemed to be omnipotent. This made King Luobin even angrier. Finally done. Jiang Chen murmured. When the last wisp of lightning fire fused with the 3 heavenly thunderbolts, even Jiang Chen could feel a destructive aura. He even trembled a little. The black lotus became more and more enchanting and terrifying. Such a terrifying fusion of heavenly thunderbolts, the voice in the black mist said in a low voice. The collapse of the surrounding sky and earth was getting more and more serious. The illusion of the great Lane Temple would collapse soon. At that moment, everything here would cease to exist. Now, I will show you my true strength. Chapter 3206. The 4-colored death lotus blossomed with a peculiar luster, causing the entire Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave to become incomparably silent. Even the people within the black fog could not help but hold their breaths. The destructive aura emitted from the terrifying death lotus made one's heart tremble. Go to hell. Jiang Chen roared in rage. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. The dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, severing drought heavenly lightning, and the wisdom lightning fire that formed the death lotus exploded. The black mist was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. The terrifying energy ripples shook the entire vulture cave. Everyone was thrown out of the cave, only the black mist was still resisting. However, Jiang Chen knew that the death lotus formed by the 4 types of lightning was definitely not ordinary. Although the wisdom lightning fire was not a true heavenly lightning, the wisdom lightning fire was the lightning fire of the Buddha. It was not something ordinary. Therefore, Jiang Chen dared to try it. At this moment, even Jiang Chen himself felt a terrifying wave of air rolling towards him. He stabilized himself, and the moment the death lotus bloomed, the black mist could no longer withstand it and was thrown back 800 meters. What a terrifying fella! A deep roar came from the black mist, but he didn't give up. He still wanted to charge forward, but he still underestimated the tyrannical and terrifying power of the death lotus. When he tried to charge at Jiang Chen for the second time, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. Jiang Chen knelt on one knee. He was completely exhausted. When he fused the 4 types of lightning, he knew that he had done his best. He had used up all the divine origin qi in his body. Even with the myriad qi body, he could not recover in a short period of time. Even a divine emperor can't withstand my 4 types of lightning. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of confidence. As expected, the black mist wanted to get closer, but it could not withstand the sharpness of the death lotus. The majestic wave of air released by the death lotus pushed the black mist back again. It was extremely terrifying. Puff! The monk in the black mist spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He had never thought that he would lose his wings in the hands of a kid who was not even a divine emperor. It was a great humiliation. Even a mid-divine emperor expert might not be able to withstand this attack. It was imaginable how terrifying it was. Damn fella! The black mist retreated. A monk in black robes appeared with a gloomy expression. His eyes had lost their light, but his heart was clearer than anyone else's. On his back, there was a golden dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It seemed as if it was trying to break free from his body. Blood dripped onto his black robes, but he did not move at all. Even though he was heavily injured, he did not take a single step back. His expression was extremely cold. As the dust settled, the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had also collapsed. The entire Great Lane Temple's illusory realm became more and more terrifying. It trembled as if it could collapse at any time. The blind monk slowly took a step forward and said faintly, "I have to say that your strength is extremely powerful, even exceeding my expectations. However, you still can't escape from the palm of my hand. You have indeed seriously injured me, but before I leave, I have enough time to kill you and take you away without anyone knowing. Even he might not be able to discover it." Jiang Chen Leng stared at the blind monk in front of him. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was obvious. It seems like this is a well-planned plot. The reincarnation of the living Buddha has been targeted by someone who is much more powerful than you. You're smart, but it's useless now. You're already a dead man. The reincarnation of the living Buddha must die too. The blind monk said coldly. Aren't you afraid of being warned by the Buddha world? Aren't you afraid of being despised by the Buddha world? You're a Buddhist, but you want to kill the Buddha. It's ridiculous. Do you think that the person behind you can't see through all of this? Jiang Chen stared at him. He had already guessed something, but he wasn't sure. The blind monk slowly raised his head. His expression was still cold and unmoving like a mountain. You don't have to worry about that. No one knows who I am, and no one knows that I'm still alive. The Buddha world has collapsed. You're the Supreme One under the Gautama Buddha. In other words, you're the first disciple of the Gautama Buddha. Am I right? Yuki Chihian's sword technique is so sharp, but she only has the shape of the sword but not the spirit of the sword. That's because she has received your true inheritance. The number one blade in the Buddha world, Yenluo Ienefa. Jiang Chen looked at the blind monk with a strange light flickering in his eyes. He was just guessing. As for whether this person was the legendary first disciple of the Gautama Buddha, he didn't know either. The blind monk's sunken eyes moved slightly and his expression was extremely gloomy. You're really smart. You can actually guess who I am. You're the first one since the collapse of the Buddha world. It seems that I didn't hide myself well after all. Yenluo Ienefa sighed and said. Since Jiang Chen already knew his identity, there was nothing for him to hide anymore. The collapse of the Buddha world, how many people are still alive? Who was the one who created the illusion of the Great Tempest Temple? What kind of secret does the reincarnated living Buddha have? Jiang Chen stared at Yenluo Ienefa, but the other party was indifferent. It seemed that she didn't intend to say anything to Jiang Chen. At this time, the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had begun to collapse gradually. Jiang Chen and Yenluo Ienefa quickly flew out of the vulture cave. However, Jiang Chen knew that he had been trapped by Yenluo Ienefa and there was no way for him to escape. These are not things that a nobody like you should know. If you're going to die, then die thoroughly. Yenluo Ienefa sneered and said. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. It's not that easy to catch me. Jiang Chen sneered. You've already exhausted your limited abilities. It seems that it's time for me to show you how powerful I, the number one blade in the Buddha world, am. Ha ha ha. Yenluo Ienefa laughed and said. The 3 inches of cold radiance in her hand was terrifying. Jiang Chen felt an extremely cold and terrifying aura. It seemed that Yenluo Ienefa was really going to take action against him. At this moment, the entire illusion of the Great Layin Temple had almost collapsed by half. Jiang Chen's expression became more and more solemn. No one can escape from my palm. As the great disciple of the Buddha world, you should know that it's a great honor to die in my hands. Chapter 3207. The terrifying blade's shadow approached Jiang Chen in an instant, and countless cold lights flashed out. 1 blade, 10,000 blade pincers. Jiang Chen quickly retreated, holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, and fiercely slashed down. However, he still could not avoid being pushed back 800 feet, and he felt that he was on the verge of death. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth, and he felt that he was in a desperate situation. Jiang Chen knew that the second blade was likely to take his life, and even the heavenly dragon sword in his hand was shaking violently. Not bad, you can actually take my first move, again. The corner of Ienefa's mouth curled into a cold smile. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. A blue figure appeared in the void, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was wearing a deep blue linen robe, and he gave off a terrifying pressure. Who is he? Such a terrifying power. Isn't he? Although Ienefa could not see it, he could feel the terrifying aura, and even he was crushed in an instant. It's him. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. That blue figure was none other than the man in the ice who broke out from the 10,000-year-cold ice. At this moment, he was standing on top of the 9 heavens' thunder, as if he had existed for eternity. Not even the lightning dared to get close to him. The dark clouds were densely covered the sky, as if he was the one who stirred the wind and clouds. Who is it? Ienefa shouted in a deep voice. I don't know. If you want to know, you can ask yourself. Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. He naturally knew how terrifying the man's strength was. Even the destructive ice god could not compete with him. Those unknown bronze thrones were also trembling under his feet. Jiang Chen did not know when he would be able to reach the strength of the man in the ice. Let alone him, even Yan Luo Ainifo was choked by Jiang Chen at this moment. If I have that kind of strength, I'll be able to defeat him. Do I need to go through so much trouble? It seems like the aura of the primordial era. Ainifa's face drastically changed as waves surged in his heart. Even the strongest in the Buddha realm, Dipankara and Tathagata, couldn't resist the Almighties from the primordial era, not to mention him. The collapse of the Buddha realm was greatly related to the Almighties from the primordial era. Although Ainifa didn't know the truth, the Buddhist ancestor had told him that the Buddha realm's calamity that would last for billions of years was about to descend. Jiang Chen frowned. He had no idea what Nyanluo Ainifa was talking about. What primordial aura? This man in the ice was the strongest person Jiang Chen had ever seen. There was no one else like him. What kind of terror was his existence? Just when Ainifa was about to take action, the man in the void held 100 thunderbolts in his hand and forcefully controlled them. A monstrous demon chi descended from the sky as if it was going to completely surround the man in the ice. The figure of the man in the ice was like a hook, as if he was an invisible existence between the heavens and earth. He wasn't afraid of the monstrous demon chi at all. With a palm strike, the illusion of the great Layin temple trembled. What a terrifying power! Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with excitement. When would he be able to have the strength of the man in the ice? That kind of high-spirited and domineering aura made Jiang Chen's blood boil again. Peerless and peerless was not enough to describe the strength of the man in the ice. The monstrous demon chi and the attack of the man in the ice shook the entire world, causing it to collapse more and more violently. His battle strength was shocking and magnificent. Such a battle should at least be at the Emperor realm, right? Jiang Chen also didn't know why he would appear here. Who was that monstrous demon chi? If his guess was right, it should be that guy who created the illusion of the Great Layin Temple. He's here too. Ainifa's face became more and more unsightly. At this moment, he had to take action as soon as possible. Although that person had come, he was entangled by the blue-robed man. It seemed like he still had a chance. The illusion of the Great Layin Temple is a world of its own. If one doesn't go out from the entrance, no one will be able to escape. I only managed to escape by relying on the concealment technique. It took me a lot of effort. Now, come with me and I'll leave your corpse intact. Yan Luo Ainifo was closing in on Jiang Chen. This was his only chance. If he failed, he would have to leave this place. Otherwise, he would be destroyed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusory realm and vanish into thin air. This place is a world of its own. Can my warrior's gate escape from the illusion of the Great Layin Temple? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest chance. This was the only way. Since Ainifa said that the illusion of the Great Layin Temple was a world of its own, then his warrior's gate would also be a world of its own. Only by entering the warrior's gate would he be able to survive. There were enemies ahead and fierce tigers behind. Whether it was Ainifa or the monstrous demon Chi, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to deal with them. As for the Iceman, how would Jiang Chen know if he was hostile towards him? Damn you! Let's go all out. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He formed a seal with both hands and opened the warrior's gate. At this moment, Jiang Chen instantly jumped into the warrior's gate. At this time, Ainifa was completely dumbfounded. Where did he go? How could he disappear into thin air? However, Ainifa could sense the aura of another world. How could this be? Bastard! How could he just disappear into thin air? Yennefer used her soul power to search the surrounding 10,000 miles. However, she couldn't find anything. She could only shout angrily with a pale face. In the end, all her efforts were in vain. It was really frustrating. Helplessly, Yennefer could only quickly retreat from the illusion of the Great Laying Temple. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. The Iceman turned around and looked at the place where Jiang Qin disappeared. He frowned slightly and struck out a palm to repel the monstrous demon Qi. In the end, both of them were evenly matched. The illusion of the Great Laying Temple finally collapsed. The entire world seemed to be annihilated in the void and became eternal dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The moment the Great Thunderclap Monastery's illusion disappeared, the entire West Pole Divine Land seemed to explode with an earth-shattering shock and tremble. The 10 great monasteries and the 100 great factions were all fearful. The monstrous demonic barrier was gone, the man in the ice was gone, Jiang Qin was completely gone. Chapter 3208. Along with the destruction of the ashes and dust, the entire West Pole Divine region was shaken and shocked. After the shock, the West Pole Divine region regained its peace. The Great Lightning Tune Temple, which was in a state of devastation, once again appeared on the land of the West Pole Divine region. When the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland disappeared, those who entered the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland also disappeared. There were only a few who managed to walk out of the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. Goddess Luo and King Luo Bin were lucky. They managed to escape from the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland together with Lan Luo. Reverend Jia Nan and Reverend Ah Nan also managed to escape from the dreamland. They would never forget the tragedy and horror of that dreamland. Jiang Qin suppressed everyone with his own strength. That scene was too terrifying. A late hierarch fella could actually be so strong. It was truly terrifying. Now that the dust had settled, they knew that those who did not manage to get the information out of the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm would disappear forever. Goddess Luo and Lan Luo looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with doubt. Both of their eyes were filled with despair. In the end, Jiang Qin did not manage to escape. Especially Goddess Luo, her mood was extremely complicated. De Huang was still waiting for Jiang Qin's news in the God Luo clan. But how should she explain to De Huang? Although Jiang Qin fought against the crowd and broke through everyone's attacks, he still could not escape death. Perhaps this was his fate. No one could change it. No one could understand the horror and bitterness in it. Lan Luo murmured as she looked at the Great Lightning Tune Temple that had returned to its original state. Her heart was filled with sorrow. If it wasn't for her, perhaps Jiang Qin would not have died. She blamed Jiang Qin's death on herself. Her heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of swords. No one could understand her pain and bitterness. Jiang Qin, I'm sorry. Lan Luo knew that he owed Jiang Qin a favor that he would never be able to repay in this lifetime. However, death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. The Great Thunder Tune Temple had disappeared, and the illusory realm had been destroyed. Everyone had disappeared along with it. This was a fact that no one could change. The appearance of King Luo Bin and the others caused Master Yunlan and martial discipline to rush over. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. They were worried about the final outcome. Where are they? Perfected Master Yunlan asked in a low voice. His face turned a little ugly. Although he didn't want to think that way, the truth in front of him was hard for him to accept. His guess might be the truth. Everyone, they all died there. Along with the destruction of the Great Laying Temple, they vanished into thin air. King Luo Bin sighed. It wasn't easy for the few of them to escape with their lives. It could be considered as a chance given to them by the heavens. However, the rest of them would forever remain in the Great Laying Temple's dreamland. They all died. Venerable Cloudbillow's breathing stagnated as he asked in a daze. His face was a little pale. This outcome was still beyond their expectations. No one could have imagined that this would be an epic disaster that was difficult to hope for. The people who died were all the cream of the crop in their monastery. They were all top experts that they had recruited from all over the world. But in the end, they still ended in failure. What's going on? Martial Discipline asked in a low voice. He looked at King Luo Bin and the others. Those people, did they all die in there? That was too terrifying. Other than the few of us, it seems like no one else came out alive. It's too tragic. All the genius disciples, at that moment, became ordinary. Experts gathered together, but the one who had the last laugh wasn't us. The reincarnated living Buddha had also vanished into thin air. King Luo Bin said. Amitabha. It's good indeed. Marshal Yan's face darkened as he said in a low voice. His palms were placed together and his face was pale. Although the result was not what he had hoped for, it made him understand one thing: nothing can be forced. This time, they had gathered many people to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusory realm. Initially, they wanted to obtain the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument, but who would have thought that they would suffer a double loss? Amitabha. Perfected Master Martial Discipline, in your opinion, is this the fate of our Buddha world? Perfected Master Yunlan looked at Martial Discipline and murmured. It's hard to say. At least, it seems like our vitality has been greatly damaged. No one understands how much bitterness we've gone through. We should reflect on ourselves. The Buddhist sect has collapsed for over 1 trillion years, but we only care about our own fame and profit. How many of us know that the spiritual leader of the Buddhist sect has passed away a long time ago? In other words, everyone wants to become the true leader, to become the symbol of the Buddhist sect. That's why the war was born. Martial Discipline said earnestly. His expression was full of regret. No matter what the result is, we're the losers. The dead will never come back. However, we're still chasing after the reincarnated living Buddha. No one knows whether it's true or not. The God-suppressing monument has truly appeared in the West Pole Divine region. Many people understood this, but no one stopped chasing after it. Greed, lust, tyranny and anger made us lose our nature, our respect and devotion to the Buddha. Our hearts are no longer in front of the Buddha but in front of benefits. The 7 emotions and 6 desires have been included in our hearts. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire shouldn't exist. Color, sound, smell, taste, touch, and dharma shouldn't exist. This is our infatuation, and also the Buddha heart that we should have comprehended long ago. This failure, for us, is not necessarily a kind of liberation, or even a formless epiphany. Perfected Master Martial Discipline's words entered Goddess Luo's ears. Her eyes were filled with reverence. Amitabha. Perfected Master is right. It seems like we need to reflect on ourselves after we return. Since the outcome has been decided, it seems like we need to go into seclusion to reflect on our mistakes. Wasn't this disaster also a warning from the heavens? The unification of the Buddha world, we don't know how long it will take before it can be realized. Sigh. Perfected Master Yunlan shook his head and bade farewell to Perfected Master Martial Discipline and the others. His expression was full of loneliness. This time, they were completely annihilated and they didn't even receive any news. Whether it was the reincarnated living Buddha or the God-suppressing monument, it was the same. Perhaps we were wrong from the beginning. Perfected Master Martial Discipline murmured and prepared to return. The Great Lane Temple's dreamland had finally come to an end. No one knew where the reincarnated living Buddha died and no one knew where the God-suppressing monument would go. However, their mission had been completed. A game is a dream. When will life and death disappear in the blink of an eye? It seems real and illusory, endless and endless. In the end, there's no trace. Chapter 3209. The moment Jiang Qin stepped into the warrior's gate, the outside world had no effect on him at all. However, he was powerless. Yuki Chihyun and another unexpected person were taken away by Yen Luo Inife. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anger, but he did not have the ability to bring these two people back to the warrior's gate. The warrior's gate was connected to the three worlds. Even Jiang Qin did not know about it. Although the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple had been destroyed, he was still safe and sound in the warrior's gate. However, before the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple was destroyed, he still felt a violent tremor in the warrior's gate. Jiang Chen was very determined. He believed that the warrior's gate would not disappoint him. Not long ago, this was a divine object that could trap and kill the 9 supreme elders of the Dragon Clan. Even Qiao Niu was amazed by it. One could imagine how powerful the warrior's gate was. However, the current Jiang Qin was still far from understanding how powerful the warrior's gate was. I wonder how the outside world is now. I guess the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple has been destroyed. Jiang Qin murmured. Little Qinzi. Are we not dead yet? Ha ha ha. Tyrant laughed and said in the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin quickly released Tyrant and Qing Xian from the Zulong Tower. I almost reported to the King of Hell after surviving a disaster. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What are you doing? Forming a world of your own. Don't scare me, little Qinzi. Tyrant sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at everything around him, his heart was filled with raging waves. No one knew better than him how much ability it took to create a world of one's own. The illusory realm of the Great Lane Temple that he had stepped into, although it was just an illusory realm, it was also the embodiment of creating a world of one's own. In order to create a world of one's own, one must at least reach the Emperor realm. This isn't my world. I don't have such a great ability. This is the Brave Warrior's Gate. Behind the Brave Warrior's Gate is a brand new world. It seems to be a world that has been waiting to be opened. However, this Brave Warrior's Gate is also extremely powerful. I don't know what this Brave Warrior's Gate is used for. Both of us would have died if we hadn't relied on it to escape at the critical moment. Jiang Qin shrugged and said, feeling a little emotional. Brave Warrior's Gate. What a great warrior's gate. Interesting, this world can actually allow people to live in it. It's not simple, it's really not simple. Tyrant said with a sigh. Jiang Chen had given him too many surprises. If Jiang Chen wasn't here, he would have never been able to escape alive. No matter how powerful he was, he would have been captured by someone else. This time, the entire Great Lane Temple's illusory realm was either dead or injured. Only a few people managed to escape. Oh yes, those people, almost all of them were dead or injured. There should be no more than 5 people who managed to escape alive. Jiang Chen said confidently. At the very last moment, they managed to escape from the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm. Even Yen Luo Inife was in a difficult situation. At the last moment, he didn't dare to entangle himself with Jiang Chen anymore. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in the illusory realm. Hiss, Qing Xian inhaled a breath of cold air. She didn't expect so many top-notch experts from the West Pole Divine Continent and from all directions to die in the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm. Only a few of them managed to escape alive. It was really a pity. Humph. Those guys deserve to die. They can't even dream of getting what they want from us. I'll join hands with little Qinzi. Who can stop us? Ha ha ha, this time, we can fight side by side again. Let those reckless guys go to hell. They've been chasing me for dozens of years. Now, all of them are dead. They deserve to die. They wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument from me. This is called retribution. Tyrant's eyes were extremely cold as he spoke. All of these people deserved to die. Their deaths would put an end to all trouble so that they wouldn't go against him in the future. This time, the experts of the 10 great temples have suffered heavy losses. I don't know when they'll recover. These people should be the cornerstones of the younger generation. Now that they've all died, they should reflect on their actions. Those who kill will be killed. These people only have themselves to blame. In a short period of time, they won't take any action unless they're not afraid of death and come to us. We can rest assured about this. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Big brother Jiang is right. At least we don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Those guys have suffered heavy losses. They will definitely be fearful. Moreover, after the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm is destroyed, they should be thinking about what to do next. We definitely won't sit still and wait for them. Qing Xian revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Previously, they had narrowly escaped several times. However, who could guarantee that they would be so lucky next time? They wouldn't be blessed by Buddha every time. Now, they could finally be at peace for a period of time. Let's go out now. Little Chenzi, I always feel uncomfortable in your Warrior's Gate world. Ha ha ha. Anyway, it's not as comfortable as the outside world. However, it's a good place to seek luck and avoid calamity. I don't think anyone will be able to find us in this small world. Tyrant said with a smile. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He also wanted to go out and have a look at the West Pole Divine Region. After the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm was destroyed, the current West Pole Divine Region would definitely be in a turbulent situation. There would definitely be great changes. This time, they had offended all the experts of the 10 great monasteries. Moreover, it was a grudge that wouldn't end until one of them died. When the enemies saw each other, they would definitely not let them go. Therefore, they had to be more cautious when they went out. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. When Jiang Chen pushed open the Warrior's Gate, the three of them were completely dumbfounded. Because everything in front of them wasn't the West Pole Divine Region that was filled with yellow sand. Instead, it was a huge forest that stretched for thousands of miles. The surrounding area was filled with ferocious beasts. Waves of terrifying aura came from the depths of the mountain range. The once vast yellow sand had turned into a forest. What is this place? Tyrant murmured. Jiang Chen didn't know where this place was. He was at a loss. The scene here was completely different from what they had seen before. If I'm not wrong, this should be the border between the Central Region Divine Region and the Wild Divine Region. At this moment, the fire Qilin behind Jiang Chen slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Central Region Divine Region. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. I've finally arrived at the Central Region Divine Region. I've wanted to come here for a long time. Unfortunately, I didn't have a good opportunity. Tyrant was also extremely excited. Chapter 32:10. Above the divine world, there were 9 prefectures and 18 counties. The eastern divine continent and the southern divine continent were sorrowful and prudent. The western divine continent was divided into 4 prefectures. The savage divine continent, the forbidden divine continent, the ancient divine continent, and the great divine continent were protected by the 18 counties. The central divine land was the center of the world. It was the center of the entire divine world. It was the place where the strong gathered. There was no one who didn't want to step into the central divine land. They wanted to start their own path of becoming a strong cultivator. There were ancient strong cultivators who used the central divine land as a base. They used the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to sweep across the heavens. They conquered the 8 wilderness and the 9 prefectures. It could be said that the central divine land was the place that countless strong cultivators dreamed of. There were countless geniuses and strong cultivators. Even a monstrous genius like Jiang Qin was like a fish in the river. There were billions of people in the divine world. The central divine land was the center of the gathering. It was the center of the gathering. It was the center of the gathering. Is this place really the central divine land? Could it be that we directly crossed from the western divine land to here? Qing Xian still had a look of disbelief on his face. Jiang Chen hadn't recovered from the shock yet. However, the fire Qilin wouldn't lie. Moreover, it had its own inherited memory. It was extremely sensitive to the geographical location. At this time, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement and shock. He didn't know what kind of changes had happened to the warrior's gate. He also didn't know what kind of fluctuations had appeared in the Great Thunder Tune Temple's illusion. However, it was a good thing that they were directly transported from the Western Divine Land to the Central Divine Land. After all, if they appeared in the Central Divine Land, they would probably be attacked by the people of the top 10 temples. Even if they were fearless, they would still be followed by a swarm of flies. I can't wait any longer. Ha ha ha, little Chenzi, what do you think if we join forces and turn the Central Region Divine Land upside down? Tyrant beamed with joy as he looked at Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This guy was someone who craved for the whole world to be in chaos. If Jiang Qin were to be with him, he would definitely become extremely active. No matter where he went, he would be a troublemaker. Putting everything else aside, he would first offend all the people from the Central Region Divine Land. You're always restless. Jiang Qin glared at Tyrant. At this moment, his strength had already reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. He could even fight against an ordinary Divine Emperor. What was there for him to be afraid of? Now that they had left the West Pole Divine Land, there was nothing for Tyrant to be afraid of. In the Central Region Divine Land, what place didn't have experts? What kind of sect did they not have? Even the top 10 monasteries of the West Pole Divine Land could only be considered as a mid-tier force in the Central Region Divine Land. They could not be compared to those super forces. Billions of years ago, the Buddha world of the West Pole Divine Land was indeed the ancestor of all realms. However, the current divine world had been divided for billions of years. The 9 prefectures and 18 counties were no longer what they used to be. How can this be restless? It wasn't easy for us to escape from the West Pole Divine Land. If we don't do something to them, I will feel sorry for myself. We only have one life. Shouldn't we have a free and easy time? TSK, after entering the divine world, I realized that your hands and feet are tied. Little Chenzi, this time I will take care of you. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will take care of it for you. Tyrant said in a domineering manner. He sniffled and his eyes shone with a strange brilliance. He was determined to create a storm in the Central Region Divine Land. Are you still a monk? Monks are supposed to be compassionate. A monk's heart is calm and peaceful. You, on the other hand, only want to see the world in chaos. It seems like you're going to join in the fun. Jiang Qin scolded with a smile. Qing Xian looked at Tyrant's current expression, and he felt a complicated feeling in his heart. Where did the polite and refined Tyrant go? Why did he look like a bandit now? Qing Xian never expected that the righteous person in his heart would turn into a monk who was even more ferocious than a bandit. He had to admit that the difference was huge. Monk, you've changed. Qing Xian said in a low voice. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were slightly stunned. Tyrant smiled and said, Qing Xian, it's not that I've changed. Qing Xian, it's not that I've changed, but with little Qin here, I'm the same old me. When I was traveling alone in the divine world, I was very careful and kept a low profile. I didn't want to be a living target for others. I hoped that one day, I would become a thorn in someone's eyes. However, in the end, the entire West Pole divine land still chased after me. I knew very well that that wasn't the real me. When I met little Chinzi again, I changed. I became the old me, the fearless and fearless me. It's not that Tyrant isn't domineering enough, but when I'm alone, I feel that the world is filled with coldness and loneliness. Qing Xian looked at Tyrant with a half-understanding look. However, she understood that it was not easy for Tyrant to reach where he was now. Therefore, she didn't expect him to become the same as before. She just felt that the current Tyrant seemed more real. Compared to the refined and courteous enlightened person, she preferred the current Tyrant because he wouldn't take anything to heart. It was Jiang Chen's appearance that caused an unimaginable chemical reaction in him. It allowed the hidden self in the depths of his heart to stand out again. This is his true nature. If one day, he wears a golden robe and stands in front of me with a serious expression, saying, Amitabha, to me. A monk doesn't lie. I'll feel out of place then. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The two of them looked at each other. They understood each other better than the other. Don't be too happy yet. I said that this is the border between the desolate divine land and the Central Plains divine land. However, I didn't say that this is the Central Plains divine land. The fire Qilint's deep voice reverberated in the ears of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. So what? The desolate divine land isn't even comparable to the Central Plains divine land. Why can't I go there? TSK, Tyrant said proudly. Raise your heads and take a look first. The fire Qilint's voice was a little hoarse. When they raised their heads, they found that it was pitch black above their heads. It was as if they had lost the sunlight. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The moment he raised his head, even though he was mentally prepared, he still felt incomparably shocked by what he saw. The 1,000 tall existence that was like a mountain was actually a spider. If it was a dragon, phoenix or rock, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel so shocked, but it was actually a 1,000 tall spider. Each of its legs was thousands of zhang long. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 32:11. Motherfucker, isn't this too scary? Is this the desolate divine region? Tyrant murmured. His expression changed a few times as he felt the pressure on him. He didn't dare to provoke so many terrifying beasts. Although the Wildlands divine region is inferior to the Central Plains divine land, the West Pole divine region, and the Northern Cold divine region, these four divine regions are the most terrifying. The Great Earth divine region, the Wildlands divine region, the Forbidden Land divine region, and the Primordial divine region. There are very few humans living in these divine regions. In fact, there might even be none. That's because the 9 prefectures experts and demonic beasts coexist in the divine world. The desolate divine region, as the name suggests, is inhabited by beasts from the desolate era. Even a fly could be a species from billions of years ago. Hence, our current situation isn't easy. Fire Qilin said. Looks like we're in trouble. So many giant spiders are migrating at such a fast speed. They must be doing something. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, a scream could be heard within 100 li. Help. Someone's here. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. The three of them looked at each other, then they quickly flew toward the direction where the sound came from. They hoped that these gigantic beasts wouldn't go berserk, or else they would be in deep trouble. Once these gigantic beasts went berserk, it would be a tragedy. Jiang Chen's group and Fire Qilin rushed forward, passing through countless thorns. In the forest, there were also beasts the same size as them. However, their strength didn't exceed the divine king realm. Jiang Chen thought that those fellows must be the food of those giant beasts. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, there was no need for any explanation. The strong could live freely. Jiang Chen saw a group of dozens of men fighting a ferocious giant beast in front of them. The giant beast was none other than the giant spider beast above their heads. Although it wasn't as big as the others, it was only a few dozen meters tall, but it was still quite frightening. The surrounding forest within a 10-li radius was almost flattened. Only the giant spider and a dozen people were left. The number of people that had fallen was also several times more. It could be seen that this was a group of more than 10 people. However, at this time, they were massacred and there were only less than 10 people left. Looks like these people are in trouble. Jiang Chen said. Are you going to help or not? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen as if asking for his opinion. This giant spider is quite strong. I'm afraid that it has the power of a half-step divine emperor. But I don't know if those spiders above us are its reinforcements. If this giant spider is in cahoots with those wild beasts, I think it's better for us to protect ourselves. The fire Qilin looked at the dozens of half-step divine emperor giant spiders with fear. These guys were not easy to deal with. Let's save as many as we can. Jiang Chen said. If it was a battle between two groups of ferocious humans, he would definitely not care about it. However, watching those humans being devoured and killed by the giant spiders made him feel uncomfortable. Amitabha. I already knew that you wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Buddha is merciful, this monk is here. Tyrant took the lead and rushed towards the giant spider. The strength of a half-step divine emperor was evident. Even ordinary divine emperors might not be able to suppress him. Tyrant took the lead and struck out a seal. The Buddha's light shone brightly and forced the giant spider to retreat. Waves of terrifying chi were sent flying. The giant spider was completely repelled by Tyrant. Its eyes were filled with endless anger. Thank you for your help, great monk. The leading young lady cupped her fist and said with gratitude. She was dressed in a blue robe. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She held a 3-foot-long sword in her hand. She had a stunning face and an extraordinary coldness. She was like a goddess of war. She gave off a feeling that she was not inferior to any man. She did not have the gentleness of an ordinary lady. Instead, there was only a frosty killing intent. Of course, this killing intent was directed towards the giant spider. Such powerful strength. He's really a role model for our generation. Even if you're also a half-step divine emperor, I'm afraid that you might not be his match. A hunchbacked old man said solemnly. Tyrant's attack had shocked everyone. Although he was also a half-step divine emperor, he seemed insignificant in front of Tyrant. Teacher Wu, how do you think his strength is compared to yours? The lady asked in a deep voice. I'm not his match. Xuanzang, this time, we're not going to be a match for these guys. Don't get carried away. The old man called Teacher Wu said in a deep voice. I understand, Teacher Wu. Xuanzang nodded heavily. Her pretty face was incomparably cold, as if it was carved by a knife. Her beauty was breathtaking. Lowly humans. You'll all become my food. Ha ha ha. The giant spider sneered. The appearance of the tyrant monk did not make it feel the slightest bit fearful. Little guy, compared to those big guys, you're really nothing. You're only a half-step divine emperor and you're already so arrogant. Looks like you won't know how powerful I am if I don't teach you a lesson. Tyrant harumphed coldly. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. A bunch of ignorant and stupid humans. You guys can already announce the death penalty. The giant spider said disdainfully. It did not put Tyrant in its eyes at all. Its terrifying giant legs were like sharp blades, rapidly approaching Tyrant. The slender giant legs were long, thin and extremely sharp. As it swept across, the void shook. It was as imposing as a sword. Buddha's radiance. Tyrant didn't show any signs of weakness. He formed seals with his hands and engaged the giant spider in a fierce battle. The giant spider was completely suppressed by Tyrant. Terrifying Buddhist aura continued to erupt as Tyrant defeated the giant spider with a force that could sweep away all obstacles. Look at my Tyrant's invincible might. Ha ha ha. Buddha's angry reincarnation. Tyrant struck out a strike. Lightning flickered and shadows flickered. The giant spider was flipped over and even 3 of its legs were broken. Trash. Truly trash. Tyrant shook his head and said. He did not take the giant spider seriously at all. Damn it. How dare you injure me? I'll never let you go. I won't. The giant spider roared in anger. Teacher Wu, Xuanzang, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late if this giant spider goes berserk. A young man said in a deep voice. His strength was pretty good. However, he was still lacking compared to Teacher Wu and Xuanzang. Chapter 32:12. This eminent monk has saved us. What would it mean if he just left like that? Sun Xiaolong, you've really disappointed me. Wu Zhintian shook his head and said. Tantai Jingzong also glanced at him. His expression was cold, and he said nothing. Oh woo. Woo woo woo, as the giant spider growled, 10 half-step divine emperor realm giant spiders appeared not far behind him, and their strengths were on par with him. Wu Zhintian, Sun Xiaolong, and the others' facial expression drastically changed, especially those middle hierarch realm experts. They were trembling in fear. Only 1/3 of the 30 middle hierarch realm experts were left. Their journey to the wild divine land had become extremely difficult. Every step they took was extremely difficult. Another 10 half-step divine emperor giant spiders. Tantai Jingzong squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. They thought that they would be saved after repelling the giant spider, but they did not expect another 10 giant spiders to appear. It was really terrifying. The wild divine land was indeed a place of death alongside the forbidden land. It was different from the great earth divine land and the ancient divine land. The forbidden land and wild divine land were known as the most terrifying divine land. Almost no one could walk out of it alive. If it wasn't for an extremely important matter, they definitely wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Although they had made sufficient preparations, the outcome was still unacceptable. More than half of them had died, which greatly hindered their journey. You guys go first. Leave this to us. Qing Xian said in a deep voice and looked at Tantai Jingzong and the others. No, how can we allow Grandmaster and the others to put themselves in danger for us? If that's the case, this old man will truly be ashamed. Wu Zhintian said in a deep voice. They did not plan to leave this place. Although they were facing the pressure from the 10 giant spiders, they could not be ungrateful. You guys go first. Master should be able to handle it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. These 10 giant spiders weren't that scary, they just looked like they were hard to deal with. With his and Tyrant's strength, it wouldn't be hard for them to deal with them. If they were here, they would just be a hindrance to the others, and they would have to take care of them. You're just a late hierarch realm. What right do you have to say that? Master has risked everything to save us. How can we just leave like that? I, Tantai Jingzong, am definitely not someone who fears death. If you're afraid, you can leave. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Qin. His strength was the weakest, but he dared to talk nonsense, which really made her a little angry. There were many dangers around the master, so she could not leave just like that. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? Little Chinzi, with your meager strength, why don't you just watch from the sidelines? Tyrant stared blankly for a moment before laughing heartily. Jiang Chen smiled as he pointed at Tyrant. Although his words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was telling Jiang Chen that there was no need for him to do anything. With his strength alone, he could completely block these guys. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that he would be looked down upon by others. However, he was too lazy to explain. Now, it seemed that he had decided to save a few sentimental and righteous people. Then, Big Brother Jiang, you should rest first. Tyrant and I are enough to handle these guys. Qing Xian also smiled bitterly. Little did he know that the person that Tantai Jingzong looked down upon the most was actually the strongest among them. Ha, kid, just stay here. Don't force yourself if you're weak. Ha ha ha. In the end, even the fire Qilin teased Jiang Chen and quickly took action. The three of them did not even need to fight against the 11 giant spiders. Brother, we're weak. Let's just stay here. How's my strength compared to yours? Isn't I stronger than you? But in a battle between half-step divine emperors, we can't help at all. The gap between us and a half-step divine emperor is just too huge. It's a chasm that's hard to cross. Sun Xiaolong sighed. He was prepared to run away, but Wu Zhintian and Tantai Jingzong did not agree to it. He could only stay here. You're right. Jiang Chen nodded his head in agreement. He didn't say anything else and looked at Tyrant and the others. At this moment, they were still able to deal with the 11 giant spiders with ease. Tyrant was the leader of the group. The fire Qilin was blazing furiously, sweeping through the void fearlessly. Qing Xian stepped on a green lotus and soared into the sky, fighting the beasts with all his might. Countless spider webs covered the sky, each of them as thick as the threads of a diamond. They almost completely sealed off their paths of retreat. However, the fire Qilin charged at the front, burning the spider webs with its Qilin beast fire. The three of them were having a great time fighting the dozen or so giant spiders. Both sides were exchanging blows, and Tyrant and the others didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pressure. 1 inch these people are the true peerless experts. The one with the green sword and the fire Qilin are not any weaker than you. Only the eclectic grandmaster is a true peerless genius. You're the only one in the Tantai family who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But you're still not his match. Wu Zhintian said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with battle intent. They got involved in this battle to save us. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, how can our Tantai family face the world in the future? Wu Zhintian's snow-white brows twitched as he said coldly. He gave Tantai Jingzong a glance and joined the battle. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. Her strength was not weaker than Qing Xian's. At this moment, she had to join the battle as soon as possible to kill these giant spiders. No one knew if these giant spiders had any helpers. Moreover, every single one of them was a half-step divine emperor. No one dared to underestimate them. The experts that they brought with them were like cannon fodder in front of these giant spiders. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. You won't understand the world of the strong. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. He then turned around and stepped into the sky, joining the battle to help Tyrant and the others. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and shrugged helplessly. He looked at Sun Xiaolong and said, "Do I look that weak to you? In my eyes, even I can defeat you with a single palm, let alone Tantai Jingzong. You don't know how powerful he is." Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen in disdain and looked at Tantai Jingzong. His eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. Recently, Old Su would play Expedition mobile game when he was free. He had fought a few national wars with Long Wen's brothers. It's really satisfying. Oh right, let me tell my brothers that the iOS version of Expedition mobile game is out. You can download it from the Apple Store now. It's interoperable with Android. All fans of the game can fight on the same server. Chapter 32:13. Jiang Chen, who was being looked down on, was happy to watch the show from the side. There was no need for him to do anything at this time. The fire Qilin and Tyrant were in the front. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the fire Qilin's sacred fire completely dispersed the attacks of the giant spiders. Their spiderwebs were perfectly restrained by the fire Qilin. No matter how strong and tough the spiderwebs were, they could not withstand the burning of the Qilin's sacred fire. At this moment, with the addition of Tantai Jingzang and Wu Zhentian, the 5 of them could easily deal with more than 10 giant spiders. Tantai Jingzang was the most at ease in the face of the powerful oppression of the giant spiders. Although her strength was different from Tyrant's power, the fire Qilin's ferocity, or even Qing Xian's cruising, she seemed to be at ease, and the strength she displayed was not that terrifying. However, Jiang Chen could see that this woman's upper limit was perhaps the most terrifying, because even he did not know where her true weakness was, or how strong she could become. What an interesting woman. Perhaps even Tyrant is not a match for her, but she refuses to completely release her strength. It seems that this is not her original strength. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzang. This woman had a valiant and heroic bearing that was different from other women. She was not chivalrous or gentle, only cold and elegant. She was elegant and refined, unparalleled in the world. She was not arrogant, but she did not associate herself with the secular world. Perhaps this was what made her different. Let me tell you, don't underestimate these giant demonic beasts. They are all natives of the desolate divine land. We can't afford to provoke them. After we defeat them, we must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, a large number of demonic beasts will gather here. At that time, even a god emperor would be afraid of them. You are still too weak to understand that kind of true fear. You only know that they are invincible, but you don't know how terrifying they are. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. Although Jiang Chen's strength was weak, it was his 3 companions who had helped them block the attack of those giant spiders. He had to repay this debt of gratitude. I know, these guys are not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said confidently. His expression was solemn. It seemed that the group of giant spiders was already somewhat powerless because the attacks of the 5 of them had completely crushed the giant spiders. It's good that you know. But I have to say, little brother, you really make people look down on you. Look at those 3 beside you. The fire Qilin, one of the most powerful divine beasts in the wildlands. The bald Taoist has a Buddhist charm that can shake the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. That green-clothed woman is incomparably cold and domineering, no weaker than the scripture canon. I'll say something that you don't like to hear. Little brother, you really don't want to improve yourself. There are 3 peerless experts by your side, yet you're so weak. It's your good fortune that the 3 of them can bring you along. Jiang Chen, Sun Xiaolong curled his lips and said with a cold expression, as if he felt sorry for Jiang Chen. If it were me, I would have broken through to the half-step divine emperor realm a long time ago. But in the end, my strength is only at the late hierarch realm. How can I be on the same level as the 3 half-step divine emperors? Don't tell me you're the lackey of those 3 experts. I'm flattering you. Sigh. But as the saying goes, a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. A bird that flies with a phoenix is a handsome bird. You must grasp this opportunity well. Whether your strength can make a breakthrough or not depends on whether the 3 half-step divine emperor realm experts will help you. Sun Xiaolong talked non-stop with a stern expression, as if he had become Jiang Chen's mentor and guiding light. I'll remember. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Remember, you must keep it in mind. Don't forget about it after you've agreed to it. You can't be careless in the future. The divine world is so vast, you can't be a frog in a well. The desolate divine land is so vast and dangerous. You must be careful. Even if it's us, we don't dare to be careless. Isn't this a problem? But my petrified sect is not afraid of death. We will definitely fight against the giant beasts with your friends. Sun Xiaolong said proudly. He could be said to be Sun Xiaolong Sr., so he naturally had to teach Sun Xiaolong a lesson. No matter how strong others are, they are still others. You need to be strong to forge iron. Do I need to tell you this? I'm telling you this for your own good. Take care of yourself. Jiang Chen nodded silently. I've learned something. Are you also from the Central Region Divine Land? Of course. I'm from the Central Region Divine Land and one of the elite disciples of the Petrified Sect. My Petrified Sect is one of the 17 major sects of the Central Region Divine Land. It's quite powerful and not something ordinary sects can compare to. Back in the days when our Grandmaster was at his peak, he competed with the heroes of the divine world. Unfortunately, the turmoil in the divine world has caused all the superpowers to be reshuffled. It's not something we can control. Even so, our Petrified Sect is still one of the famous sects in the divine world. Sun Xiaolong seemed to be very proud of his sect. One of the 17 major sects of the divine world. It sounded quite powerful. It seems that the Petrified Sect that you're in is indeed a major sect. What about the other sects and forces? Do you know a thing or two about them? Jiang Chen said respectfully. Sun Xiaolong's eyes widened. His interest was immediately piqued. How can you say I know a thing or two about them? That means I understand them quite well. What do you mean by quite well? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Xiaolong with interest. The two even sat on the ground and chatted. Jiang Chen's expectation stimulated Sun Xiaolong's desire to show off. His chatterbox was instantly opened. You've asked the right person. In the entire Central Region Divine Land, there's no one in the entire Petrified Sect or even the entire Kunshan Commandery who knows the most about it. Then tell me about the division of forces in the Central Region Divine Land. How is it divided? Jiang Chen was extremely curious about the Central Region Divine Land. Sun Xiaolong's face was filled with arrogance. Obviously, he knew the Central Region Divine Land very well. It was a good thing that there was someone who could help him solve his problems. Jiang Chen was just suffering from his lack of understanding of the Central Region Divine Land. He had long wanted to explore it. When he obtained the 3 rushing thunder diagrams, he had already found the location of the sky thunder. It was in the Central Region Divine Land, but he never had the chance to go there. Chapter 32:14. Listen up, the Central Plains Divine Land is huge, and it's not as simple as you think it is. Every force has at least one county. There's an old saying in the Central Plains Divine Land. A pagoda and a hall occupy 2 sides, Silver Ocean 8 extremes mountain in front, Wuyun sun covering ghost pill appears, sword drawing galaxy drunken beacon smoke. I'll have to start from the beginning. Wuyun sun covering ghost pill appears, which refers to the Wuyun sect and the ghost pill sect. The sword drawing galaxy drunken beacon smoke refers to the sword drawing sect, the galaxy master sect, and the smoke beacon sect. These 5 great sects are the pillars of the Central Plains Divine Land. Any one of them could make the Central Plains Divine Land tremble with just a stomp. Silver Ocean 8 extremes mountain in front refers to Silver Mountain Zhou, the mountain and sea sect, and the 8 extremes sect. These 3 great sects are even more terrifying than the 5 great sections. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the first sentence. A pagoda and a hall occupy two sides refers to the Buddha pagoda and the martial pellet hole. These two great forces are beyond your imagination. The martial pellet hall is a gathering place for alchemy and blacksmithing grandmasters. Both grandmasters and rogue cultivators are extremely powerful. Moreover, there are countless grandmasters in the martial pellet hall, and even many rogue cultivators are willing to serve the martial pellet hall. You can imagine how terrifying the martial pellet hall is in the Central Plains divine land. As for the Buddha pagoda, it's a nightmare in the hearts of the people of the Central Plains divine land. Sun Xiaolong's face turned solemn when the Buddha pagoda was mentioned. His eyes were filled with shock. Compared to his previous calmness, he seemed to be a little nervous. Is this Buddha pagoda really that terrifying? Jiang Chen continued to ask when he saw Sun Xiaolong's expression change. He had to find the Buddha pagoda, the 8-divisional pagoda, and Yunqiao before he could find Yan Qingqing. I wouldn't dare to say that. Do you know how powerful the Buddha pagoda is? All I can tell you is that the Buddha pagoda seems to be even stronger than the martial Dan hole. Although it's a pagoda and a hall in name, the strength of the Buddha pagoda is slightly higher than the martial Dan hole. The pagoda is only a symbol. Below the pagoda is the 8-divisional pagoda. The 8-divisional pagoda is where the true power lies. Every divisional pagoda occupies a county. I don't need to explain how terrifying it is. I don't want to meet anyone from the pagoda in my lifetime. Sun Xiaolong said in a serious manner. He had changed from his previous undisciplined style. It seemed like he was extremely secretive about the Buddha's pagoda. What about your fossil sect? What's your ranking? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Our petrified sect is one of the 17 major sects in the Kunshan Commandery, which is under the jurisdiction of the sword-drawing sect. Within the Kunshan Commandery, we are at least one of the top 10 sections. Isn't that impressive? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen and said. It's indeed impressive. You don't have to think that it's shameful for our fossil sect to be ranked as one of the 17 major sects in the Kunshan Commandery. When you truly enter the divine world, you will understand how big the Kunshan Commandery is. Within the territory of the sword-drawing sect, a divine emperor expert would need 100 years, a hierarch expert would need 1,000 years, and a divine king expert would need 10,000 years. As for a heavenly god expert, they would need at least 1,000,000 years to cross the entire sword-drawing sect. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to leave the territory of the sword-drawing sect in their lifetime. Think about it. Even if you want to cross the sword-drawing sect, you will need 1,000 years without rest. Not everyone can afford to use the teleportation formation. Sun Xiaolong said faintly. No matter what, my fossil sect is a super powerful sect within the territory of the sword-drawing sect. There are tens of thousands of unranked sects in the divine world. It's impossible for you to cross over to the divine world. However, with your hierarch strength, it won't be difficult for you to become an overlord. However, it won't be easy for you to join a major sect like the fossil sect. Unless you have 3 friends to lead you, you might be able to join the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong was very proud. However, after hearing what he said, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The vastness of the divine world was completely beyond his expectations. A distance of tens of thousands of miles could be traversed by a rock. Even a hierarch expert would need tens of thousands of years to cross the entire Central Region Divine Land. This was the real Central Region Divine Land, the center of the divine world. Tens of thousands of miles was simply too far for people to see. Looking at Jiang Chen's sigh, Sun Xiaolong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a sense of accomplishment and said with a smile, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. You still have a long way to go. Little brother, don't slack off, don't neglect yourself. One day, I believe that with the talent of your 3 friends, they will help you to become a half-step divine emperor expert. By then, even a great power like my petrified sect will treat you differently. That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand. Thank you for your advice. I will not let you down. The revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still need to work hard. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. What Sun Xiaolong said might be from the bottom of his heart. In the central region divine land, only the strong could become an existence respected by tens of thousands of people. Only the strong could be their ultimate goal. Because the strong could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There was nothing they couldn't do. Because the strong could make countless people bow down to them. They could make the heavens and earth change color. They could live forever. Is that right? Let's all work hard. I will strive to reach the half-step divine emperor realm within 10,000 years. Then, my position in the fossil sect will rise. I have cultivated for more than 370,000 years and have already reached this level. This is extremely rare in the divine world. Normally, it would take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years to reach the divine king realm. However, to reach the hierarch realm from the divine king realm is not something that can be solved with time. It requires enlightenment. Since you can reach the hierarch realm, it means that you have great talent. How long have you cultivated till now? Sun Xiaolong said seriously. He had reached the peak of the hierarch realm in 370,000 years. Such talent was rare in the divine world. Although he did not become a true elder of the fossil sect, he was still one of the top 10 elite disciples. However, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. Moreover, time did not mean anything. Some people could never make a breakthrough in their lifetime. However, according to Sun Xiaolong's judgment, he should be able to make a breakthrough within 10,000 years. More than 100 years. Jiang Chen calculated and said. It should be less than 200 years since he entered the divine world. Chapter 32:15. More than 1,000,000 years. That's not bad. There's still hope. It's not easy. Just work hard. Tantai Zong has been cultivating for 3,000 years. She's one of the few peerless geniuses in our fossil sect and even in the entire Kunshan County. Being able to reach the half-step divine emperor realm in 3,000 years is not something an ordinary person can do. She's a monstrous genius that only appears once in 1,000,000 years. We can only look at her from afar. Sun Xiaolong was full of admiration for Tantai Jingzang. Needless to say, he liked her. However, he also knew that he had to be at least a half-step divine emperor in order to be qualified to be with Tantai Jingzang. It was hard to say whether he could win Tantai Jingzang's heart. In the entire fossil sect and even Kunshan County, Tantai Jingzang was the dream lover of countless men. 3,000 years is enough to be called a monstrous genius. It seems like the experts of the divine world are just a so-so. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Boy, it seems like you don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. You can't simply say that. You must remember not to be arrogant and impatient in the path of cultivation. If your friend didn't save us, I would definitely teach you a lesson. 3,000 years is just a blink of an eye in the divine world. In our fossil sect, before Tantai Jingzang, the fastest expert to reach the half-step divine emperor realm took 7,000 years. You don't have to feel that it's inconceivable, and you don't have to feel that it's unfair. It's normal for you to spend more than 1,000,000 years. You're not the best, but you're better than the worst. After all, there are many who have just broken through the divine king realm after 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Sun Xiaolong said in a deep voice. At this moment, the scene of the battle in the distance suddenly changed. Originally, more than a dozen giant spiders were completely suppressed by them. However, at this moment, the number of giant spiders increased again, reaching more than 20, which doubled the number of spiders. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even Tyrant was not as calm as before. More than 20 giant spiders, all of them were half-step divine emperors. Although they were simple-minded, they were half-step divine emperors after all. They were natives of the desolate divine continent. They knew how to advance and retreat better than anyone else. At this moment, more and more giant spiders gathered, giving off a feeling that they had nothing to fear. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be eaten by these giant spiders. Fire Qilin resisted with difficulty and said in a deep voice. You're right. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Qing Xian's expression was solemn. She stood beside Tyrant and did not leave his side at all. I'll stop these giant spiders. Wu Zhintian. Master Wu, you can't do that. Tantai Jingsang said solemnly. If Wu Zhintian stayed here, it would be equivalent to sending him to his death. How could they stop so many demonic beasts? More than 20 half-step divine emperors. This force was almost invincible. These guys are really difficult to deal with. Looks like I have to show them my true strength. Tyrant chuckled. With the God-suppressing monument in his hand, he instantly forced the 4 large spiders back. With the God-suppressing monument in hand, Tyrant's terror had reached a whole new level. The God-suppressing monument's suppressive effect on these large spiders was extremely obvious. Tyrant was practically fighting 1 against 4, while he was fighting 10 large spiders alone. Reverend, you're really powerful. You're able to remain unmoved in such a situation. You're really a role model for our generation. Wu Zhintian admired Tyrant. At this moment, he knew better than anyone that Tyrant's strength was comparable to that of a divine emperor expert. 10 half-step divine emperor giant spiders couldn't do anything to him. His battle strength was shocking. Even in the central region divine land, Tyrant would definitely be the target of all the major powers. He might not be an ordinary person. Moreover, the God-suppressing monument in Tyrant's hand had shocked everyone, especially Tantai Jingsang. Even the sheathed sword in his hand was trembling. What a great Tyrant divine weapon. It's really suitable for Reverend. Wu Zhintian said with a solemn expression. He was filled with admiration for Tyrant. With the divine weapon in hand, the battle situation became a stalemate once again. However, they couldn't go on like this. After 2 waves of giant spiders came one after another, they also felt a lot of pressure. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a 3rd wave of giant spiders joining the battle. When that time came, everyone would become fearful, and it would be quite difficult. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Wu Zhintian shouted in a low voice. Everyone nodded. It was difficult for the giant spiders to kill them, but it was easy for them to entangle them. Little Chenzi, what are you waiting for? Tyrant said in a deep voice. He also felt a lot of pressure when facing 10 giant spiders alone. Even though he had the God-suppressing monument, it was still impossible for him to fight against so many experts. If Jiang Chen didn't join the battle, it would be very difficult for them. Jiang Chen smiled. At this moment, even Tyrant couldn't hold on any longer. After all, it was quite painful to be entangled by those giant spiders. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and took a step forward. However, he was caught by Sun Xiaolong. Little brother, are you really going to die? In this kind of battle, you might be dragged into it if you're not careful. Sun Xiaolong frowned. He felt that Jiang Chen was very close to him as he was willing to listen to his show-off. That's why he didn't want to lose a good listener like Jiang Chen. I forgot to tell you. I actually didn't use more than 1,000,000 years to cultivate until now, but only 100 years. That's quite a long time. If I had 200 years, I reckon that these guys would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. After saying that, Jiang Chen stepped on the sky and left. Sun Xiaolong was stunned as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Reaching the late hierarch realm in 100 years. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. This guy is definitely a better show-off than me. Nowadays, there are always people who like to show off, especially in front of beautiful women. However, you're dreaming if you want to pursue Tantai Jingzang. Sun Xiaolong sighed. Jiang Chen didn't know what was good for him. Once he stepped into this battle, his life and death would be uncertain. Chapter 32:16. I hope you won't be a hindrance. Tantai Jingzang glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's appearance had obviously made Tantai Jingzang fearful. He hoped that he would not lose the upper hand just to save Jiang Chen. This is what I wanted to say to you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and turned to look at Tyrant and the others. You guys retreat first. Let him have a taste of my 5-elemental divine fire. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a cold smile. All right. Tyrant, the Fire Qilin, and Qing Xian looked at each other and quickly left. At this moment, Tantai Jingzang and Wu Xintian were dumbfounded. They did not expect Tyrant and the others to leave just like that, leaving only Jiang Chen behind. How is this possible? Wu Xintian's expression changed drastically. Retreat, old man. You guys go first. Don't worry about me. Jiang Chen said in a low voice as he raised his blade. This, Tantai Jingzang could not believe it. He did not expect Tyrant and the other half-step Divine Emperor experts to let a late hierarch guard their path of retreat. Isn't this too unbelievable? One should know that a half-step Divine Emperor and a hierarch could not be mentioned in the same breath. Go. Don't be a hindrance here. Jiang Chen said faintly. Tantai Jingzang almost went berserk. This fella really makes me speechless. Since you want to die, I will not stop you. Wu Xintian and Tantai Jingzang also retreated, leaving Jiang Chen to face 20 half-step Divine Emperor giant spiders alone. At that moment, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation burst into flames. Jiang Chen faced the attacks of 20 giant spiders with ease. The 5-elemental divine fire was able to restrain those giant spiders. It was even more powerful than the Qilin Saint fire. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so unbridled. Tantai Jingzang said with a solemn expression. However, Wu Xintian saw something else terrifying. The 5-elemental divine flames. Obtaining even one of the 5 flames would be a great fortune. However, gathering all 5 flames in one body meant that it would definitely be extraordinary. He must be a master refiner or master alchemist. Wu Xintian said in a deep voice. His heart was in turmoil. Although Jiang Chen's strength had not reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm, he was able to fight against a half-step Divine Emperor realm expert with the help of 5 divine fires. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. 5 divine fires, it was truly shocking. You're right about that. Little Chenzi's skill in alchemy is quite high. Let's hurry up and leave, lest something unexpected happens. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Is it really all right to leave him here alone? Tantai Jingzang said in a low voice. Although she was not optimistic about Jiang Chen's chances as he was weak and arrogant, he was besieged by those giant spiders because he wanted to save them. Tantai Jingzang still felt bad for leaving him alone. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Tyrant said with a smile. Wu Xintian glanced at the dozen disciples behind him. Their strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. Their fates might be completely changed if something bad happened to them. Their trip to the divine land would be a failure on the verge of success. Alright, that's the only thing we can do now. Wu Xintian said while gritting his teeth. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Looks like we've underestimated him. Sun Xiaolong was also rather shocked. If this 5-elemental divine fire was in the petrified sect, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. This fellow was truly the chosen son of the heavens. To be able to possess 5 types of divine fire at the same time, it was truly enviable. You guys go first. I'll cover you guys. Tantai Jingzong still did not plan to leave Jiang Qin alone. Everyone quickly left, except for Tantai Jingzong, who retreated slowly. Jiang Qin turned his head and exchanged a glance with Tantai Jingzong. Both of their gazes were filled with playfulness. When Jiang Qin turned around and looked at the giant spiders again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jiang Qin held the 5 elemental divine fires in his hand fearlessly. He passed through the 20 giant demonic beasts with murderous intent. In less than half an incense stick's time, all 20 hierarch realm giant demonic beasts were heavily injured. However, what came next was beyond Jiang Qin's expectation. More than 30 half-step divine emperor giant spiders came and surrounded Jiang Qin. Damn fella. Did I poke a spider's nest? Even Jiang Qin felt his scalp tingling. These fellas were too terrifying. They seemed to be endless. With the suppression of the 5 elemental divine fires, these giant spiders were heavily injured. But now, with so many giant demonic beasts, no one would be able to stop these fellas. As the number of giant spiders increased, there were almost 70 to 80 half-step divine emperors. Jiang Qin also suffered some injuries. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was gloomy. These fellas were really hard to deal with. Even an elephant could be killed by a large number of ants. This saying was not without reason. Jiang Qin could only evade. If he were to fight with his life on the line, it was not impossible for Jiang Qin to kill them. But what was the point of doing so? As long as Tyrant and the others could escape, his mission would be accomplished. Out of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Jiang Qin laid out the 5 elemental trigram fire formation and cast the Great Void technique. He instantly escaped from the battlefield, completely deceiving those giant demonic beasts, making them think that Jiang Qin was still in the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. A bunch of brainless fellas. I'll take my leave first. Jiang Qin turned around abruptly, almost crashing into Tantai Jingzong. The fragrance that assaulted his nostril seemed to originate from her body. Jiang Qin took a step back subconsciously. There was no emotion on Tantai Jingzong's face, but his heart was pounding. Are you all right? Tantai Jingzong asked. I'm fine. Those fellas can't do anything to me. Jiang Qin shrugged and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. That's good. Don't force yourself in the future. Although you have 5 types of divine fires, it doesn't mean that you can fight those of a higher realm. What you faced today was just a giant demonic beast that was restrained by your divine fire. If you were to encounter other beasts in the future, you might not be able to escape so easily. Tantai Jingzong said coldly. I know very well how much I try my best. However, is this how you treat your savior? Jiang Qin looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. Wipe the blood at the corner of your mouth first. Tantai Jingzong took out a spotless white handkerchief and tossed it to Jiang Qin before turning around and leaving. Jiang Qin held the handkerchief tightly and gently wiped off the blood on his mouth. He took a gentle sniff and felt refreshed. This was the so-called body fragrance. It didn't smell like a peony, a daisy, a green lotus, or an orchid. It was more like a fragrance that could make one feel relaxed and happy. Chapter 32:17. Not only Tantai Jingzong, even Tyrant did not know what Jiang Qin had experienced after they left. It was no longer 20 giant spiders, but 30 to 50, and in the end, there were 70 to 80 demonic beasts. The danger and terror that Jiang Qin had experienced was self-evident. In Tantai Jingzang's eyes, Jiang Qin was also their savior. However, he was more impetuous than tyrant. He liked to show off and even liked to act mysterious. She had never seen someone as arrogant as him fighting against more than 20 half-step divine emperor demonic beasts with his late hierarch strength. Of course, Jiang Qin defeated those fellows because he was able to restrain those giant spiders. It was not because of his true strength. In the end, it was Jiang Qin and the others who saved them. Even Sun Xiaolong expressed his gratitude to Jiang Qin. This time, we are fortunate to have the help of the spiritual masters. This old man is really grateful. I hope that the spiritual masters will visit my fossil sect when you enter the Central Region Divine Land in the future. Wu Zhintian said with a smile. Although more than 20 of them had died, they were all middle hierarch experts. As long as Tantai Jingzang and him were not injured, they were not heavily injured. After all, Wu Zhintian was Tantai Jingzang's mainstay in their group. Thank you. Tantai Jingzang nodded silently, expressing her gratitude to Jiang Qin and the others. She did not say much, but her words were sincere. After all, she was a carefree woman who had a clear distinction between love and hate. This time, it's all thanks to Jiang Qin. Otherwise, it would not be easy for us to leave this place. Qing Xian said seriously. However, in Tantai Jingzang's eyes, they were just saying good things for Jiang Qin. If it was not for his divine fire that could restrain those giant demonic beasts, he would have died a terrible death. Moreover, he almost sacrificed himself for the sake of fighting back. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Although you haven't reached the half-step divine emperor realm, you're already so powerful. But your divine fire is really amazing. I'm really envious of you. Every alchemy grandmaster or blacksmith grandmaster hopes to have an extremely strong divine fire. Only then will they be able to walk further and further on their own path. If I can have a powerful divine fire, it is not impossible for me to become a blacksmith grandmaster. Sun Xiaolong said with a solemn face. His expression was downcast. Jiang Qin had used 5 types of 5 elemental divine fire to fight against the giant spider. This had brought them a great shock. What Xiaolong said makes a lot of sense. Little brother, when you walk in Jianghu, you must know that a gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. You possess 5 types of divine flames. If someone with ulterior motives were to see you, they would definitely want to snatch you away and kill you. In the future, I hope little brother can protect yourself well. Don't reveal too much of your divine fire, lest you get into trouble. Wu Zhintian's words were very useful to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded. He knew what Wu Zhintian said was the truth. The Central Region Divine Land was huge, it was incomparable to other places. Moreover, he had offended the Buddhist pagoda. He would have to be more careful in the divine world in the future. What Mr. said is right. I will definitely keep it in mind. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Amitabha. Since you guys came from the Central Region Divine Land, why did you come to the desolate Divine Land? The danger here is on par with the forbidden land of the Divine Land. Now that there are so many casualties, it's a sad thing. Tyrant probed. These people must have entered the desolate Divine Land for some reason. Otherwise, why would they launch such a large-scale attack into the depths of the desolate Divine Land? Moreover, their strength was not to be underestimated. If they had not encountered these giant spiders, they wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Tantai Jingzang and Wu Zhintian looked at each other, then Tantai Jingzang said in a low voice, "We came to look for treasures this time. This time, we are here to search for treasures." The fossil sect has received an extremely exciting piece of news. In a place 500,000 kilometers away from the central continent Divine Land and the wild Divine Land, there is a small isolated mountain. More than 70,000 years ago, a fallen heavenly meteorite landed on that mountain. Fallen heavenly meteorites are top-quality materials for refining divine weapons. They have unimaginable value, and the purpose of our trip is here. After Tantai Jingzang finished speaking, Wu Zhintian smiled and said earnestly, "We came to look for treasures this time. Young friends, to tell you the truth, although our strength is not bad, I always feel that the search for the outer space meteorite this time will not be that simple. What happened before has confirmed my guess, and the crisis that we may encounter next is also difficult for us to predict. I can see that he is extremely pure in nature and is certainly not a thief. Moreover, I am indebted to everyone's great kindness, so this old man boldly wants to ask several little friends to help my fossil sect successfully find fallen meteor. At that time, my fossil sect will definitely thank you." The fallen heavens. Jiang Chen murmured. The fallen heavens was a real gem. Even if it was the worst material, it was definitely more terrifying than any origin divine tool. It was even possible that the origin stone could reach the level of a primal origin treasure. Then, the divine weapons refined from it would be quite precious. Jiang Chen also continued to use some meteorite iron. His 108 origin divine tools were already somewhat insufficient. It was impossible for him to kill a divine emperor realm expert. If the Ashura sword formation wanted to become stronger again, the grade of the divine weapons must be strengthened. If the 108 origin divine tools made a breakthrough, even if they did not reach the level of a primal origin treasure, they would still reach a higher level. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and directly agreed. Wu Zhintian was overjoyed because his and Tantai Jingzang's strength, together with Sun Xiaolong and the others, were just a drop in the bucket after all. It was already quite difficult for them to encounter those giant demonic beasts. If they encountered more danger, their situation would be even more difficult, and they might not even be able to move an inch. Therefore, Wu Zhintian planned to let Jiang Chen and the others help them. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict the dangers they would face along the way. But I have a condition. Jiang Chen paused and said. Tantai Jingzang frowned and looked at Jiang Chen, saying, "What condition?" "I want half." Jiang Chen said faintly. "You are simply asking for too much. Can you swallow it?" Tantai Jingzang said in a deep voice. "Then why don't you try swallowing one for me?" Jiang Chen asked. "Humph." Chapter 32:18. Jiang Chen was startled by his own words. He didn't think too much about it. However, he didn't mean what he said. His words were indeed a little deeper than what he said. "Ha, little friend, are you saying that you want to separate from my fossil sect?" Wu Zhintian said with a smile. He was neither happy nor sad, and no one knew what he meant. "I think the old man should understand that with your strength, you may not be able to achieve your final goal. Coincidentally, we are here at this time, and this is a good thing for you. Rather than going through all the effort and not being able to obtain what you want, I think you should know better than me which is easier." Jiang Chen also said with a smile. The smile on Wu Zhintian's face became more and more radiant. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's words had hit the nail on the head. He was also worried about this. If there were any changes, it was very likely that they would not be able to resist. However, if Jiang Chen and the others were here, then everything would be hard to say. Although Wu Zhintian couldn't completely trust Jiang Chen and the others, this person had after all saved their lives. In general, he could be regarded as a kind person, so he had no reason to not trust Jiang Chen. Of course, if old Master Wu is not willing, then we won't disturb you anymore. We will directly go to the central province Divine Land. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, Wu Zhintian's smile gradually disappeared. He pointed at Jiang Chen and shook his head helplessly. You are really giving me a general. I have been forced into a corner by you. Ha! Wu Xintian smiled bitterly. His face was full of solemnity. Jiang Chen was giving him an ultimatum. If he didn't agree, then he wouldn't have this shop anymore. Wu Xintian was also very clear that this was a win-win situation. However, he might need to make a certain degree of concession. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the previous incident happened again, then their lives might be in danger. If they lost their lives, then what was the use of having more treasures? Wu Xintian pondered again and again. He knew that he had to make a decision. Whether Jiang Chen really wanted to leave or not, he had to show his attitude. Otherwise, this alliance might not be so simple. I'm just stating the facts. Jiang Chen loosened the reins only to grasp them better. This was also a method, but it was also very beneficial for Wu Xintian. He knew that their ability was limited. If they forced their way into the Wildlands Divine Land, the consequences might be unbearable. More than 20 Middle Hierarch realm experts had died previously was the best proof. Although they were not the true core strength of their sect, it was very difficult to cultivate a group of Hierarch realm experts. It was not as simple as they thought. The greatest foundation of a sect was the number of Divine King and Hierarch realm experts. No matter how strong a sect was, without a core strength, the sect was destined to not last long. Tantai Jingzang saw Wu Xintian's expression and knew that Wu Shi was really going to agree to Jiang Chen. Then, their secret would be exposed. Those things originally belonged to their fossil sect, but now they had to share it with someone else. This was not good news for them. Teacher Wu, Tantai Jingzang wanted to say something, but Wu Xintian waved his hand and said, there's no need to say anything else. We'll split the meteorites evenly. What do you think, little friend? Alright, I like talking to people like you, never beating around the bush. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzang indifferently. Tantai Jingzang stared at Jiang Chen and snorted, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Wu Shi had already decided. It was impossible for her to change her mind. She still had to listen to Wu Shi's command this time. Tantai Jingzang no longer had any hope for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was quite capable, he was completely different from a real half-step divine emperor. At least, it would not be difficult for her to kill him. I hope you won't disappoint us. After that, Tantai Jingzang turned around and left, leading the way. She's always like this. Little friend, please don't mind her. It's just her personality. Most people with a pure nature are like this. Wu Xintian said. Most people with a pure nature are like this. I'm afraid you're speechless because of this girl's words. If she was by my side, I probably wouldn't have spoiled her. She's a typical arrogant person. However, this was not the case for others. Jiang Chen could not understand. Did I really put on an act in front of her? Looks like someone finally dares to challenge you. Little Chenzi, hurry up. Tyrant said as he looked at Jiang Chen with a joyful expression. An ambiguous look could be seen in his eyes. It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, brother, but don't have any ideas about Tantai Jingzang. Otherwise, you'll die very, very miserably. Although no one will make things difficult for you here, if you enter the fossil sect and the Kunshan commandery, you'll be attacked by countless young prodigies if you dare to target Tantai Jingzang again. By then, no one will be able to save you. Sun Xiaolong shook his head and said with a sigh. You're thinking too much. I don't have any ideas about her. There are many good-looking women, but I can't afford to be with a witch like her. Don't worry, even if all the women in the world die, I won't be with her. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Then I'm relieved. I'm also worried about you. After all, not everyone can resist Tantai Jingzang. Although you have some ability, you must remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. You can't be arrogant. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time after you enter the central region divine land. My words to you are from the bottom of my heart. You must take them to heart. Sun Xiaolong said earnestly. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally felt that this Sun Xiaolong was a blabbermouth. He would never stop nagging, and was even more difficult to deal with than a woman. Thank you for the reminder. Jiang Chen said helplessly with a frown. However, this guy seemed to be very interested in guiding Jiang Chen's life. He kept talking to Jiang Chen. Look, that's little lonely mountain in front. Sun Xiaolong walked at the front and kept talking. Everyone looked to the front. A ring-shaped mountain ridge appeared in everyone's sight, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation spread out from the small mountain. Chapter 32:19. Damn it. Why is it so hot? That's the little lonely mountain. The mountain is like an eagle spreading its wings. However, the ridge in the center seems to have changed. Sun Xiaolong said in a deep voice. He frowned, not knowing what happened here. If a meteorite really fell here, it's very likely that it was caused by a meteorite. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be so dry and hot, and even the mountain ridge wouldn't have undergone such a huge change. If there's no movement of the earth's crust, the terrain of the mountain will never change. Wu Xintian said in a low voice. His eyes swept around. They felt more and more anxious, which meant that a meteorite really fell here, causing the current situation. The top of the mountain is bare. It seems like there's nothing left in this little lonely mountain. Even the cute little animals are gone. Could it be that they were burned to death by the impact of the falling meteorite? Amitabha. Tyrant said with a surprised expression. You really think too much. It seems that monks are compassionate. You finally feel a trace of enlightenment. Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant with a startled expression on his face. The heavens had always been kind to all living things, and he never thought that Tyrant would finally be enlightened by Buddhism. Amitabha. That's natural. Little Chenzi, you don't understand. The cuter the animal, the tastier it is. I've eaten them all these years. Tyrant said with a straight face. Jiang Chen rolled her eyes and looked at Tyrant. Was this guy serious? The cuter the tastier. What kind of logic was this? Jiang Chen wanted to praise him and feel that his realm had improved. However, she didn't expect this monk to eat cute little animals. What a pervert. Qingshuan's mouth twitched. Even she felt a little embarrassed for Tyrant. However, he still had an arrogant attitude and was unrestrained. Hee, you are a true man. Wine and meat pass through your intestines, but Buddha stays in your heart. Wu Xintian said with a smile. He turned around and his eyes became sharp. The ring-shaped mountain ridge is right in front. Let's hurry up and see if there are any rewards. Wu Xintian charged at the very front. He was old but vigorous as he walked in the air. He directly landed on a huge rock on the mountain ridge, and he just happened to be able to overlook the mountain ridge within 10,000 miles with a single glance. The closer they got to the depths of the mountain ridge, the more Jiang Chen could feel an incomparably blazing energy that seemed to be constantly attacking them, trying to disperse them. However, Jiang Chen didn't care because others didn't seem to have this kind of feeling. Maybe he was just hallucinating. Wu Shi, look. There seems to be a massive crimson meteor over there. Tantai Jingzong narrowed his eyes and pointed ahead. His pupils constricted. It's really an extraterrestrial meteorite. I also felt it. There's an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation coming from there. It's right there. Wu Xintian's expression went cold as he nodded heavily. Jiang Chen had also noticed the scarlet-red meteor that was 30 meters in size, and it seemed like an enormous savage beast that would explode at any moment. It's him, it's him, it's him. The extraterrestrial meteorite that we've been looking for is this. Even Sun Xiaolong was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but cry out, and his heart was filled with joy. Ha ha ha, it's really hard for you guys to find this place. Everyone, it's really not easy for you guys to find this place. It really makes one sigh. However, we still have to thank our friends from the fossil sect. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for us to find this place. A deafening laugh traveled thousands of miles and reverberated in the void. 7 figures appeared behind Tantai Jingzang and the others. The leader was a long-haired old man. He had a cold expression on his face, and his smile was cold and feminine. Old man, you shameless thing. You actually want to take advantage of the situation. Wu Zhintian suddenly turned around and looked at the long-haired old man as he said angrily. Old dog Wu, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your strength hasn't improved much. He he he. The long-haired old man, Guan Muran, said sourly. Since when did Guangdong men do such shady things? As one of the sects under the sword-drawing sect, don't you feel ashamed? After all, your Guangdong men is one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County. It's really despicable. Wu Zhintian frowned. At this moment, he finally felt that something was wrong. If it weren't for Jiang Qin and the others, he would have turned around and fled. However, with Jiang Qin and the others around, he was also quite confident. It seemed that his previous choice was right. Master Wu, are they from Guangdong men? Tantai Jingzang also looked at Master Wu in surprise. We have never had any relations with Guangdong men. Why would they appear here? Tantai Jingzang said in puzzlement. They were currently in a very difficult situation. Fortunately, Master Wu had chosen to bring Jiang Qin and the others along. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would not be able to move a single step forward. Master Wu's foresight had saved them. Tantai Jingzang looked at Jiang Qin. At this moment, this guy was actually looking at them casually as if it was none of his business. If there was a life and death battle, she really didn't believe that Jiang Qin and the others would fight to the death. Although you guys have suffered heavy losses, you actually have a benefactor to help you. It seems that you guys are not fated to die in the hands of the giant spider. But now, I'm afraid you guys won't be so lucky. Guan Muran crossed his arms and said with a sneer. Even so, it's impossible for you guys to escape from our Guangdong men. Guan Muran, do you really think that you can make our fossil sect bow down to you? You're too full of yourself. With just 7 half-step deity emperors, do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? Wu Zhintian said in a deep voice. Although their current strength was slightly weaker, it was not enough to sit and wait for death. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was not enough, but Tyrant, Fire Qilin, and Qing Xian were all true experts. They could definitely fight 1 against 2. At this moment, they might not be at a disadvantage. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought that fossil sect was very powerful. Don't you still need to rely on others to help you? Otherwise, you're just a pile of trash. Guan Muran said disdainfully, mocking Wu Zhintian and the others. There's no need for you to set me up. Guan Muran, you despicable and shameless bastard. You've been hiding behind us all this time, trying to snatch the meteorite away from us. Today, even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I won't let you succeed. Chapter 32:20. Guan Muran's appearance had directly disrupted Wu Zhintian's previous plan. Fortunately, he was wise enough to bring Jiang Qin and the others along. Otherwise, he would have no way out now. Not to mention fighting for the meteorites, it would be very difficult for him to leave this place with his life intact. Wu Zhintian's expression changed drastically. Tantai Jingzang's eyes were cold as she looked at these people. A battle was already unavoidable. They must make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage. Strike first and gain the upper hand. No one wanted to let the other party leave this place alive. However, everyone had fear in their heart, including Guan Muran. She did not know the means of Jiang Qin and the others, but even so many giant spiders could not do anything to them. These fellows were definitely not ordinary people. Tantai Jingzang's expression was grim. She had already prepared herself. It wouldn't be that easy for these fellows to snatch the food from their mouths. Ha! You speak so dignified and with such certainty. How did you get this information? Do you need me to explain it too much? As if your petrified sect is a righteous sect. If it wasn't for the annihilation of a small sect, would you guys be able to get this information? I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Our Guangdong men has been paying attention to you guys for a long time, so you don't have to feel any pressure. This is fate. You guys dying here is also the will of the heavens. Of course, you guys don't have the qualifications to take the meteorite. Guan Muran sneered. Although the people of the petrified sect had done their best to keep it a secret, it was because they had been watching the people of the petrified sect for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so clear about it. Despicable and shameless fellows. So it turns out that you guys are the ones who killed the people of the Seven Brilliant sect. You bunch of despicable bastards. Today, I will definitely take revenge for the innocent disciples of the Seven Brilliant sect that died. What's so great about the Guangdong men? Do you think that my petrified sect is afraid of you? Wu Zhintian took a step forward and faced Guan Muran with equal harshness. Guan Muran's expression was also cold as he stared at Wu Zhintian. A great battle was about to break out between the two of them. Don't blame me for not reminding you, old dog Wu. If you go against me, Guangdong men, you won't have a good ending. I have to give you a warning right now. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, your soul will scatter. At that time, everyone here will die. Guan Muran faintly said as if he was giving Wu Zhintian a final ultimatum. You're a shameless madman. You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? You're dreaming. Let's see who's stronger. If you can defeat me, then I, Wu Zhintian, will accept your punishment. Wu Zhintian pointed his sword at Guan Muran, emitting a chilling aura that shook the heavens. Jiang Qin looked at the confrontation between Wu Zhintian and Guan Muran. He had some understanding in his heart. So it turned out that these two fellows had enmity from the beginning. Whether it was the Guangdong men or the petrified sect, they didn't seem to be easy to deal with. This time, it seemed that he had to take action. At the very least, he had to deal with these people first. Fine, then I'll give you a taste of my strength. In this world, there will always be people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Guan Muran laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with coldness. At this moment, he had no reason to hesitate. If he could subdue the enemy without fighting, it would obviously be a good thing. However, these fellows from the petrified sect were stubborn. He had no choice but to punish them. Today, although the Guangdong men did not turn out in full force, they had brought out nearly half of their experts. 7 half-step divine emperors were already a considerable force of the Guangdong men. These 7 experts were enough to make countless people tremble in fear. If it was only Wu Zhintian and Tantai Jingzang, the 7 of them would definitely be able to suppress them. However, there was a half-step divine emperor Fire Qilin and 2 half-step divine emperors. It was enough to make Guan Muran take this seriously. Even though they had the upper hand, Guan Muran did not dare to let his guard down. If he failed, it would be a total annihilation. Guan Muran had brought out the mainstay of the entire petrified sect. He could not afford to lose them. Moreover, he had bought a double insurance this time. He would not return empty-handed. There's no point in talking. What are you waiting for? Wu Xintian said coldly. His sword chi buzzed, pointing at Guanmu Ran. Both of his hands were ready to fight. Everyone, we might have to trouble you again. Wu Xintian looked at Jiang Chen and the others and said. It's all right. It's a must. After all, we have a share of the meteorite. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. We're not talking about you. You don't have to be humble. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen. This was a battle between half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen would not be able to participate in it. This time, they were outnumbered by 2 people. It would be hard for them to gain the upper hand. That's right. Monk, you guys might have to suffer again. Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Tyrant. You weakling. Just stay here and watch me teach them a lesson. Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen with delight. He was secretly pleased to see little Chenzi being scolded by Tantai Jingzong. Hee, to think that you'd have such a day. Tyrant said through divine sense. This wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen was ignored. Jiang Chen was too lazy to take action. With Tyrant here, he didn't need to worry at all. There was still a gap between the strength of these people and Tyrant. This was also a good opportunity for him to understand how strong the experts of the Central Region Divine Land were. Reckless fools. Go. Let's show them the power of our Guangdong Gate. Guan Muran waved his hand and the 6 half-step deity emperors behind him charged forward at this moment. An incomparably domineering aura swept across the area. The 6 of them had boundless might, their aura towering like a silver snake, like a surging sea. Guan Muran's eyes turned cold as he charged towards Wu Xintian. The silver ring-grade blade in his hand shone brightly, tearing the void apart. Wu Xintian and Guan Mu's swords clashed. Sparks flew everywhere and shot up into the sky. Terrifying waves of chi rolled out. Neither of them were willing to give way. Neither of them was willing to give way. Every step they took was filled with killing intent, and it seemed as if every inch in front of them was filled with killing intent. The monk didn't hold back at all. He charged forward and fought 1 against 3. He single-handedly pulled the attacks of the 3 of them and didn't show any signs of being defeated. Tantai Jingzong, Qing Xian, and Fire Qilin each faced a half-step divine emperor. The momentum of their attacks was not weak at all. They almost completely crushed their opponents. Titan Jingzong, Qing Xian, and Fire Qilin were all ferocious. They would not feel pressured even if they were to fight 1 against 2. However, their opponents were all taken away by Tyrant. This person was completely fighting 1 against 3. No one could do anything as they were all suppressed by Tyrant. Chapter 32-21. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding Tsang mountain to crumble. The mountain ridge was in a mess, the rocks were shattered, and the ancient trees were turned into ashes. The battle between half-step divine emperors was incomparable to the battle between half-step divine emperors. Hey, truly powerful. Brother, we are in the same boat. How long do we have to wait to be as outstanding as them? We are all in the same boat, why do we need to know each other? It's sad, truly sad. Sun Xiaolong patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said with a sigh. It's not our fault that we are weak, it's just that we haven't cultivated for a long time. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. This is not a reason. You have cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years, yet they are stronger than you in just 3,000 years. Don't you have any shame? Although you can't be compared to the strongest prodigies, you should at least be better than them, right? Otherwise, how would you have the face to continue cultivating? Your way of thinking is wrong, I have to criticize you. Little brother, we only have 1 life, to pursue the path of the strong, To pursue the Tao of eternal life, to be unrivaled, we have to put on the right attitude. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. We have to strive to be the strongest in order to gain a foothold in the divine world. It's not a good thing to be complacent. You should always think that I'm the weakest, I must work hard and cultivate hard, only then can I be stronger than anyone else. Sun Xiaolong said earnestly. He felt that Jiang Qin did not have the attitude that an expert should have. Compared to the other 3 half-step divine emperors, he was a typical example of a person who did not want to improve. You can't give up on yourself. You are the weakest among the 4 of you, don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel wronged? If I had reached the half-step divine emperor realm, the situation today would have been reversed. I would have fought against 10 of them and killed them all, for the sake of our petrified sect. It's a pity that the heavens don't fulfill our wishes. I still can't reach the half-step divine emperor realm. This step is too difficult. But that doesn't stop me from having the heart of a powerhouse that doesn't dare to yield. Do you understand? Sun Xiaolong tirelessly taught Jiang Qin. His face was filled with pride. After all, he was stronger than Jiang Qin. There was no doubt about it. That was why he was able to slightly satisfy his pride. If not, he reckoned that he would be the weakest one, and his heart would definitely suffer a severe injury. It would be harder for him to fight Jiang Qin than to fight Jiang Qin himself. Seeing Jiang Qin nod, Sun Xiaolong continued. You see, my strength has already reached the peak of the hierarch realm and is even comparable to a half-step divine emperor. It's impossible for an ordinary half-step divine emperor to kill me. However, I have never been arrogant or rash. I take the sect as my responsibility and cultivate quietly without any regrets. One day, I will become an elder of the fossil sect. One day, I will make them look at me in a different light. At that time, it will be the moment when you witness a miracle for me. That day shouldn't be too far away, right? With your current strength, you will need at least 100,000 years to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. That's the least. However, you mustn't be discouraged. The path of cultivation is about stealing yin and yang, seizing fortune, grasping life and death. If you want to achieve great things, you must start from your heart. If not for the enlightened master's help today, I'm afraid I would have to fight against the 2 of them alone. In front of the enlightened master, I won't show my meager strength. Sun Xiaolong had a proud look on his face. Jiang Qin was his best listener. Moreover, he could show off from time to time. It was really comfortable. Even if it was a life-and-death battle, Sun Xiaolong wouldn't need his help. Sun Xiaolong was here to cheer for the fossil sect. This was what Sun Xiaolong was best at. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth was still hanging a faint smile. This Sun Xiaolong was really arrogant, but it was true that he didn't want to stand out. However, his arrogance was still within the scope of his actions. After all, he would never act in front of a true half-step divine emperor expert. However, he always felt that he could suppress Jiang Qin when he was in front of Jiang Qin. Moreover, Sun Xiaolong was giving Jiang Qin advice like an elder. Even Jiang Qin felt that Sun Xiaolong was too hateful. However, it didn't affect Sun Xiaolong too much. This fellow was quite amusing. He saw through Jiang Qin's tricks but didn't point it out. Moreover, he was only a late hierarch. He was indeed not qualified to challenge the world. Even Tantai Jingzang ignored him. Sun Xiaolong would definitely not believe him. Looks like the enlightened being's strength is really unparalleled. To be able to fight against 3 at a time like this, it really makes us sigh with regret. Sun Xiaolong said respectfully to Tyrant. His eyes were filled with admiration. Tyrant was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even Tantai Jingzang and Wu Zhintian were no match for him. Everyone knew this. However, Tyrant was also a half-step divine emperor expert. yet he was able to fight against 3 of them at the same time. This was something that everyone had to take note of. When they were fighting against the giant spider, they already knew how strong Tyrant was. How could they not be shocked when they saw him fighting against a half-step divine emperor expert? He's really powerful. The enlightened being's strength is definitely comparable to a divine emperor expert. That's right. With such a powerful means, we are truly left in the dust. Even our teacher Wu and senior Tantai might not be a match for Daoist master. That's only natural. Daoist master is kind and compassionate, which is why we are able to live our lives today. Otherwise, when we faced the giant spider, we would have definitely died. Even Master Wu and Senior Tantai could only watch from afar, and we would only be cannon fodder. With the enlightened being here, this Guangdong men wouldn't dare to kill us. Now that the enlightened being is as stable as Mount Tai, we have already gained some advantages. Those middle hierarch realm disciples of the petrified sect were also shocked. As the elite disciples of the petrified sect, they could see that the current situation was quite advantageous to them. Once they were defeated, the entire petrified sect would be in deep trouble. Look at you. Why can't you be compared to the enlightened being? You're not as strong as the enlightened being, but you can still boast. Although you have the protection of the 5 divine fires, it's still not your true strength. There's an old saying that goes, to forge iron, you need to be strong. If you're not strong enough, you won't be able to achieve anything. You need to learn from this lesson. You need to understand that I'm saying these words for your own good. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even bother to say these words to them. However, you and I are kindred spirits, that's why I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart. You need to know where you stand and how far you are from becoming an expert. Chapter 32-22. Our senior brother Sun's words are priceless advice. Yeah, with senior brother Sun's help, we have avoided a lot of detours. Senior brother Sun is warm-hearted, but he is always misunderstood by others. We all feel disappointed for him. However, senior brother Sun has never been afraid of power, and he takes good care of us, the weaker disciples. Hearing Sun Xiaolong's words, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This guy is really a weirdo. The name Big Mouth Sun is really suitable for Sun Xiaolong. Look, senior sister Tantai has taken the upper hand. That person from Guangdong Gate is almost at his limit. Someone exclaimed. Sure enough, Tantai Jingzong's opponent was already struggling. He was forced to retreat step by step. He could not even contend against Tantai Jingzong. As expected of senior sister Tantai. She's amazing. Many people were cheering for Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong was the ultimate goddess in their hearts. Although they could not fight side by side with their goddess, Tantai Jingzong was the pride of their fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong did not disappoint them. He was the first to defeat his opponent, and even heavily injured that half-step deity emperor. At this moment, the morale of the fossil sect soared. Besides Tantai Jingzong, the Fire Qilin and Qingxuan's opponents were not their opponents at all. They were being suppressed miserably. The Fire Qilin did not even use 30% of his strength, and his opponent was already on the verge of falling. Tyrant was strolling leisurely as if he was playing around. He had already defeated 3 half-step deity emperors. Now, only Guan Muran was still struggling. The battle between him and Wu Xintian was quite intense. Both of them did not give way to each other. However, seeing the people around him falling one by one, Guan Muran's expression became more and more unsightly. Your people are about to die. Wu Xintian sneered. At this moment, Guan Muran's breathing stagnated and his face turned solemn. 6 half-step deity emperors were severely injured. None of them were spared. The situation instantly became one-sided. Guan Muran never thought that the people behind Wu Zhintian would be so terrifying. Moreover, they only met by chance. This could only be said that their luck was too good. It should have been easy, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong midway. These people were actually in cahoots with the petrified sect. This made Guan Muran quite depressed. Now, his situation had been completely reversed. He should have been the one to punish the petrified sect, but he was the one being punished instead. This kind of disparity could be said to be quite big. No one could understand Guan Muran's current gloomy mood, but this was the truth. He had still underestimated Tyrant and the others. If there were only these people from the petrified sect, he would naturally be able to capture them easily. Bastard! I can't accept this. Guan Muran roared in rage. His face was as gloomy as water. When he turned around, Tyrant struck out a seal and killed 3 half-step deity emperors. Their heads flew and fell down, rolling in front of Guan Muran. Guan Muran took a deep breath and his body trembled. 3 half-step deity emperors were killed just like that. Who exactly is this guy? Guan Muran struck out with his palm, and his blade swept horizontally as he forced Wu Zhintian back. At this moment, he was completely exhausted, and it was completely difficult for him to continue. He was all alone, and it was difficult for him to hold on. Want to leave? Not so easy. Wu Zhintian did not intend to let Su Muran leave just like that. Unexpectedly, not only did Su Muran not leave, but he even turned around and attacked Wu Zhintian crazily. Please help me, divine messenger. Guan Muran's eyes were cold and his expression was cold. He shouted in a low voice that made everyone's heart tremble. Divine messenger. Wu Zhintian's expression was cold and his face was extremely cold. Who is this divine messenger? Useless thing. A loud roar resounded. A young expert in a black robe took a step forward and directly pushed Wu Zhintian back. His aura was imposing and majestic. His long robe was majestic and domineering. His eyes were like torches and his aura was like the wind. Thank you, divine messenger. Guan Muran's eyes lit up. When this so-called divine messenger made a move, Guan Muran's expression immediately changed. The corner of his mouth was full of joy. Your strength is too weak. I'm really disappointed. The divine messenger said with a cold expression. Divine messenger. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Where did this guy come from? Why was Guan Muran so respectful? Not only Jiang Chen, but even Wu Zhintian was confused. Who is this guy? It's the divine messenger of the divine pagoda. Tantai Jingzong's expression changed as he said in a deep voice. Because he saw the faintly discernible divine pagoda in the young man's hand. Wu Zhintian's heart skipped a beat. He could not believe it and was unwilling to believe it. Is this guy really the divine messenger of the divine pagoda? Today's matter will not be resolved so easily. May I ask if you're really the divine messenger of the divine pagoda? Wu Zhintian was incomparably shocked. Whether it was true or not, he could not let his guard down. Otherwise, if he really offended the divine messenger of the divine pagoda, not to mention him, even the fossil sect and the sword-drawing sect of the Kunshan commandery would not be able to escape the blame. In the entire central province divine land, the divine pagoda was a taboo existence that could not be ignored. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can scram now. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. The divine messenger of the divine pagoda said indifferently. He did not put Wu Zhintian and the others in his eyes at all. Even Guan Muran was the same. Wu Zhintian was a little sullen. He had gone through a lot of trouble to find the meteorite and even had dozens of elite disciples. Now, this bastard actually asked him to scram. Even if it was someone from the divine pagoda, Wu Zhintian found it hard to accept. This was simply a great humiliation. You can scram now. Ha ha ha, can't you hear me? The divine messenger wants you to scram. Scram out of here. Guan Muran laughed and said arrogantly. Although he had lost 3 half-step divine emperor experts, Wu Xintian did not dare to challenge him anymore. He looked as if he was scared out of his wits. As for the people of the fossil sect, none of them dared to say a word. Guan Muran's heart was filled with pride. However, he was unwilling to let them go just like that. But the divine messenger would not become his chess piece. He could only swallow his anger. After all, the people of the fossil sect were more miserable than him. Guan Muran, don't go too far. Fight me to death if you're capable. Chapter 32-23. Master Wu, so what if he's a divine envoy of the Buddha Pagoda? Our petrified sect will never yield. Moreover, he's just a half-step divine emperor. There's no need to fear him. Tantai Jingzong said in a deep voice. Wu Xintian glared at Tantai Jingzong and said in a low voice, "You don't know how terrifying the Buddha Pagoda is. You simply don't know how terrifying the pagoda is. Even if it's only a divine envoy of the pagoda, he's definitely not someone we can afford to offend. Once this matter is known by the pagoda, our petrified sect will have difficulty keeping our lives. You must not speak nonsense." Seeing how shocked and fearful Wu Xintian was, even Jiang Chen's expression became serious. Was the might of this pagoda really that strong? A mere divine envoy, and a half-step divine emperor at that, could scare Wu Xintian and the others to this extent. It seems like the Buddha Pagoda is a totem in the central region divine land. No one dares to offend it. However, would Wu Xin really be willing to give away the meteorite that he had gone through so much trouble and went through so many dangers just like that? He was unwilling, but what else could he do? Going against the divine envoy of the Buddha Pagoda would not end well. Moreover, it might bring disaster to them. For the sake of the big picture, Wu Xintian could only settle for the next best thing and choose to avoid it. Even if he had a lot of bitterness in his heart, he could only swallow it down. Sigh, what bad luck. How did we encounter the divine envoy of the Buddha Pagoda? Our petrified sect can't be so unlucky. How did this Guangdong Gate have anything to do with the Buddha Pagoda? Sun Xiaolong sighed. His eyes were filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. Every one of them was the same. However, they were intimidated by the might of the Buddha Pagoda. Even if there was only a half-step divine emperor divine envoy standing here, they did not dare to act rashly. Is this Buddha Pagoda really that powerful? There's only one person. Let's just kill him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's complexion immediately changed. He almost covered Jiang Chen's mouth and said in a low voice, "Oh, oh, oh. I don't dare to say that. If the people from the Divine Pagoda find out, then our entire fossil sect will not be able to escape death. You don't know what the Divine Pagoda means in the Central Province Divine Land. It's an unreachable existence, a sun that will never set." Sun Xiaolong's high evaluation of the Buddhist pagoda caused Jiang Qin to be slightly speechless. Aren't they deifying the Buddhist pagoda too much? Even if the Buddhist pagoda was sufficiently formidable, was it necessary to scare them to such an extent? However, there was one thing that Jiang Qin was now even more clear about. If he wanted to deal with the Divine Pagoda, it might be difficult for him to even take a single step forward. Even a large sect like the Fossil sect would turn pale when they heard of the Divine Pagoda. No sect would dare to provoke them. The might of the Divine Pagoda was simply a taboo in the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He didn't believe it. If it's the Divine Envoy of the Divine Pagoda, then does he have a token? Don't tell me that the Divine Envoy doesn't even have a way to prove himself. Jiang Qin took a step forward and said in a loud voice. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Jiang Qin. Tantai Jingzong was no exception. This guy was really arrogant. It was fine if he was arrogant in front of him, but now he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the divine envoy of the divine pagoda. It really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. It must be said that at this moment, Tantai Jingzong actually somewhat admired Jiang Qin. This guy was extremely arrogant. He didn't even put the people of the divine pagoda in his eyes. But to put it bluntly, if he really offended the divine envoy of the divine pagoda, then his little life might also leave this world. You dare to question my existence? The divine envoy's eyes turned cold as he stared at Jiang Qin. The corner of his mouth revealed a bloodthirsty killing intent. No one had ever dared to question his existence before. This guy was simply courting death. The divine pagoda was unreachable. Even the divine envoys were supreme existences. No one dared to disobey them. Now that they were being questioned, one could imagine how angry they were. Please calm down, divine envoy. I'm not questioning the divine envoy. I'm just a little curious. Please don't blame me, divine envoy. Wu Zhintian quickly said. He did not dare to question the divine envoy's identity at all. Otherwise, if the divine envoy was angry, then everyone would be implicated. You're just a little late hierarch realm brat. How dare you challenge the divine envoy? I think you're tired of living. These people are simply disrespecting the divine envoy. Guan Muran added oil to the fire. At this moment, he naturally wanted to start a fire. It would be best if the divine envoy could make them disappear from this world completely. To Guan Muran, the death of several of his junior brothers was a great enmity. However, at this moment, the divine envoy was the leader. So, you're also questioning my identity? The divine envoy looked at Wu Zhintian. Wu Zhintian's expression changed. He subconsciously took a step back without saying a word. Please calm down, divine envoy. I didn't mean it like that. I hope the divine envoy can be wise and not listen to slanderous words. Wu Zhintian cupped his fists and said helplessly. The divine envoy flipped his hand and a black iron token appeared in his hand. He coldly said, "Open your dog eyes and see if I'm the real divine envoy of the divine pagoda." The divine envoy coldly snorted and said. Everyone from the fossil sect was shocked. Jiang Qin was the one who made it, and Jiang Qin was the one who made it. They almost died in the hands of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Elder Wu's timely response, Jiang Qin's words might have implicated their lives. Their lives were saved by Jiang Qin, but they almost died at this moment. Please calm down, divine envoy. We understand our intention to offend you. Wu Zhintian sighed and said with a difficult expression. I can spare your lives, but that guy must die. No one can provoke the dignity of the divine pagoda. No one is an exception. The divine envoy looked straight at Jiang Qin and said angrily. He didn't care about Wu Zhintian and the others, but if someone dared to question his identity, then that person must die. Want to kill me? Ha ha ha, you're really dreaming. The divine pagoda. I, Jiang Qin, really don't put you in my eyes. Jiang Qin sneered and said. His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone looked at him in shock. He actually dared to challenge the divine envoy of the divine pagoda. Wasn't this too terrifying? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. This guy was definitely crazy. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge the divine envoy of the divine pagoda? Chapter 32-24. Good, very good. There's actually someone who doesn't even put the divine emissary in his eyes. This kind of person should be dismembered and his soul refined so that he can never be reincarnated. Guan Muran gnashed his teeth and said. At this moment, he couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Otherwise, when would he be able to avenge his junior brother? To Guan Muran, hitting someone who was down was too easy. There was simply no one more suitable than him to do this. Good boy, you actually don't even put the divine pagoda in your eyes. You're really impressive. I have to say that you're the first. So, I must properly play with you. The divine emissary sneered and said. His eyes shone brightly and a terrifying aura pressed down, directly enveloping Jiang Qin. Wu Xintian suddenly slapped his thigh. Jiang Qin, you're really too impulsive. At this time, it's very likely that you'll implicate others. Even my petrified sect is no exception. Do you know who you've offended? Even if you have a few powerful friends, can they protect you forever? His arrogance was simply unimaginable. At this time, their situation had once again fallen into a crisis, directly causing everyone to fall into a dangerous situation. On the contrary, Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Qin with interest. At this time, I want to see how you're going to deal with this. The person you've offended is the divine emissary of the divine pagoda. Do you think you can settle this with just a few words? It seems that you're well aware that there's a tiger on the mountain. The smile at the corner of Tantai Jingzong's mouth was profound and even had a hint of playfulness. Even if Jiang Qin died, he only had himself to blame. However, she naturally didn't want to see this scene happen. She only wanted to see Jiang Qin receive the slap in the face that he deserved for his arrogance. Enlightened being, tell me, what should we do now? Wu Xintian was completely at a loss. Now that the divine emissary was enraged, the target of her anger was none other than Jiang Qin. Even if he wanted to protect Jiang Qin, he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only seek help from Tyrant. However, Tyrant and the others didn't care at all. It was as if they would raise both hands in approval of whatever Jiang Qin did. Even if it was wrong, they would still support him. It's not a big deal. What's there to fuss about? Tyrant shrugged. He was completely unafraid of the so-called divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda. He was just one person, so how much trouble could he cause? At most, he would just kill him. The tyrant monk did not know anything about the slaughter pagoda. Even if he did, with Jiang Qin around, what was there to be afraid of? He and little Chenzi weren't cowards. Even in the West Pole divine region, no one could catch them. Not to mention, the desolate divine region was desolate and uninhabited. Even if it was the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda, what was there to worry about? This, Wu Xintian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After hearing Tyrant's words, the divine emissary didn't care about anything at all. They had offended the Buddhist pagoda, so they wouldn't have a good time. Now that the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda was enraged, the ending might be unimaginable to them. Sigh, what should we do? Wu Xintian clenched his teeth and smiled bitterly. However, he had no other choice. The consequences of offending the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda was not something they could bear. Jiang Qin and the others were completely fearless. However, they had the entire petrified sect behind them, so they had no choice but to think carefully. It was not worth it to sacrifice the entire sect for a meteorite from outer space. Arrogant to the extreme. How dare you ignore the Buddhist pagoda? Today, I will use you as an offering to the heavens to clear the name of the Buddhist pagoda. Petrified sect, if any of you obstruct us, it will be considered as offending the Buddhist pagoda. You will be killed without mercy. The divine emissary said angrily. His gaze was locked onto Jiang Qin. This guy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Killing him would be a good way to establish our prestige. What kind of ability could a late hierarch realm guy have? Wu Xintian was in a dilemma. However, it was too inhumane to ask them to remain indifferent to Jiang Chen's death. After all, Jiang Chen had saved them before. You guys better not get involved. Otherwise, if the petrified sect offends the Buddhist pagoda, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to move a single step in the central region divine land. I can't bear this sin. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He wasn't being sarcastic. He didn't have anything to worry about, but they were afraid of the slightest thing. They had the petrified sect as their backing, but at the same time, they were also a burden. They were overcautious and didn't dare to go all out in a battle. If he were to implicate them at this time, it would definitely be a torture for them. Why do you have to do this? Wu Xintian felt sad in his heart. Jiang Chen was purely looking for trouble for him. You're such a good fella, but you're too good at acting. Why do you have to be so serious with them? It's really sad. Little brother, you're going to die from acting. Sun Xiaolong felt sorry for Jiang Chen. He was such a good pretentious listener, but now his life was going to end soon. How could he not feel sorry for him? I want the meteorite, but they're blocking my way. Therefore, I can only kill them. That way, no one will be able to snatch my things. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Trash strength, but your ambition is not small. Do you think that the meteorite is something that you can touch? Humph. The divine emissary said with a sneer. He was already walking towards Jiang Chen with overflowing killing intent. I only know that you guys are not qualified to touch it. Jiang Chen said calmly. He was not afraid of the divine emissary at all. Arrogant fella, you're not qualified at all. Guan Muran said disdainfully. This kind of trash, I can kill him with a single palm. Why do you need divine emissary to do it? Trash. Huh, you guys are the trash. Whoever dares to touch Jiang Chen, I'll take your life. Tyrant charged forward, completely blocking the divine emissary's path. Both of them looked at each other. Tyrant was not interested in this so-called divine emissary at all. You want to do it with me too? Do you have the qualifications? The divine emissary looked at Tyrant coldly. Noisy fella, it's useless to say more. You better die. Tyrant ignored the divine emissary's words and attacked crazily. He did not put the divine emissary in his eyes at all. His momentum was incomparably ferocious. Previously, he had killed 3 half-step divine emperors. Now, even this divine emissary was not a match for Tyrant. If it wasn't for the divine emissary's identity, he would have already taken care of this fella. Chapter 32-25. All of you must die. Anyone who dares to offend my Buddhist pagoda shall be killed without mercy. The divine emissary and Tyrant instantly clashed with each other. However, Tyrant was too strong. No one could stop his momentum. In less than 10 moves, the divine emissary was forced into a passive position by Tyrant. As one of the best half-step divine emperors, Tyrant was not afraid of anyone. Damned fellas, what are you guys still standing there for? What are you waiting for? The divine emissary furiously shouted and glanced at Guan Muran's group. Guan Muran's group of 4 felt their hearts tremble and they hastily took action to help the divine emissary. However, at the same time, Qing Xian and the fire Qilin were not to be outdone. The 2 of them completely blocked Guan Muran's path and started fighting once more. Wu Xintian felt ashamed in his heart and sighed. At this moment, he was the one who had sunk into deep self-blame. Go to hell. Tyrant's palm imprint was filled with a domineering aura, causing the divine emissary to be unable to retaliate. With lightning speed, the divine emissary was heavily injured. The fire Qilin also forced Guan Muran to retreat. Qing Xian had killed 3 defeated soldiers in a row, and Guan Muran was forced into a passive position. He was suppressed by Qing Xian and the fire Qilin, and it was almost impossible for him to turn the tables. A bunch of trash. Jiang Qin shook his head and sighed. In Tantai Jingzong's eyes, Jiang Qin was too pretentious. He did not take any action at all. A mere late hierarch could cause trouble and was so arrogant. Tyrant and the others were willing to clean up after Jiang Qin's mess. This bastard will get his people into trouble sooner or later. At this time, Tyrant continued to rush forward, causing the insufferably arrogant divine emissary to retreat frantically. However, Tyrant's Buddhist charm was too terrifying, and the divine emissary was unable to escape. Under the shocked gazes of Wu Zhintian, Guan Muran, and the others, the divine emissary was killed. The divine messenger's body was destroyed and his soul wanted to escape. However, he was caught by Jiang Qin, who was already prepared. He immediately grabbed the great Yu soul-forming light. Jiang Qin picked up the Buddha token from the ground. This token seemed to be a good thing. He might be able to use it in the future. You've really picked up a bargain. Tantai Jingzong gave a faint smile that was full of charm, but he still had the disdain of Leng Leng. Jiang Qin had no ability and had to rely on others. When he got into trouble, he could only hide behind others and only came out to show off now. This really made Tantai Jingzong very unhappy. This guy's vanity was too strong. Dead. He's really dead, Wu Zhintian sucked in a breath of cold air. The divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda was really dead. Jiang Qin and the others were simply fugitives. They were too terrifying. They didn't even put the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda in their eyes. Guan Muran was screaming miserably again and again. Even his last reliance, the divine emissary of the Buddha's pagoda, was dead. He didn't even have the strength to fight anymore. He was burnt to death by the divine flames of the fire Qilin, and even his soul was burnt to a crisp. The entire mountain ridge became quiet once again. The methods of Jiang Qin and the others were simply too overbearing. Phew, they're all dead. This time, we can collect the meteorites without worry. Sun Xiaolong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was incomparably excited. Although Jiang Qin and the others had killed the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda, they must solve the matter of the meteorites as soon as possible. Now you're thinking about the meteorites. Why didn't you talk about fighting against the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda before? If it wasn't for us, would you still have the chance to stand here and collect the meteorites? Don't you have any shame? Tyrant directly rebuked Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong was rendered speechless. His face was ashen, but he couldn't say a word to refute. Because at this moment, even Wu Zhintian felt ashamed. His old face was red. How could he open his mouth to collect the meteorites now? It was simply too shameless. Tantai Jingzong stood there without batting an eyelid. She knew that they were no longer qualified to compete for the meteorites. Everyone was selfish. Even Wu Zhintian, Sun Xiaolong, and Tantai Jingzong were no exception. But at this moment, Tantai Jingzong knew that she didn't help Jiang Qin, so she was no longer qualified to touch the meteorites even though they were the ones who found them. However, there was an indisputable truth. If they had allowed the people of the Buddha pagoda to act, then they wouldn't have been able to obtain the meteorites at all. So now, she didn't say a word. She wouldn't fight for something that didn't belong to her. This was her respect for Tyrant and the others, as well as her trust in them. Wu Zhintian's face was full of embarrassment. Previously, when they were dealing with the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda, they couldn't wait to draw a line with Jiang Qin. Now, no matter what, they couldn't raise their heads and ask for the meteorites. Didn't I think that we should share blessings and misfortunes together? After all, we've experienced life and death together. He he he. Sun Xiaolong said shamelessly with a smile on his face. Humph, humph, humph. How can you say something like that? Ha ha ha, this Buddha is going to die of laughter. Sharing blessings and misfortunes together, but did you guys do it? You don't want to face difficulties, but you want to share blessings. How ironic. Previously, I saved you guys because of Jiang Chen's benevolence. I didn't intend to help, but Jiang Chen asked me to help you guys get out of danger. Not only did you guys not thank Jiang Chen, but you also treated Jiang Chen coldly. Can't the weak get respect? Were the strong destined to step on the weak and shit on them? I don't think so. What else do you want to say this time? You still have the face to ask for the meteorites? What a joke. We are benevolent, but we aren't stupid. Tyrant's words left Wu Zhintian speechless. At this time, he indeed had nothing to say. Because of the previous incident, they had clearly lost Tyrant's trust. At this time, it was naturally impossible for them to make a move against Tyrant and the others. Tantai Jingzong also looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He didn't expect that it was this meddlesome guy who saved their lives. It seemed that one really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Forget it, we can't blame them for this matter. I was the one who suggested that they don't join us, so we can't blame anyone else. I also don't want to implicate them. After all, the Buddhist pagoda's influence in the central region divine land is too great. To put it bluntly, I also don't want to cause a rift between us because of this matter. In the worst-case scenario, it is very likely that we will become a sect that will be destroyed. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, Little friend Jiang Chen, I'm really touched that you can think this way. I, Wu, am really ashamed to face you guys in this matter. Forgive me for my selfishness. I still have so many sect disciples to protect. Wu Zhintian was filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't comment. However, he really didn't blame them. You can take 30% of the meteorites. The rest belongs to me. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked towards the meteorites at the foot of the distant mountain ridge. Wu Zhintian and the others were overjoyed when they heard the news. Their faces were filled with excitement, especially Wu Zhintian. He was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength was ordinary, what he had done was worthy of respect. It seems that you are still a man. Chapter 32-26. Jiang Chen had already done his best. After all, he felt that these meteorites were found by the fossil sect. Even if he obtained them, it would not be good for him to keep them to himself. Otherwise, it would be too greedy. Jiang Chen had never been a selfish person. Moreover, the people of the fossil sect also had their own difficulties. It was already a great fortune for him to obtain the meteorites out of nowhere. Jiang Chen would not block the path of others. Wu Zhintian was also very grateful to Jiang Chen. No one knew better than him how precious the meteorites were. Especially to the fossil sect, it was a considerable amount of wealth. Although 20 to 30% of it was not all they had, it was still a lot. Jiang Chen had killed the divine messenger of the Buddhist tower. Those meteorites were supposed to belong to them. Wu Zhintian was already very happy to be able to obtain some. Right at this moment, Wu Zhintian could faintly feel that the backbone of this group of 3 men and 1 beast wasn't Tyrant, but Jiang Chen, who seemed to be the weakest among them. Wu Zhintian was surprised by this. Wasn't strength the most important thing here? This late hierarch young man could actually make everyone listen to his orders. It was really surprising. Master Wu, look. That's a horrifying black whirlwind. Sun Xiaolong's eyes turned cold as he noticed the horrifying black whirlwind. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on it. However, the black whirlwind did not leave, nor did it sweep over. Instead, it was constantly rolling on the mountain ridge, filled with strange colors. It's indeed a black whirlwind. Is it intentional? Wu Zhintian said in a deep voice. Even he could not see the depth of the black whirlwind. He did not know what was going on. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Jiang Chen's eyes were focused on the black whirlwind. He also felt a trace of a strange feeling. The black whirlwind seemed to be controlled by someone. It was not a natural wind. Let me go and see if someone is deliberately mystifying us. The fire Qilin bravely stepped on the auspicious cloud of flames and soared into the sky, directly flying towards the strange black whirlwind. Not long after, the fire Qilin rushed into the black whirlwind. Its flames were like torches, burning the void and scattering the black whirlwind. At this time, the fire Qilin returned with a satisfied smile. Perhaps we're just too nervous. It's just a gust of wind, nothing else. After the fire Qilin finished speaking, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen took the lead and rushed down the mountain ridge towards the meteorites. At this time, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed an increasingly excited smile. As long as he obtained these meteorites, he would have the opportunity to refine the 108 primordial divine tools. As long as he succeeded, there would definitely be a great change. At that time, the real change would be the Ashura sword formation. Once the sword formation expanded, it would be an existence that could destroy heaven and earth. Once Jiang Chen finished refining the 108 primordial divine tools, he would have the confidence to challenge a divine emperor expert. It was too difficult for Jiang Chen to break through to the divine emperor realm. He did not even know when he would be able to do so. However, once the Ashura sword formation changed again, his strength would definitely be more ferocious. With the fusion of heavenly lightning, Jiang Chen would at least be invincible in the divine emperor realm. Even if he encountered a stronger expert, he could still try it. However, what Jiang Chen cared about the most was the heavenly lightning in the rush thunder diagram. If he wanted to break through, the heavenly lightning would play a crucial role. It was likely to make Jiang Chen soar to the sky. By fusing the fourth heavenly lightning, Jiang Chen would have the strength to fight against stronger experts for a few months. However, it was quite difficult for him now. The only thing he could do now was to get this extraterrestrial meteorite as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The extraterrestrial meteorite had a radius of 1 zhang and was covered with colorful meteorite powder. However, the most eye-catching thing was the layers of gray powder. The gray powder seemed to be a terrifying metal material. Although it had been burnt, it was still quite terrifying. It was likely that the meteorite had collided with the space of the divine world, causing the meteorite to become distorted. Wow! What a huge extraterrestrial meteorite! Sun Xiaolong was shocked. He even looked at the huge meteorite as if he was looking at a huge treasure. He stroked the huge meteorite and his eyeballs almost popped out. Even if it was only 30%, it was still a huge piece of divine stone. It could definitely be used to refine more than one divine weapon or treasure. Yeah, with so many meteorites, I wonder how many divine weapons or treasure could be forged. It's really a great fortune, a great fortune. Yeah, it would be great if all of them belonged to our fossil sect. This was originally found by our fossil sect. It should be our fossil sect that gets the biggest share. Sigh. A few disciples of the fossil sect muttered with indignation on their faces. However, they were reprimanded by Wu Zhentian. Don't talk nonsense. Little friend Jiang Chen has already done his best and should not be immoral. Our fossil sect will never be such a heartless person. Wu Zhentian's words made several people's faces turn ashen. They didn't dare to say anything, let alone talk nonsense. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He had already expected all of this. However, it was also a fact that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. No one could understand how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, they would already be dead. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have been able to obtain even a trace of the extraterrestrial meteorite. However, there would always be people who felt that this was unfair. They felt that what they had lost was far more than what they deserved. Fortunately, Wu Zhintian didn't disappoint Jiang Qin. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing everyone because he had to obtain the extraterrestrial meteorite. Giving them 30% was already the greatest kindness to the fossil sect. According to the character of Tyrant and the others, they wouldn't give them even a little bit. They had received Jiang Chen's kindness, but they didn't care about it. They only cared about their own personal interests. This was the most terrifying thing about a human's heart. Tantai Jingzong silently watched all of this. What Jiang Chen gave them was a reward for their hard work. Even if he didn't give them anything, it was still reasonable. However, it showed that he still had a trace of morality in his heart. This was what others wouldn't understand. Tantai Jingzong didn't expect that she would ridicule him and look down on him so much, but he still did something unexpected. This was true righteousness, this was a true man. Although he was the leader of this group, Tantai Jingzong still felt unconvinced. What virtue or ability did Jiang Qin have to make a peerless divine beast like the fire Qilin and a powerhouse like Tyrant bow down to him? Although it wasn't the kind of relationship between a servant and a slave, it was obvious that everyone treated him as the center. Moreover, he was the most pretentious person every time. This was quite puzzling. Chapter 32-27. But in the end, Tyrant killed the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda. This was Jiang Chen's boldness. He did not even frown from the beginning to the end, as if that guy's death had nothing to do with him. Even the people of the Guangdong sect were killed by him. These people's strength was quite terrifying. One should know that the 7 half-step Divine Emperor realm experts were equivalent to nearly half of the Guangdong sect's high-level experts, but they still failed in the end. Can you split the meteorite? Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen and asked. You don't have to worry about that. Jiang Chen said faintly. Being ignored by Jiang Chen, Tantai Jingzong was even more furious. No one has ever dared to ignore my existence. You're really too annoying. Why don't we bring this meteorite back to our fossil sect first? It's not too late to split it after that. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. Bring it back to your fossil sect first? Hee, don't blame me for not believing you. Even if you let me out, I might not be able to come out. By then, will I still be able to get the meteorite? Teacher Wu, you won't refute my words, right? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. Wu Zhintian smiled awkwardly. Indeed, as long as Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't bring the meteorite to the fossil sect. In that case, he certainly wouldn't take it out again. Even if they didn't go back on their words, it wasn't impossible for those old bastards of the Qi family to make a scene and act shamelessly. Little friend Jiang Chen must be joking. Hee, how should we split the meteorite? Wu Zhintian said with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. The moment the heavenly dragon sword appeared, Wu Zhintian and Tantai Jingzong's countenance changed drastically. They did not expect Jiang Chen to have such a terrifying peerless divine sword. This sword was too terrifying, it was definitely not any lower than a primal origin treasure. It was not something an ordinary origin divine weapon could compare to. It was really unreasonable to know how strong Jiang Chen was, but he already had a primal origin treasure. Not even Divine Emperor realm experts had a good primal origin treasure. Primal origin treasure was very attractive to them. Therefore, it was conceivable that the status of the master refiner in the divine world was very high. Even a master refiner would need at least 1,000 years to refine a primal origin treasure. Moreover, the success rate was extremely low, not even 1/10 of the success rate. However, the most important thing was the materials. The materials to refine a primal origin treasure were quite difficult to find. Some of them even required a mixture of several materials to refine a truly unparalleled primal origin treasure. Good sword, good sword. Wu Xintian could not help but praise. He did not expect the divine sword in Jiang Chen's hand to make him shudder. Even he did not have a primal origin treasure. Wu Xintian's heart was filled with admiration, even anticipation and excitement. If Jiang Chen's primal origin treasure was taken out in the central region divine land, it would definitely cause a fight. Do you know how to refine a divine weapon? Tantai Jingzong continued to ask. The divine weapon in Jiang Chen's hand was too shocking. Although they were a true refiner family, there was only one master refiner who could refine a primal origin treasure, and that was the strongest ancestor of their fossil sect. However, what he refined was only a divine weapon between a primal origin treasure and a peak origin divine weapon. It could not be called a true great weapon, and the success rate was also extremely low. I don't. Jiang Chen still rejected Tantai Jingzong with 2 words. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are good-looking? I don't buy it. Tantai Jingzong was completely speechless. This bastard really made people speechless. Why was he so against him? Not only was he not romantic at all, he did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards a beauty. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to speak to him, but he did not even care about him. Tantai Jingzong's heart was filled with resentment, but he was helpless. Jiang Chen did have the right to be arrogant. At least, Tyrant and the others were willing to fight for him. Even if Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, it had nothing to do with them, because Jiang Chen's strength was weak. Even he himself didn't care about it, so what right did they have to criticize him? This divine weapon has probably reached the level of a primal origin treasure, right? Wu Xintian swallowed his saliva, his face filled with anticipation and excitement. He had to admit that he was tempted, but he could not snatch Jiang Chen's item, nor could he do so. It was exactly what he had said before. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. If such a good thing was seen by any divine emperor, they would definitely snatch it at all costs. Just watch carefully, Yi Zichen said. Jiang Chen said faintly. With a slash of his sword, 1/3 of the meteorite was cut off. At that moment, the heavenly dragon's sword was still overflowing with brilliance. The meteorite was cut off with just 1 slash. That's 1/3 of the meteorite, no more, no less. Take it, that part should belong to you. After all, you are the ones who found this place. Wu Xintian could not help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen's generosity. Such boldness, such courage, his future would definitely be limitless. It was just that his current strength was still too weak. Gold would always shine, Wu Xintian firmly believed in this. Wu Xintian did not hesitate and quickly kept the meteorite, as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would regret it. It was really shocking to see so many meteorites. Jiang Chen's harvest was far more than theirs. But there was nothing to be envious of, after all, this was what Jiang Chen deserved. Look, what's that? Qing Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the meteorite. Within the meteorite, there seemed to be a constantly churning molten salt-like mud tossing back and forth. Moreover, it was like a long snake, constantly rotating, liquid into lava. What a terrifying fire attribute energy. Even the fire Qilin felt extremely hot. Within the meteorite, there was actually such a terrifying fire attribute energy. It was really unheard of. What is this thing? Old man Wu, do you know? Jiang Chen was also not too sure what it was. It seemed to be a kind of terrifying magma. Its terrifying heat wave forced the surrounding people to constantly retreat. Only Jiang Chen, who was in the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, was able to resist and remain indifferent. It's hard to say, I have never seen it before. This thing is really strange. Wu Xintian frowned, completely unable to determine what it was. However, the small piece in his hand did not have such a situation at all. It should be the magma from the meteorite. It will probably solidify soon. It seems to be a higher quality material. Tantai Jingzong said faintly. I hope so. Chapter 32:28. Everyone's expression changed drastically, including Jiang Chen's. This terrifying magma was so terrifying that it instantly penetrated Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation. All the liquid magma swept up and wrapped Jiang Chen's body tightly. There wasn't even a single gap. His entire body was wrapped in the liquid magma. The rising and burning magma forced everyone to retreat. No one was able to get within 20 steps of Jiang Chen's body. Even the fire Qilin could only get within 10 steps of him. The terrifying waves of fire burned the surrounding air again and again. Everyone was sweating profusely. Little Qinzi! Tyrant furiously shouted out. His expression changed dramatically, and he wanted to rush over and save Jiang Chen. However, he couldn't withstand the heat wave. Jiang Chen was like a huge furnace right now, and no one could get close to him. His entire body was engulfed by the magma, and no one could see his palms, face, eyes, or even his mouth moving. Tyrant furiously shouted out. Jiang Chen was originally standing, but his entire body was wrapped in the magma. He took a step forward and fell to the ground, motionless. No! Little Qinzi, stand up! Stand up! Tyrant roared crazily, but Jiang Chen couldn't hear him at all. The waves of heat from the magma were even stronger than the fire Qilin's sacred fire. This scene shocked everyone. No one had expected such an ending. Jiang Chen was swallowed by the magma. The scene was quite terrifying. Everyone's heart was filled with bitterness and shock. The fire Qilin also wanted to save Jiang Chen, but he couldn't withstand the heat emitted by the magma. How could this be? Tantai Jingzong murmured. Tantai Jingzong murmured, her heart was filled with helplessness and sorrow. Although she hated Jiang Chen, she didn't want him to die. After all, he was her savior. The moment Jiang Chen fell into the magma, everyone's heart was hit hard. Tyrant's face was filled with despair. However, he was powerless and indifferent. What a terrifying magma fluid! What is this thing? Everyone was forced to retreat by the heat wave. They couldn't see Jiang Chen's face clearly as he was covered by the magma. Was Jiang Chen really done for? Fortune! What a tragedy! Wu Xintian's face was pale. Jiang Chen was surrounded by the magma. There was no way he could survive. How could a late hierarch be able to survive? Even with the 5 types of flames, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was instantly devoured. Even Tyrant couldn't escape from this wave of flames. How could Jiang Chen escape from it? Jiang Chen, you must hold on. Fire Qilin raised his head and looked forward. He trusted Jiang Chen very much. With the 5-elemental divine fire as support, Jiang Chen would not give up easily. Although the magma was terrifying, Jiang Chen was not someone who was easy to deal with. He would not give up easily. Even with the Qilin Saint Fire, Fire Qilin couldn't get close to the magma. It was obvious how hot it was. Fire Qilin had tried everything he could but to no avail. It was the same for Tyrant. Fire Qilin, will Jiang Chen be alright? Tyrant said with a pale face. What he said was to comfort himself. Jiang Chen had been swallowed by the magma, and the moment he fell down, it proved that he had suffered a great deal of damage. This was something that everyone could see with their own eyes. I hope he will be alright. The fire Qilin said in a low voice. He wasn't sure because the flame that Jiang Chen was facing wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a meteorite that came from the boundless firmament. No one knew what it was. Magma was just a name that they called it. Fire Qilin did not even know what kind of existence it was. How could he be sure that Jiang Chen would be alright? What do you mean by hope? Will he be alright? Tyrant roared. He seemed to have gone crazy at that moment. Jiang Chen was in danger and he could not do anything. As his brother, how could Tyrant not worry about Jiang Chen's safety? Life and death are up to fate. Our little friend Jiang Chen's strength is too weak. Encountering this magma, it's really... Sigh. Wu Xintian was also speechless. He did not know what to say. The magma gradually formed a huge bowl. Jiang Chen's body also disappeared in the magma. In other words, Jiang Chen had been completely melted by the magma. Tyrant subconsciously took a step back. One could imagine the torment in his heart. Was Jiang Chen dead? Was he really dead? Impossible. He would not fall so easily. Not for any other reason, but because his name was Jiang Chen. At that moment, a pitch-black whirlwind swept over from afar. It carried a strange and gloomy sound and appeared in the surroundings. What's going on? Is it that strange wind again? Didn't you say that you are all right? Tantai Jingzong looked at the fire Qilin. At this moment, everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they had not recovered from Jiang Chen's death, they had no choice but to be prepared in the face of that incomparably gloomy and strange wind. The black whirlwind split into 10 and 10 dark figures appeared in the air, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. Could they be people from the ghost realm? Wu Xintian said in a deep voice. The corner of his eyes twitched. The sorrow in his heart was clearly expressed in his words. It seemed that their situation this time would be incomparably dangerous. These fellows had always been ruthless and merciless. Master Wu, what is the ghost realm? Tantai Jingzong looked at Wu Xintian and asked in a low voice. The ghost realm is not considered the strength of the central region divine land. This is because there is an extremely terrifying area at the border between the central region divine land, the northern cold divine region, and the ghost realm. It is called the ghost realm. The forces there are extremely evil. They are not only humans but also ghosts. However, no one is willing to provoke them. It is the same for the desolate divine region and the central region divine land. They are like a group of ghosts. Once you provoke them, you will definitely not have a good ending. No one knows how strong they are. Even the sword-drawing sects suffered a loss at their hands in the past. However, they only hide in the ghost realm. The forces in this place have a common characteristic. They can move with the wind and gather ghosts. I'm just guessing. Wu Xintian said in a deep voice. He, I didn't expect an old thing like you to be so knowledgeable. You actually know about the existence of my ghost realm. Ah, all of you must die today. Moreover, the meteorite is mine. Chapter 32-29. It's really them. Wu Xintian gasped. They're not afraid at all. That black-robed figure seems to be fearless. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Looks like there's going to be another tough battle. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He was ready to fight to the death. At least, they couldn't let Jiang Chen die in vain. At least, they couldn't let others have the meteorite in front of them. So what if it's the ghost domain? Hiding your head but showing your tail. What kind of hero are you? If you want to snatch the meteorite, then fight properly. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. There's nothing else to say. Wu Xintian said coldly. His eyes stared at the black astral winds. This battle was unavoidable. Whoever dares to touch Jiang Chen's meteorite will have to step over my body. Tyrant's anger had reached its peak at this moment. Since someone dared to cause trouble for him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. Jiang Chen's fate was unknown. He must protect the meteorite for Jiang Chen. He silently prayed for Jiang Chen, hoping that he would wake up. Hee. You're quite courageous. But so what if you're strong? You're still too weak in front of me. A divine emperor expert is something that self-proclaimed half-emperors like you will never be able to reach. Roar, roar, roar. Divine Emperor Realm. Sun Xiaolong gasped. This fella is actually a divine emperor. That's too terrifying. No matter how strong they were, they still couldn't fight against a divine emperor expert. A divine emperor expert has a realm that a half-emperor expert could never reach. It's something that cannot be changed or crossed. That's why a divine emperor expert or dozens of half-emperor experts couldn't fight against a divine emperor expert. Wu Xintian and Tantai Jingzang's expression became solemn. Looks like this fella came prepared. A divine emperor expert is a powerful figure even in the central region divine land. Once a divine emperor expert makes a move, millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. No one could stop them. Even those major sects like the sword-drawing sect would try their best to recruit divine emperor experts. A divine emperor was not something that could be cultivated easily. It was a combination of talent and strength. Without talent, it would be impossible for a person to reach the divine emperor realm in his lifetime. Once one attained the emperor realm, one would be able to obtain a seat as an advisor even within these large sections. If one possessed a formidable strength, one would even be able to obtain a seat as a revered elder, and even the elders of those sects would have to be respectful and reverent to one. Therefore, every divine emperor expert was not a nobody. Although there were not many half-step divine emperors, there were still more of them than divine emperors. A great sect could easily have dozens of half-step divine emperors, but there would only be 8 to 10 divine emperors in total. A divine emperor expert was already a true major sect. A major sect like the fossil sect only had 2 divine emperor experts, 1 sect master and 1 old ancestor. No one was willing to provoke a divine emperor expert. Even becoming an enemy of one was a mistake. A divine emperor expert wasn't a level that ordinary people could reach. In the central region divine land, they would be invited by various forces. This emperor is the Ghost Domain's 3rd domain lord, the evil dragon emperor. If you're smart, kneel before me. Maybe I can spare your lives. The evil dragon emperor rose into the clouds and gently parted the black clouds in front of him. His face was so white that it made people's hair stand on end. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his bone-like hand was scarlet red, as if there were layers of blood-red mucus on it. His slender body gave off an unparalleled might as he stood there. Evil Dragon Emperor. It's actually the Evil Dragon Emperor. Wu Xintian had clearly heard of the Evil Dragon Emperor's majesty. At this moment, his expression greatly changed and he subconsciously took a step back. Back then, the Evil Dragon Emperor had once slaughtered the northern cold divine region's 7 great sects in a fit of rage. He was a bloodthirsty and ruthless person. Everyone would run away upon hearing his name, not daring to fight. The evil dragon emperors might spread throughout the northern cold border. Everyone knows about him. Tantai Jingzang silently lowered his head. At this moment, their fossil sect had clearly lost the will to fight against the evil dragon emperor. This guy was too terrifying. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The evil dragon emperor's name shook the northern cold border. His name was renowned in the 3 provinces. No one dared to look down on him. At this moment, who dared to disobey the might of a divine emperor? We're from the fossil sect. We hope that Lord Evil Dragon Emperor can give us a chance. The meteorites, we don't want them. We'll give them all to Lord Evil Dragon Emperor. Wu Xintian knew that this person was completely different from the divine emissary of the divine pagoda. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. However, if this person was enraged, none of them would be spared. His strength was undeniable. Fighting him head-on now was no different from smashing a rock with an egg. He. Not bad. You know your limits. I, the evil dragon emperor, am not an unreasonable person. As long as you leave the meteorites behind, you can scram," said the evil dragon emperor with a faint smile. He glanced at Wu Xintian's group with disdain. The meteorites were already in his hands without any effort. He was too lazy to make a big fuss. Although the evil dragon emperor's name was filled with evil and evil, his path was not filled with slaughter. Tantai Jingzong's expression was incomparably cold. At this moment, she chose to remain silent. She did not say anything, nor did she give any suggestions. Wu Xintian was also forced to do this. He had to think for everyone. He was the elder of the fossil sect and the teacher of those people. If he stubbornly acted on his own, he might cause everyone to die. Wu Xintian did not want everyone to die here. He was only doing this for the sake of expediency. At the moment of life and death, there must be a choice. Although they might not gain anything this time, it was already the best outcome. Teacher Wu is wise, Teacher Wu is wise. Sun Xiaolong was born to be afraid of death. There was no problem with Wu Xintian's choice at this moment. If they wanted to protect themselves, they must give up on the things in their hands. There was no conflict and it was also very worthwhile. Because the meteorites were exchanged for their lives. Everyone chimed in. After all, facing a divine emperor expert, they would definitely die. This was a situation that no one could change. What they did not want to see the most was a battle between the two. They would definitely be cannon fodder. What I want to see is a battle between divine emperor realm experts. Let's go. Wu Xintian said in a deep voice as he looked at Tyrant and the others. Tyrant snorted coldly with a disdainful smile on his face. You want to leave? You can leave, but I won't. Jiang Chen is still here, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. Someone is trying to take away his meteorite, and I will never give up. No one can take away what Jiang Chen wants, unless I die, said Tyrant firmly. There was no reason. He just wanted to protect Jiang Chen. It was that simple. He did not believe that Jiang Chen would die just like that. If Jiang Chen could wake up, he would be very sad if the first person he saw was not him. Even if Jiang Chen saw his corpse when he woke up, Tyrant would still stay here. Qing Xian followed Tyrant. Life and death were fated. He would never run away. The fire Qilin glanced at Wu Xintian and the others and said disdainfully. Looks like it was a mistake for Jiang Chen to save you guys. He wanted to save you guys from death and let you guys get what you want. However, you guys only know how to retreat. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The fire Qilin, Tyrant, and Qing Xian faced the evil dragon emperor alone without fear. They must fight to the last moment. Even if they died, they would die together with little Chenzi. Chapter 32:30. However, heroes had to pay a price. Death could be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. Wu Xintian didn't want to die without knowing why. He only had one life, and those people were the elite disciples of the petrified faction that he had brought out. If they all died here, even after Wu Xintian died, he would still be anxious and fearful. Wu Xintian could only sigh and leave silently. Sun Xiaolong and the others quickly followed. Tantai Jingzong took a deep look at the flowing lava with mixed feelings in his heart. The people of petrified sect had left. Everyone had left. However, Tyrant was not afraid of the evil dragon emperor at all. If he joined hands with the fire Qilin, they might not lose completely. Looks like you guys are really courting death. To dare to go against me, the evil dragon emperor. Ha ha ha. You guys must be tired of living. Great, it's been a long time since I last exercised my muscles. I'll chop you guys into pieces. After I eat them, my strength might even improve. Fire Qilin, Buddhist golden body, green lotus spirit. Interesting, all of you are treasures. If I eat all three of you, my strength might increase greatly. This is really a good fortune bestowed upon me by the heavens. Ao. The evil dragon emperor clenched his hand. His crimson hand gradually tightened. His eyes were eerie as he spoke in a low voice. Go! Along with the evil dragon emperor's roar, the 10 whirlwinds turned into 10 half-step divine emperors. Each of them held an eerie bone blade that was abnormally sharp. The 10 of them moved in unison and wore masks, looking like skeletons. A dark aura instantly spread out in all directions. It was as if 10 dark berserk dragons were chasing after the evil dragon emperor. Do it! Tyrant said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. He had no choice but to fight. He wanted to leave a monument for Jiang Qin. He wanted Jiang Qin to never have to worry about anything. Tyrant formed a hand seal and charged towards the 5 half-step divine emperors. His attacks were as fast as lightning and his steps were ferocious. His dark aura was the exact opposite of his Buddha aura. Tyrant continued to gain the upper hand while the other 5 took on 3 half-step divine emperors while Qing Xian took on 2. They did not seem to be at a disadvantage when facing 10 half-step divine emperors. Buddha's light illuminates all, deliver all living beings from suffering. Tyrant's Buddhist seal was too ferocious. Even the evil dragon emperor did not expect this guy to be so hard to deal with. It was a perfect counter to each other, causing the 5 half-step deity emperors to have a hard time against Tyrant. In this battle, Tyrant had the absolute initiative. Good boy, interesting. Looks like I'll have to increase the stakes for you guys. The corner of the evil dragon emperor's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He moved his palm and 10 gusts of astral wind swept out from his body. They turned into 10 half-step deity emperors and closed in on Tyrant. The battle bone puppets were his specialty. Now that he had sent out his full strength, it would be quite difficult to deal with them. In the magma, Jiang Chen was using the 5 elemental divine fire to resist the scorching liquid. It was like a terrifying flame. Jiang Chen was engulfed in it. His clothes had turned into ashes. Even his flesh had turned blurry at this moment. The 5 elemental divine fire could not resist the magma at all. Jiang Chen could not move an inch. It was as if Jiang Chen was trapped by an invisible spider web. It was impossible for him to escape. However, it was impossible for the terrifying magma to engulf Jiang Chen and destroy him in a short period of time. Although the 5 elemental divine fire was not as powerful as the magma, it was still able to protect Jiang Chen temporarily. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew that the magma was not an inanimate object. It was a living creature with consciousness. This damned fella. How can I break free from it? Jiang Chen had tried countless methods but to no avail. He could only rely on the 5 elemental divine fire and his myriad chi body. If it was someone else, they would have been turned into ashes. Gradually, even Jiang Chen felt a great pressure. The magma was about to break through his 5 elemental divine fire once again. Then, Jiang Chen might be severely injured. He, little fella, surrender quickly. You can't compete with my star fire. So what if you have 5 types of fire? You can't resist the burning power of my star fire. A childish voice echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body trembled. This fella's consciousness was communicating with him. Fire spirit. You are the fire spirit of this magma. Are you an otherworldly creature? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. He, who knows what you are talking about? I was born here. Only by devouring you can I grow quickly. You are the nourishment that I have been dreaming of. The childish voice appeared in Jiang Chen's ears again. Jiang Chen knew that this fellow wanted to devour him as soon as possible and make him its own. It seemed that although it did not have a strong spiritual wisdom, it knew how to devour others to strengthen itself. Do you think you can get away with it? Do you think that I will be devoured so easily? Jiang Chen laughed coldly, looking down on the fire spirit. He, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before you are devoured by me. Although your flames are not weak, they are nothing in front of me. Aren't your thoughts a little too simple? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. He would never yield to this little guy. At this point in time, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. Since you want to devour me, then I want to devour you too. Jiang Chen had the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. At this moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would definitely play a crucial role. Whether or not Jiang Chen could devour this star of fire depended on the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Karmic fire of the Red Lotus, it's up to you. A blazing flame suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's heart. It was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, this was only a part of the primordial fire of the Red Lotus. The real primordial fire was controlled by the Red Lotus. Jiang Chen did not know if he could succeed, but he had to try to devour the star fire of the Red Lotus as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely be devoured by this tiny fire spirit and die. The game is finally about to begin. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. Under the divine fire of the 5 elements, a terrifying wave of fire rose to the sky. With lightning speed, it began to counterattack and devour the star fire of the Red Lotus. He, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. This. What kind of fire is this? How can it be so terrifying? Chapter 32-31. Bastard, what kind of fire is this? I won't give in. The little fire spirit roared furiously. An incomparable resistance rang out from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. The eruption of the spark fire spirit had forced the 5 elemental divine fires back, leaving only the primordial fire essence of the Red Lotus karmic fire to tangle with it. However, the spark fire spirit was abnormally terrifying. Jiang Chen constantly tried to fuse with it, but the little fire spirit dodged all of his attempts. It had even started a counterattack. It wasn't that easy for the little fire spirit to devour Jiang Chen. After all, the 5 elemental divine fires and the Red Lotus karmic fire could easily protect Jiang Chen. The little fire spirit constantly battered Jiang Chen's body. Even the Red Lotus karmic fire had lost its initial violence under its suppression. The Red Lotus karmic fire lost its initiative and began to retreat. Even the 5 elemental divine fires working together with it was useless. Jiang Chen's danger grew with each step, and the little fire spirit's attacks became faster and faster. Jiang Chen had fallen into an extremely passive state. Damned bastard, I can't let it devour the 5 elemental divine fires and the Red Lotus karmic fire. Jiang Chen kept roaring in his heart, but it was to no avail. At that moment, an even more intense flame was awakened in Jiang Chen's heart. Red Lotus! Jiang Chen cried out. The primordial fire essence of the Red Lotus karmic fire was greatly suppressed. Hong Lian could naturally sense it. She was extremely shocked when she saw the fire spirit before her. She had never thought that such a strange fire spirit would exist in the world. This fire spirit hasn't finished evolving yet. If it did, I might not even be able to resist it. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary flame. It's like the various forms of lightning. This is an astonishing, heavenly flame. I've never heard of a fire spirit like this before, so I can only rely on my current origin energy to devour it. Hong Lian's deep voice filled Jiang Chen with worry. Would this fellow be unable to even control the red lotus karmic fire once it finished evolving? How confident are you? Jiang Chen could not help but ask. 30%. Red Lotus whispered. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. But at this moment, this was their only chance. You've worked hard, Red Lotus. Jiang Chen said quietly. He knew that he couldn't say anything else. If he failed, then both of them would vanish into thin air. However, at this moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had to put its life on the line. If you die, I will die as well. It didn't just devour you, it also devoured my primordial flame, so you don't have to thank me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. She was still as cold as ever. However, he could only place all his hopes on her right now. Jiang Chen was already helpless. If Red Lotus failed, then this would really be his fate. Although Jiang Chen was unwilling, there was nothing he could do because he could only place his hopes on Red Lotus. As expected, the fire spirit became fearful when Red Lotus primordial flame appeared. After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was only a trace of Red Lotus primordial flame. Now that Red Lotus had taken action, the two were naturally incomparable. Interesting. It seems that I'm really lucky to have such a primordial flame for me to absorb as soon as I was born. What a great fortune, The star fire spirit smiled coldly as it resounded in Jiang Chen's heart. Although the star fire spirit was startled, it did not panic. It continuously collided with Red Lotus, testing each other. In the end, it crazily attacked and devoured the other. Both of them wanted to devour the other completely. However, things did not go as planned. Jiang Chen did not expect the star fire spirit to be so powerful. Even if Red Lotus took action, the battle between the two was still one-sided. The star fire spirit was too powerful. No other flames could rival it. Is this flame even more powerful than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Jiang Chen's heart violently shuddered. He had originally thought that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was the most powerful flame in the world, but he had never thought that the star fire of the meteor would be on par with it. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is indeed the most powerful flame in the world, but my origin energy is still not powerful enough right now. It's also absorbed by the meteor, so even though it's only been born recently, its terrifying origin energy is no weaker than mine, growled Red Lotus. Hong Lian growled. At that moment, she was already showing signs of defeat. If she continued to struggle, she would probably be done for. Even though Hong Lian had used everything she had, the suppression of the origin of fire was still unimaginable. It was something that could not be reversed. I'll keep it busy while you clear your mind of distractions. Use the divine fire of the 5 elements to expel the star fire spirit. You might have a chance at survival, growled Red Lotus. This was Jiang Chen's only chance at escaping. This is our only chance at survival, but if I escape, you'll be completely devoured by the star fire, won't you? Do you think that I, Jiang Chen, am a coward? Said Jiang Chen Lang. Jiang Chen could not exchange Red Lotus life for his own. But this is our only chance. Otherwise, we'll both die. You can't act on impulse. Barked Red Lotus. Impossible. Jiang Chen's determination filled Red Lotus's heart with helplessness and gratitude. If you die, how will we avenge the craftsman god? So you must live. The craftsman god's revenge is insignificant compared to you. Even if the craftsman god was here, I believe he would never allow me to do that. Jiang Chen persisted. You're a fool, a madman. You're courting death. Red Lotus cursed. Jiang Chen wanted to advance and retreat together with her, but the current situation did not allow him to do so. Among the two of them, only Jiang Chen had a slim chance to escape. She would certainly die. So what if I die? It's impossible for me to give up on you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, he persisted with all his strength and began to search for opportunities for the karmic fire of the red lotus. Although the divine fire of the five elements couldn't play a decisive role at this moment, it could still slow down the devouring speed of the star fire spirit. But to Red Lotus, no matter how hard she and Jiang Chen struggled, it would only be a slow death. Why are you doing this? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. He was loyal, he was indeed worthy of great responsibility. The craftsman god's choice was not wrong. He was more suitable than anyone else to inherit the craftsman god's inheritance. Chapter 32-32. Wu Xintian led everyone towards the central region divine land. They didn't want to come back to the wildlands divine land ever again. Just as they heaved a long sigh of relief and finally escaped with their lives, Tantai Jingzang said faintly, "Wu Shi, I'll be leaving now." With that, Tantai Jingzang did not even give Wu Xintian a chance to react. He turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction they left in. "Wu Shi, this..." Sun Xiaolong looked at Tantai Jingzang's departing figure in astonishment. Wu Xintian did not know whether to laugh or cry because he had already expected this. If she hadn't turned around and left, perhaps I would have been surprised. The reason why Jin Zhang did this was because he didn't want to feel guilty in his heart. If he doesn't turn back, she might never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Wu Xintian said calmly. He had already expected Tantai Jingzang to do this, but he had no reason to stop him. Jiang Chen and the others were in imminent danger. If they left just like that, it would be extremely inhumane. But Wu Xintian was different from Tantai Jingzang. He had to consider everyone, while Tantai Jingzang only had one belief in his heart, to have a clear conscience. That silly lass. The sutra is bound to be in danger. Teacher Wu, why didn't you stop her? She is the #1 genius of our fossil sect. If the scripture treasury really perishes here, you may receive an even greater punishment when you return. Sun Xiaolong let out a sigh. His face was extremely solemn. Everyone is different. What she pursued was what we disdained, and what we pursued was what she disdained. We cultivate, but she cultivates her heart. The reason why Jingzang was stronger than anyone else was because she had the heart of a fearless expert. Even in the face of an emperor expert, she would not cower. If she chose to escape this time, her heart would never forgive herself, and she would never be able to climb to the peak. To her, this is a tempering experience, a metamorphosis between life and death. If she passes it, she will soar into the heavens. If she fails, even if she returns alive, her achievements will probably stop here. Wu Xintian said earnestly. Sun Xiaolong did not really understand, but he knew that Teacher Wu's words were directed at Tantai Jingzang. The path she walked was different from them, and what she pursued was also something they did not understand. This trip might really be the end of us. I hope you can take care of yourself, Jingzang, Sun Xiaolong kept sighing. Was the goddess in his heart going to die just like that? Sun Xiaolong didn't believe that those fellows were a match for the evil dragon emperor. Even Wu Shi was afraid of the evil dragon emperor. Who would dare to go against a god emperor? Those fellows were just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would eventually pay the price for their foolishness. I hope that you can come back alive, Jingzang. Wu Xintian turned around with a burning gaze. I hope you can overcome the terror of the desolate divine continent. Even if you cannot come back alive, you did not bring shame to the fossil sect. You are the pride of the fossil sect. Wu Xintian and the others could only escape at this moment. Tantai Jingzang also chose the path that she should walk, a path that she knew was a path of no return. I, Tantai Jingzang, am not someone who is afraid of death. Jiang Chen, I will definitely repay what I owe you. The sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand was finally unsheathed. For Jiang Qin, even if it was for his broken body and dead soul, she would definitely let Jiang Qin rest in peace. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong looked at Tyrant and the others. At this moment, the three of them were in an extremely dangerous situation. The 20 tireless skeletal puppets almost made Tyrant suffer. These skeletal puppets were all half-step divine emperors. Most importantly, they were not like the giant spiders from before. They were controlled by divine emperor experts. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Qing Xian and the Fire Qilin advanced cautiously. They had completely lost the initiative. Now, they could only passively take a beating. Moreover, they were heavily injured. Only death awaits you if you go against me. Do you think you can fight against me with just a few reckless fools? I don't think you know what the name Evil Dragon Emperor represents. The Evil Dragon Emperor said plainly. Even with the Buddhist seal, 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Moreover, there were divine emperor experts eyeing on them. Tyrant could not continue. Count me in as well. Tantai Jingzong's clear voice resounded. Tyrant's eyes became gentle. She still hasn't given up on Jiang Qin. He, another one is here to die. Looks like you guys are really reckless. Life is precious, but in your eyes, it's like grass. You guys don't know how to cherish it. How sad. The Evil Dragon Emperor shook his head and said. He was extremely disdainful towards Tantai Jingzong's return. Whether you're here to die or not, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Tantai Jingzong charged forward like a dragon soaring in the sky. His sword momentum was graceful and his momentum was overwhelming. The sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand was actually a primal origin treasure divine sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow, sweeping across 800 zhang. Tantai Jingzong's swordsmanship was slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's, but it was different. Her sword was not as courageous as Jiang Chen's, but it was able to stop the heavens with ease. The moment Tantai Jingzong drew her sword, it was already determined that she would face death calmly. Laughable. How laughable. Ha ha ha. The Evil Dragon Emperor sneered. Even with Tantai Jingzong's help, they still couldn't contend against the Evil Dragon Emperor. Tantai Jingzong slashed the heavens with her sword, not fearing the battle bone puppets at all. The 4 of them actually managed to resist the battle bone puppets' attacks. They even seemed to be turning the tables. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. Reckless fools, I'll give you a quick death. Going against me is courting death. The Evil Dragon Emperor roared. He held the bone blade in his hand. The 20 silhouettes turned into astral winds and fused into his body. The Evil Dragon Emperor personally took action, displaying the might of a deity emperor. He suppressed the 4 of them with lightning speed. However, Tantai Jingzong's sword and Tyrant's god-suppressing monument were great obstacles for him. It wouldn't be easy for him to eliminate them. In addition to the Fire Qilin's shadow, his Qilin Saint Fire was also able to suppress the Evil Dragon Emperor. As a result, they gradually stabilized the situation. Chapter 32-33. Although Tantai Jingzong was very cold and arrogant, she was not an arrogant person. This time, when she returned to the desperate situation of life and death, she brought with her a fearless heart. She wanted to live a great life, and she wanted to die a great death. That was what life should be like. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong's domineering aura soared to the peak of the Milky Way. Dragon rises from Xianyuan, rules Sanzang. The Sanzang sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand pierced through the Milky Way and cut through the mortal world. He was invincible among the half-step deity emperors. Even when facing the Evil Dragon Emperor, he was fearless. That terrifying sword shadow shocked the evil dragon emperor, causing him to not dare to be careless. Tyrant immediately went up against the evil dragon emperor. The god-suppressing monument pressed down. Although it could not suppress the evil dragon emperor, it could suppress his strength. Fire Qilin and Qing Xian joined the battle again. The four half-step deity emperors fought the evil dragon emperor. It was earth-shattering, like a tsunami. It shook the entire mountain, causing it to tremble. However, the evil dragon emperor was a divine emperor expert after all. Even under the frenzied attacks of Tyrant and Tantai Jingzang, the evil dragon emperor was still able to deal with it easily. After all, the evil dragon emperor was the third domain lord of the ghost spirit domain. He was not a nameless person. Naturally, the evil dragon emperor was able to hold his ground against the evil dragon emperor for the time being. However, the evil dragon emperor's evil aura continued to rise. Their situation could change at any time. They might even suffer a crushing defeat. Compared to the situation of Tantai Jingzang and the others, Jiang Chen's crisis was even more frightening. The current Red Lotus could no longer withstand the devouring of the star fire spirit. Even though Jiang Chen and the five elemental divine fires had joined forces, they could not pose too much of a hindrance to the star fire spirit. On the contrary, the star fire spirit had already devoured nearly one-third of the Red Lotus origin energy. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. At this moment, he had no way to turn the situation around. The star fire spirit was too strange and terrifying. Not even the Red Lotus could restrain it. It was invisible and formless, and it could do whatever it wanted to Jiang Chen. Damn it! Red Lotus, you must hold on. Jiang Chen's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. Killing the spark fire spirit was the most important thing. I can only try my heaven-defying Taoist connotation. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had no other choice but to try. This was the last heaven-conquering Tao connotation. If the heaven-conquering Tao connotation could suppress the spark fire spirit, it might be the chance for him and Red Lotus to turn the tables. Jiang Chen moved his mind and the Tao accumulation was born from his heart. The incomparable heavenly Tao accumulation was overbearing and directly wrapped the spark fire spirit in it. At this moment, the spark fire spirit could no longer sit still because Jiang Chen could feel the rapid oppression of the heavenly Tao accumulation on the spark fire spirit. The spark fire spirit almost couldn't fight back and instantly became dispirited. It was even difficult for the spark fire spirit to use its devouring technique. Bastard! What kind of power is this? Why can't I move at all? What a terrifying realm! What is this? The spark fire spirit kept struggling, but Jiang Chen's heaven-conquering Tao accumulation had completely suppressed it and it couldn't move an inch forward. Quick! Red Lotus, this is the time. We can't let him recover. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. This was their only chance. The heaven-conquering Tao accumulation was indeed powerful and it had perfectly suppressed the spark fire spirit. However, the time that Jiang Chen could hold on was too short. Even he could feel the divine origin energy in his body was rapidly disappearing. The myriad chi body couldn't recover in time. All right. Red Lotus was extremely shocked. However, this was their only chance and they must grasp it. It's too difficult for me to devour the fire spirit now. You also have the Red Lotus karmic fire's origin energy. Together with the five elements divine fire, it should be easier for you. Red Lotus said in a low voice. You mean, you want me to devour it? Jiang Chen was stunned. Why not? Weren't you very skillful when you devoured the sky thunder in the past? This guy isn't even comparable to the sky thunder. He's just very unruly. Now that he's being suppressed by your Tao accumulation, you're the best candidate. Red Lotus said in a deep voice. Don't hesitate anymore. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. At this time, Red Lotus had already been severely injured by the fire spirit. It would be extremely difficult for him to devour the fire spirit. He could only rely on himself. You must be careful. This fire spirit is not easy to deal with. How long can you suppress it? You must completely devour it within this period of time. Otherwise, once it turns over, it will be our time of death. Red Lotus said in an extremely serious tone. I can't help you much. You must rely on the 5 elements divine fire and the Red Lotus karmic fire's origin energy in order to devour it completely. If you can use it for your own use, it'll probably be a peerless divine fire that's on par with my Red Lotus karmic fire. Jiang Chen nodded silently. At this time, he knew that he couldn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, both of their lives would vanish from this world. The star fire spirit in the meteorite made Jiang Chen feel a great pressure. It was a pressure that he had never felt before. Damn it! I must devour you completely and destroy you completely. Jiang Chen said confidently. The heaven-defying Tao in his body made it hard for the fire spirit to resist. If Jiang Chen knew this earlier, he would have used the heaven-defying Tao long ago. The star fire spirit would not have been so arrogant. Jiang Chen activated the Red Lotus karmic fire and the 5 elements divine fire and began to devour the star fire spirit. He was very fast because the star fire spirit was completely suppressed. At this time, the star fire spirit was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It had no power to fight back. I want to melt you completely. I want you to be suppressed by me for all eternity. Jiang Chen was extremely angry. The star fire spirit was frantically resisting, but it was powerless because Jiang Chen's heaven-defying Tao was too strong. The star fire spirit was powerless. At this time, it could only let Jiang Chen control it. What a terrifying star fire. This star fire spirit is indeed not weaker than your Red Lotus karmic fire. The more star fire spirit was devoured, the more shocked Jiang Chen became. This star fire was almost a complete fire spirit's origin energy. Moreover, it already had its own consciousness. This meant that its existence was an irreversible fact. Who knew how many years it had to cultivate before it could transform into a Tao body and have its own consciousness? This star fire spirit has surrendered. Oh no, it wants to assimilate my 5 elements divine fire and Red Lotus karmic fire. Chapter 32-34. The fire spirit was extremely terrifying. After all, it was a foreign fire. Even Jiang Chen had no idea what it was capable of. At the very least, it seemed like the fire spirit had erupted with its most terrifying counterattack. Jiang Chen could not afford to be careless, or it was very likely that he would fail miserably. When the fire spirit was about to yield, it had already been suppressed by Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating way to the point where it could not put up any resistance. All it could do was retreat and seek a breakthrough. Roar! Roar! The fire spirit produced a series of ear-piercing shrieks. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the fire of the 5 elements to devour the fire spirit furiously. Once it devoured him, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. He would definitely be reduced to ashes. Little brat, I refuse to believe that I can't deal with you. Jiang Chen bellowed out furiously. Even Jiang Chen had never imagined that the power of the heaven-dominating way would render the fire spirit completely useless. Even if it wanted to devour and assimilate the fire of the 5 elements, there was no way out. As time passed, Jiang Chen finally subdued the fire spirit. At that moment, the fire spirit's powerful devouring ability completely devoured the fire of the 5 elements and the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, it did not devour them this time. Instead, the fire spirit devoured them on its own, completing its evolution in the end. A green-blue blazing flame rose from Jiang Chen's hand. It carried the domineering aura of the red lotus world's scorching flame, the charm of the endless starfire, and the blazing impact of the five elemental divine fire. Even Red Lotus was deeply fearful of the green-blue flame after looking at it. These flames, are they a fusion of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the fire of the five elements? Red Lotus took a deep breath as she looked at the blue flame in Jiang Chen's hand. Her face was filled with shock. Even she could feel an invisible threat from the blue flame. The flame was too overbearing and she had never heard of it before. Not bad. However, this foreign starfire is really hard to fathom. However, I can already completely control this cyan blue flame. Moreover, I can also split this flame into two. Jiang Chen smiled and extended his hand. The five elemental divine flames, the foreign starfire, and the red lotus karmic flame were completely separated. With a thought, the seven flames merged perfectly without any warning. You are truly too monstrous. This cyan blue flame is even more monstrous. However, it is still your own creation. You should give it a name. Red Lotus slightly frowned. She was quite surprised about Jiang Chen. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. However, Jiang Chen had grown from a nobody in the divine tomb to a late hierarch realm powerful young man. Undeniably, she had never dreamt that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. She had never seen or heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed. He was a peerless monstrous genius that could only be seen once in a million years. It was not a mistake for the craftsman god's inheritance to choose him. Then, let's call it the Azure Lotus Starfire. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he stared at the cyan blue flame in his hand. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If someone was caught off guard, even an ordinary divine emperor would not dare to face it head-on. His Azure Lotus Starfire was extremely terrifying. It was even more overbearing than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. In just a short moment, it was extinguished. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect that he had accidentally fused the exotic star fire with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. There was actually such a terrifying flame in the heavens and earth. Any divine weapon or supreme-grade pill forged by this flame must be extremely domineering. Jiang Chen could not wait to forge his 108 origin divine tools. Jiang Chen was looking forward to the effect of merging the meteorite into the 108 origin divine tools. Great name. Azure Lotus Starfire. Looks like my karmic fire of the Red Lotus will have to stand aside in the future. He he he. Hong Lian said indifferently with a sliver of desolation. There's no one that can be compared to you. Jiang Chen looked at Hong Lian with a burning gaze as he said solemnly. Hong Lian was slightly stunned, then she smiled. She never thought that Jiang Chen would be so loyal. This fellow will not disappoint her. Her mission was to bring him to find the only disciple of the craftsman god in the divine world, retrieve the inheritance and kill the traitor. However, it was too difficult to wait for Jiang Chen to grow. She thought that it would take millions of years. She never thought that Jiang Chen would have the strength to enter the central region divine land in less than 100 years. This made her feel gratified. There's finally hope to take revenge for her father. Now, it's time to tell you about the traitor of the craftsman god. He's the only person that you can't avoid after entering the central region divine land. Hong Lian said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He had long wanted to know who this traitor of the craftsman god was. He's definitely not a nobody. After all, he's the only inheritor of the craftsman god in the divine world. Even though he didn't receive the true inheritance, he's still the true inheritor. Shengguan Hongyan, back then, he was already one of the most powerful grandmaster craftsmen in the central region divine land. Other than the craftsman god, he was the most powerful Grandmaster craftsman. Back then, his strength had already reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Now, he must have broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. It's unknown if he could even reach the Martial Emperor realm. But now, countless years have passed, whether he can reach that realm or not is still unknown. Once he reaches the legendary Martial Emperor realm, I'm afraid it'll be impossible for us to take our revenge. Shengguan Hongyan is one of the most powerful Grandmaster craftsmen in the Central Region Divine Land. Hong Lian said in a low voice. Ninth Great Emperor Venerable Heavenly King Realm, able to create a divine spirit with a single thought. It's not like there aren't any experts above the Emperor realm. He's strong, and one day, I'll be stronger than him. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he said firmly. Even if he's an Emperor realm expert, he'll never give up on his revenge. Without the craftsman god, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to reach such a powerful realm. Without the myriad chi cauldron, without the frightening refinement technique, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak. His achievements today were greatly related to the craftsman god. The transformation of the heavenly dragon sword was also created by the craftsman god. Even though the craftsman god didn't teach him much, he was more important than anyone else. Chapter 32-35. Let's hope that he doesn't become that powerful. In the Central Region Divine Land, there was a sect that mainly focused on refining weapons. It was called the Golden Stone Sect. Although the sect was not a true old sect, it was an existence that transcended worldly affairs. It was just that no one knew what the Golden Stone Sect was like now. Millions of years have passed. Time is unforgiving. The sea can dry up, the stone can rot, the sky can collapse, and the earth can crack. Even people and things can change. Hong Lian's words were filled with sorrow. However, as the only successor of the craftsman god, Shengguan Hongyan's status in the divine world would definitely rise. It wouldn't be any weaker than it was now. Jiang Chen's heart was also filled with heaviness. It seemed like he still had a long way to go in his revenge. Back then, the craftsman god was known as the strongest person below the god emperor. He was very powerful, but he still fell in the end. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to be careful. Once he was strong enough, he would definitely not let Shengguan Hongyan go. However, he had to be careful after entering the Central Region Divine Land. It wasn't only because of Shengguan Hongyan, but also because of the Slaughter Pagoda. Before entering the Central Region Divine Land, Jiang Chen had already killed a divine emissary, and his grudge with the 8 Divisional Pagoda had begun. Don't worry. One day, I will take revenge for my master. It won't be too long. Jiang Chen said and clenched his fist. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotions. There would definitely be no problem. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong, Tyrant, and the others were having a hard time facing the evil Dragon Emperor. Even though they had used all their means, they had yet to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. They could only passively take a beating against the evil Dragon Emperor. Although they managed to stabilize the situation for a while, they were still in a terrible state, which infuriated everyone. Tyrant was covered in injuries, Qing Xian was exhausted, and the Fire Qilin was also heavily injured. Tantai Jingzong was in the best condition, but she had also suffered some minor injuries. There was a trace of blood on her pretty face that was neither deep nor shallow, making her look even colder and more heroic. The 4 could only passively defend. However, with the evil Dragon Emperor's suppression, he had the absolute advantage. If this continued, Qing Xian and the others would be exhausted to death. What should we do? To run or not to run? We can't hold on much longer. Qing Xian said with great difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. Time was gradually destroying their willpower. It was not easy for them to persevere until now. I won't go. I won't leave until I get that little bastard Jiang Chen out. Tyrant said through gritted teeth. Fuck you, you bastard. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely teach you a lesson. Tantai Jingzong frowned. With Jiang Chen's strength, he wanted to deal with the evil dragon emperor. Did he take the wrong medicine? Even you and I can't deal with the evil dragon emperor. How can Jiang Chen do it? Are you sure Jiang Chen is not dead? Are you sure he can deal with the evil dragon emperor? Tantai Jingzong glanced at Tyrant and said indifferently. Jiang Chen is definitely not dead. He will definitely be able to teach this guy a lesson. Tyrant said without any doubt. His expression was extremely cold. He trusted Jiang Chen unconditionally. Other than Jiang Chen, he had no other way to deal with the evil dragon emperor. It's rare for someone to trust me so much. All the more reason for me to not die. Jiang Chen took a step forward and crushed the magma that wrapped around his body. His entire body was glowing with radiance and vigor. Although he only had the strength of a late hierarch realm, Tantai Jingzong felt that this fellow was like a hidden tyrannosaurus. Could he really defeat the evil dragon emperor like what Tyrant had said? Tyrant, Fire Qilin, and the others' eyes lit up. Jiang Chen did not disappoint them. I knew it. Kid, you won't die so easily. Ha ha ha. Just as I expected. Fuck you, I'm saved. Tyrant laughed and said with his eyes sparkling. With Jiang Chen here, everything could be saved. Tyrant once again got to know Jiang Chen after the battle in the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. That fellow was still the fearless demon king in the immortal world. As long as he was here, there was nothing that could not be solved. You're still alive. Tantai Jingzong said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, it was not something incomprehensible. Why? Are you unhappy that I'm still alive? Jiang Chen shrugged and said. That's not what I meant. Tantai Jingzong said coldly and did not argue with Jiang Chen. Brat, even a hierarch like you dares to challenge me. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Kid, do you think you can save the damsel in distress from my hands? You're dreaming. Really? Don't think that you'll win until the very last moment. In fact, you're just a pile of mud. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. He did not put the evil dragon emperor in his eyes at all. Even Tantai Jingzong was curious about Jiang Chen. Why are you so disdainful of the evil dragon emperor and so confident? Where's your confidence? I'm also looking forward to you killing the evil dragon emperor. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen with interest. You'll get what you want. A faint smile crossed Jiang Chen's lips as he looked into Tantai Jingzong's eyes. In the next moment, his target was locked on the evil dragon emperor. What an arrogant kid. Do you really think a hierarch like you can turn the situation around? You're too arrogant. It's my first time seeing someone as arrogant as you. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're not even aware that your death is coming. I'll make sure you die in style. I, the evil dragon emperor, will turn into 1,000,000 corpses and blood flow for 1,000 miles. Whoever dares to go against me will be killed without mercy. The evil dragon emperor's roar was deafening. Jiang Chen remained calm as he took a step forward. The mountains and rivers were shattered. That scene was Jiang Chen going against the evil dragon emperor with his hierarch realm body. Tantai Jingzong squinted her beautiful eyes. It was too shocking at that moment. Could Jiang Chen really withstand the evil dragon emperor's attack? Tantai Jingzong did not know. However, Jiang Chen was full of confidence as if he was the strongest existence in this world. Jiang Chen's strength was overwhelming the evil dragon emperor with absolute suppression. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Even the spectators could only quickly retreat in fear of being implicated. Chapter 32-36. Under Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, a powerful airwave surged out as if he was assisted by God. Jiang Chen's physique was extremely strong. Under the dragon transformation, he could completely suppress a half-step divine emperor. He could even fight against a divine emperor like the evil dragon emperor. Just one palm strike was enough to show how domineering Jiang Chen was. A late hierarch fighting against the evil dragon emperor. Both of them retreated. Although Jiang Chen was a little flustered, he was still able to fight against the evil dragon emperor and was not at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen extended his hand and took out the heavenly dragon sword. Tantai Jingzong's eyes became excited again. A terrifying sword, a terrifying person. This fella is much stronger and crazier than she had imagined. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen had gained the upper hand against the evil dragon emperor. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong finally realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. The weakest person in her eyes was actually the most terrifying fella. At this moment, Jiang Chen had finally displayed his extraordinary strength. This fella is actually so terrifying. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. She had never thought that a late hierarch fella could fight against a divine emperor. It was unbelievable. However, Jiang Chen did it. Moreover, it was that unknown fella that she ridiculed. His appearance was like a peerless monarch that suppressed the evil dragon emperor, causing the evil dragon emperor to be unable to defend himself. Jiang Chen actually gained the upper hand. All of this was too shocking and unbelievable. It had completely overturned Tantai Jingzong's thoughts. However, it made her look at Jiang Chen in a new light. The hierarch fella who did not take action was not because he was weak, but because there was no one worthy for him to take action. At this moment, she finally understood how childish and ridiculous her previous actions were. Jiang Chen could fight against a divine emperor as a hierarch. Was there a need to doubt his combat strength? From the very beginning, he had disdained to make a move, but in their eyes, he was weak and arrogant. At this moment, it was like a slap to the face. It made Tantai Jingzong feel like he was blind. He did not expect things to turn out this way. In the past, perhaps he didn't think much of us, right? Now it seems like the one who's being ridiculous is not Jiang Chen, but us. Tantai Jingzong said with a bitter smile. Her heart was filled with helplessness. She could only silently watch the battle between Jiang Chen and the evil dragon emperor. With Jiang Chen around, Tantai Jingzong unknowingly felt that Jiang Chen would definitely suppress this matter. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful little Chenzi is. None of us are his match. Sigh. I'm not his match in the immortal world. Never did I expect that I'm still not his match after training hard for 100 years. Tyrant's words caused Tantai Jingzong's expression to turn solemn once more. Did they ascend from the immortal world? Moreover, Jiang Chen and the enlightened being had only cultivated for 100 years. Tantai Jingzong took a deep breath. If that's the case, then they'll be known as peerless prodigies in the Central Region Divine Land. Cultivating for 100 years to the Divine Emperor realm, it's really terrifying, isn't it? Everyone was in awe and shock. This Jiang Chen is so powerful that it makes people's hair stand on end. Tantai Jingzong had never heard of a monster that could cultivate to the hierarch realm in 100 years, not even in the Central Region Divine Land. This Jiang Chen, what kind of monster is he? Tantai Jingzong sighed in his heart. He thought that he was one of the peerless monstrous prodigies in the 9 regions and 10 lands of the Central Region Divine Land. However, he was just a nobody in Jiang Chen's eyes. A divine emperor with just 100 years of cultivation. Countless people would be shocked if they knew about this. The evil dragon emperor unleashed all of his techniques. Phantoms of phantoms scattered in all directions. Black fog engulfed Jiang Chen. Illusory dragon shadows followed the evil dragon emperor and pressed down. Jiang Qin ignored the evil dragon emperor and the dragon shadows. He shouted and unleashed sword qi. The evil dragon emperor was forced to retreat. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. This sword intent is so terrifying. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. Her sword was very different from Jiang Qin's. It was impossible for her to reach such a ferocious realm of sword Dao. Jiang Qin's realm and the Dao of sword technique had left her in the dust. Bastard, you're crazy. The evil dragon emperor was forced back again and again by Jiang Qin. He had just broken through to the divine emperor realm using a secret technique. He was not a divine emperor realm expert that relied on his own strength to break through. Under Jiang Qin's strong pressure, the evil dragon emperor was completely exposed. He could not compete with Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Qin's sword qi was shocking. Even Tyrant was impressed by Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin was like an unstoppable god of death. No one could stop his sword. As one of the domain lords of the spectral ghost domain, the evil dragon emperor rarely met any divine emperor experts. Therefore, no one could go against him. He was used to being arrogant. However, he was suppressed by a hierarch. The evil dragon emperor's anger was imaginable. However, it was a fact that he was not as strong as Jiang Qin. The evil dragon emperor could feel how terrifying Jiang Qin was. The aura of the limitless sword was constantly unleashed. The evil dragon emperor knew that he had met a true expert this time. Even if Jiang Qin was just a hierarch, he could still turn the tides. Sword of Solitude. Jiang Qin charged forward and became even crazier. At this moment, after devouring the starfire, the aura in his body became even more violent. The green lotus starfire shot out like a ray of light and was slashed down by the Sword of Solitude. Two terrifying waves of air surged. A sword and a flame were unleashed. Such a terrifying attack. Tantai Jingzong was extremely shocked. If it was her, she would never be able to stop Jiang Qin's attack. It was too terrifying. The invisible green lotus starfire shot into the evil dragon emperor's body the moment Jiang Qin charged forward. However, the evil dragon emperor was unaware of it. Brat, you dare to kill me. I am the third domain lord of the spectral ghost domain. If you kill me, my two brothers will definitely avenge me. They will not let you go even if you run to the ends of the world. The evil dragon emperor was once again pushed back by Jiang Qin's Sword of Solitude. His face turned pale. The surrounding mountain ridges cracked and fell down. The evil dragon emperor was in danger. Facing such a terrifying Jiang Qin, the evil dragon emperor was shocked. His face turned red. Killing you is like killing a pig. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 32-37. Jiang Qin. Otherwise, it's better to let him go. The strength of the ghost spirit domain is extremely strong and extremely strange. They will definitely take revenge for any enmity they have, and they're basically equivalent to the second Buddha's pagoda. Once you kill a member of the ghost spirit domain, they will absolutely not let the matter go. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Qin. She was not afraid. She was just afraid that Jiang Qin would have too many enemies. Although Jiang Qin killed the divine emissary of the divine pagoda, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once people knew that it was done by Jiang Qin, the divine pagoda would definitely not let him go. If Jiang Qin killed that guy from the ghost spirit domain, they would definitely not let him go. That's a divine emperor expert, the third domain lord of the ghost spirit domain. How could someone with such status die without knowing the reason? That's right, that's right. If you kill me, the people from the ghost realm will definitely not let you off. If you let me off, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, my big brother and second brother will definitely not rest until you die." The evil dragon emperor quickly nodded. His expression was extremely ugly. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. His heart was filled with fear. "I, Jiang Chen, kill people. Why do I need to hide? If I kill, then so be it. Who can do anything to me?" Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzang. Tantai Jingzang's expression was indifferent. "What a reckless fella. Forget that I said anything. You don't have any reason to live since you dared to hurt my brother." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the evil dragon emperor's body was covered in Brother Bear's azure blue flames. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Especially the evil dragon emperor. He never thought that this fellow would have such a terrifying ability. Tantai Jingzang's face was filled with confusion. No one knew how Jiang Chen did it, but the evil dragon emperor had already been burnt beyond recognition by the green-blue flame. "I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Ah!" The evil dragon emperor roared and kept running. However, no matter what he did, he could not extinguish the azure flames on his body. In less than 10 breaths of time, the evil dragon emperor was burned to ashes. At this moment, even the fire Qilin swallowed its saliva. This flame could completely erase its Qilin saint fire, killing without a trace. This blue flame was too terrifying. A god emperor like the evil dragon emperor died in less than 10 breaths. They might not even last 5 breaths. "You monster." Tyrant could not help but laugh. The stronger Jiang Chen was, the happier he was. This guy had never disappointed him before. "He's a lunatic." Tantai Jingzang shook her head and sighed. However, a madman had his own tyranny and forcefulness. This madman had taught her and everyone else from the fossil sect an important lesson. "I didn't expect you to come back." Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzang and said with a smile. "I just don't want to owe others anything, especially those arrogant and condescending people." Tantai Jingzang said with a serious expression. "Now that you're fine, it's time for me to go. Looks like we can be considered as friends of life and death. You're willing to sacrifice your life for me. I'm really touched." Jiang Chen said meaningfully. "I'm just afraid that you'll die too miserably and no one will collect your corpse. It's best if we never meet again. Goodbye." Tantai Jingzang snorted coldly and left. Although Jiang Chen was very powerful, he was still very annoying. However, an expert had his own temper. This kind of thing was reasonable. However, Tantai Jingzang did not buy it. Jiang Chen was powerful, but it had nothing to do with her. After Tantai Jingzang left, Jiang Chen also started to refine the meteorite. He wanted to refine all the meteorites into his Yuan God tools. His target was to refine all 108 Yuan God tools into peak Yuan God tools. This was quite a challenge for Jiang Chen. 108 peak Yuan God tools would become a terrifying existence. It would no longer be so difficult to fight against Divine Emperor experts. Today's battle was all because of Jiang Chen's strength that suppressed the evil Dragon Emperor. The evil Dragon Emperor could not be considered as the ancestral Dragon Emperor that relied on his own strength. If the evil Dragon Emperor was a true Divine Emperor, Jiang Chen would have to give it his all to win. "I told you that you're lucky. Ha ha ha. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. This evil Dragon Emperor is nothing." Tyrant patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Jiang Chen could see that Tyrant had exerted all his strength to stop the evil Dragon Emperor and buy some time for Jiang Chen. "You're not bad too. You can even stop a Divine Emperor fella." Jiang Chen's lips curled. "I'm still far from you. I thought that I could slowly surpass you after entering the divine world. But it's still the same. Comparisons are odious. I don't want to compete with you anymore. Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. I need to find a quiet place to refine my divine tool. Protect me. Jiang Qin said. All right. Tyrant and the others nodded silently. The group quickly found a quiet place and Jiang Qin started to refine the divine tool. The meteorite was extremely hard to melt. However, Jiang Qin used the azure lotus star flame to melt it, extracting the hardest meteorite iron. Jiang Qin added meteorite iron into the 108 primordial divine tools. Refining 108 primordial divine tools at once. Even for Jiang Qin, the burden on him was quite great. No one could understand how much he had to pay to refine 108 primordial divine tools at the same time. The bitterness and suffering he had to go through was not something that others could understand. However, Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. This time, Jiang Qin had already prepared to refine the pinnacle primordial divine tools. He must succeed. This would be one of his greatest trump cards against divine emperor experts in the future. Moreover, the speed of setting up the Ashura sword formation was constantly changed and evolved by Jiang Qin. It could even form a formation in a moment. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron was bearing 108 primordial divine tools. Even Jiang Qin was amazed. It was indeed the craftsman god's proudest treasure. Even the craftsman god could not figure out the bottom line of the myriad chi cauldron. 108 primordial divine tools. I must refine all of you successfully. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth. Not to mention 108 primordial divine tools, even if it was just one, the person who could refine it would already be a true craftsman. However, Jiang Qin was able to refine so many of them at the same time. It was simply amazing, unprecedented. Chapter 32-38. Both of them left. Time passed quickly, and 3 years had passed. Spring passed, and autumn came. The desolate land was still filled with green willows and cries of birds and beasts. Jiang Qin was still smelting the 108 primordial divine weapons in his hands, but the fire Qilin moved quietly at this moment. Monk, help me tell Jiang Qin that I'm going to the depths of the desolate land to take a look. The fire Qilin said in a deep voice with incomparable determination. At this moment, he had been hesitating for a long time, but he didn't put it into action. Tyrant frowned and said, Are you in such a hurry? Why don't you wait until Jiang Qin is done with the weapon? It's too late. Not long ago, I sensed something in the depths of the Wildland Divine Prefecture. There's an invisible force guiding me, calling me. It seems to be related to my parents. I have to pay them a visit. The fire Qilin's voice was extremely deep. Tyrant could clearly feel the pressure and anticipation in his heart. All right then. When little Qinzi wakes up, we'll go find you. Tyrant said. The fire Qilin shook his head and said, There's no need. I have the body of a divine beast, so it won't be a problem for me to travel in the desolate land. However, you're humans, so it'll definitely cause a lot of inconveniences. Perhaps it'll alarm some great demons hidden in the depths of the desolate land. You don't have to worry about me, just leave. When I'm done with the matters in the depths of the desolate land, I'll go to the central divine land to find you. Then take care of yourself. Tyrant patted the fire Qilin's shoulder and said. The two of them had fought side by side several times. Although they didn't communicate much, the look in their eyes was enough to explain everything. To the fire Qilin, this trip might be a huge change. However, Tyrant couldn't say much. He could only wait for Jiang Qin to wake up. Not long after the fire Qilin left, Qingshuan's heart was also filled with worries. Tyrant knew that she was about to leave as well. Back then, the two of them had ended up together due to a freak combination of factors. If she were to leave now, it would be reasonable. "I'm sorry, monk," Qingxian bit her red lips and said in a low voice. Tyrant smiled and said, "It's not like we'll part forever. I know you're leaving. You know everything," Qingxian said in surprise. Before he could say anything, he already understood everything. "One day, I will convince my father." "No need," Tyrant said. Qingxian was shocked, and his expression became extremely ugly. "One day, I will go to your house," Tyrant said domineeringly. Qingxian was slightly startled. She threw herself into Tyrant's embrace and sobbed uncontrollably. Even the goddess of the past had become so sentimental and sentimental. "I'm a monk, I shouldn't have such delusions." Sigh. "I don't care. You said it. One day, you'll find me. I'll wait for you for a lifetime. I'll never leave or abandon you," Qingxian said solemnly as he slowly retreated. His eyes were filled with tears. His lips were as red as blood and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a swallow flying in the sky, silently moving forward. "Let's go. It's good that they're all gone. I'm happy to have some peace and quiet," Tyrant scolded with a smile. However, there was an indescribable blush at the corner of his eyes. Men naturally had no tears, so he couldn't cry. "Little Chenzi, you're the only one left. Wake up quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to suffocate to death," Tyrant said in a bored tone. At this moment, Jiang Chen's training had reached the most critical moment. The 108 Origin Divine Tools had already gone through many transformations. Although they didn't need to be refined again, the smelting process was extremely difficult to make the original Origin Divine Tools reach the next level. The extraterrestrial meteoric iron in the meteorite was completely extracted by Jiang Qin. However, he didn't use all of it. He only used half of it. The strength of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron was much stronger and sharper than the Origin Divine Tools. This time, when the two were combined into one, it would definitely reach the next level. Another 3 years passed. Jiang Qin finally finished refining the extraterrestrial meteoric iron. The 108 peak Origin Divine Tools directly triggered the tribulation lightning above the 9th heaven. This caused waves of thunder to rise above Jiang Qin and Tyrant's heads. Tyrant was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that Jiang Qin could actually trigger such a terrifying heavenly thunder. The birth of the 108 peak Origin Divine Tools was very likely a great tribulation that would shake the world. With Jiang Qin as the center, the surrounding 100,000 miles were almost enveloped in the tribulation lightning. The heavenly thunder rolled and rippled. The surrounding void was dyed with a layer of red. Between the flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder, countless birds and beasts fled in all directions. Giant trees that were hundreds of meters tall were split apart layer by layer. Mountains that were thousands of meters tall were crushed. Mountain rocks tumbled down and rivers were broken. This vast land, this desolate domain, was completely enveloped by the tribulation lightning above Jiang Chen's head. It caused all the beasts to flee in all directions. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Little Chenzi, are you trying to make a hole in the desolate divine land? Tyrant couldn't help but shiver. He believed that even divine Emperor realm experts would have to avoid such a powerful heavenly lightning. If it was the evil dragon Monarch from before, he would probably be smashed to smithereens without leaving a single trace. 108 Peak Level Essence Divinity Artifacts. It goes without saying how terrifying it was. It should be known that even a divine Emperor expert could only have one primal origin divine tool of their own. Therefore, most of the divine weapons of divine emperor experts were peak origin divine tools. It was imaginable how difficult it was to obtain a primal origin divine tool. However, Jiang Chen had refined 108 peak origin divine tools at once. It was unprecedented. Even he himself was shocked by such a magnificent feat. However, it also consumed a lot of his energy. His entire body was almost emptied several times. If it was not for the recovery of the myriad qi, Jiang Chen would not have been able to hold on for a long time. Even a divine emperor expert definitely did not have the capital to refine so many peak origin divine tools at once. The success rate of refining a peak origin divine tool was extremely low. The most important reason why Jiang Chen could accomplish such a magnificent feat was because of the myriad qi cauldron and the green lotus star fire. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Although Jiang Chen's craftsmanship was also very powerful, it was not enough for him to have such a magnificent performance. Is it finally going to be done? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the void. There were so many and such violent heavenly thunder. In the eyes of others, it was like a killing knife. However, in the eyes of Jiang Chen, it was a great tonic. Let the storm come more violently. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 32-39. The heavenly lightning rumbled as Jiang Chen soared into the sky. The 108 peak origin divine weapons followed him like a shadow, rushing into the heavenly lightning. It was a magnificent sight. Tyrant could not help but admire Jiang Chen. This fella is getting more and more monstrous. Jiang Chen stayed in the heavenly lightning for another 3 years. Within these 3 years, he had refined all the peak origin divine weapons. Moreover, he had an unexpected harvest, which was to fuse the boundless heavenly lightning into 3 heavenly lightning beads, which could help Jiang Chen complete the fusion of the other 3 heavenly lightning at the crucial moment. Although it was not the heavenly lightning origin, these 3 heavenly lightning beads could still help him relieve a great deal of pressure. Before he found the 4th heavenly lightning, they could be a perfect substitute, allowing Jiang Chen to have no worries. Within these 9 years, Jiang Chen's strength had finally made a breakthrough, reaching the peak hierarch realm. However, it would still take some time for him to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. However, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill a half-step divine emperor with a single palm strike, and even force a divine emperor to retreat. With the 3 heavenly lightning beads in hand, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with pride. Even a divine emperor could be killed in an instant if they were caught off guard. The fusion of heavenly lightning would be one of his strongest trump cards. After the 108 peak origin divine weapons were refined, Jiang Chen finally summoned 7 Dragon Rider heavenly guards. He wanted to refine all 7 Dragon Rider heavenly guards into half-step divine emperor realm puppets. With that, his strength would definitely rise. Once the 7 Dragon Rider heavenly guards were summoned, they would definitely be invincible. In the end, Jiang Chen cast all the meteoric iron onto the body of the Dragon Rider heavenly guards. With this, when Jiang Chen's strength reaches the half-step divine emperor realm, he could refine them with the azure lotus star fire and improve their grade, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, saving him a lot of effort. The meteoric iron, which was as hard as a primordial origin treasure, immediately melted under Jiang Chen's azure lotus starfire, fusing with the 7 dragon guards. A low roar erupted from the 7 dragon guards. Although they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their golden armor and unparalleled battle strength had already formed a trace of inertia and will. Compared to real puppets, they were much more terrifying. Jiang Chen used the Sword of Solitude to control the 7 dragon guards. Even he could feel the violent and domineering aura coming from them. By the time the Dragon Rider Celestial Guard was done, it was already his 10th thought. Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, only to discover that 2 people were missing from his side. "You're finally awake." Motherfucker, it's been 10 years, I've been holding it in for so long. Tyrant couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jiang Qin. Your strength has improved again. Sigh, looks like you'll be able to catch up with me in no time. Then why don't you hurry up and cultivate? As a Buddhist, you can't even do the most basic cultivation, how are you going to make a breakthrough? Ha! Jiang Chen said with a smile. Looking at the disappearing Fire Qilin and Qing Xian, his face turned solemn and he continued to ask, where are the two of them? Qing Xian's family is summoning her, she has to go back. The Fire Qilin said that he felt that someone in the depths of the wild divine land was summoning him, that's why he went there. Tyrant said with a serious expression. Could it be that there's something in the depths of the wild divine land that's summoning him? As an ancient divine beast, there's an ancient memory that has been passed down for billions of years. This is possible. Jiang Chen said after pondering for a moment. The Fire Qilin told us not to worry about him. He won't be in danger in the depths of the wild divine land, but we humans might be in danger, so he told us to go to the central region divine land and wait for him. That's good. The Fire Qilin isn't a reckless person. Since he has the confidence to enter the depths of the wild divine land, there should be something guiding him. Let's go to the central region divine land first. Jiang Chen nodded. The two looked at each other and made up their minds. They were ready to set off for the central region divine land. However, right at this moment, when Jiang Chen and Tyrant turned around, they saw a gigantic beast that blotted out the sun and sky. With a stomp of its foot, the beast created a huge crater in the surrounding 30 meters of space, causing the surrounding rocks to crack. It was a ghastly sight. Damned humans, how dare you step into my territory and injure my descendants? You all deserve to die. A deep roar resounded and the surrounding sky was completely blocked. Two ferocious giant spiders completely blocked the path of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. These two giant spiders were 100 zhang in size and were extremely terrifying. Their strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. They were many times more terrifying than the giant spiders from before. Their golden claws were extremely sharp and dazzling. They were extremely ferocious. These are two golden pincer spider kings. They must be the ancestors of those giant spiders from before. Damn it, we're really unlucky this time. Tyrant scolded. He didn't expect their luck to be so bad. They were about to leave the wild divine land, but such terrifying creatures appeared. I think these two golden pincer spider kings are very cute. These 8 pairs of golden pincer spider kings are definitely good stuff. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. The strong were bold. At this moment, after his strength broke through again, he became even more domineering. Damn it, little Chenzi, what are you trying to do? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Why do I feel that this guy is treating these two golden pincer spider kings as his lunch? Nothing much. These 8 pairs of golden claws are comparable to divine weapons. They're definitely good stuff. Why don't I cut them all off? Moreover, these divine emperor golden pincer spider kings are all treasures. It's a pity that they're too big. Otherwise, I'll definitely take them away. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Arrogant fella, I'll definitely let you die without a burial place today. Roar, the golden pincer spider king's roar was deafening. Such a huge savage beast could no longer be measured by common sense. Its roar shook the earth. It was probably the king within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so unscrupulous. A cold murderous intent flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Since these two fellas are so ferocious, I'll give it a try and see if I can defeat them with my strength. Come, let me see if the two of you are really trash. Jiang Chen sneered and said. He didn't take it seriously. Kill him and avenge our descendants. Chapter 32-40. Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly dragon sword and unleashed his qi. He was fighting two spiders at the same time. Tyrant did not even need to attack as he was already having a good time fighting the two spiders. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. Under the fierce attack of the two spiders, he did not feel pressured at all. The heavenly dragon sword left deep marks on their bodies, causing their flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Tyrant's blood was boiling as he watched the scene unfold. Jiang Chen fought against two divine Emperor Realm demonic beasts with the power of his flesh and blood. How could Tyrant not be shocked by such a scene? If it was someone from the petrified sect, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable, especially after his strength had increased once again. His sword qi was shockingly powerful. Rays of chilling light pierced through the sky. 13th sword. 14th sword. 15th sword. A sword that shook the sky shattered the void. Thunder rumbled and clouds rolled across the sky. Jiang Chen was fearless as he fought with his life on the line. However, the two golden pincer spider kings were not easy to deal with. Thick and capricious gossamer covered the sky and completely trapped Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword could not cut through it. The endless spider webs covered the sky. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to cut through them. Moreover, the limitless sword of the heavenly dragon sword was powerful. However, the power of the attack was greatly weakened by the spider webs. This was something that Jiang Chen did not expect. Layers upon layers of spider webs completely trapped Jiang Chen within. It was even more powerful than a formation. Jiang Chen struggled left and right, but was unable to break free. As long as you stay in my spider webs for 48 hours, you will be turned into thick water. Boy, just wait for your death. The golden pincer spider king sneered. Jiang Chen was wrapped in layers of spider webs like a cocoon. He had completely lost his freedom. Damn it, little Chenzi, you must be all right. Tyrant's heart was burning with anxiety. He shouldn't have let Jiang Chen fight the two golden pincer spider kings alone. He quickly dashed forward and unleashed numerous Buddhist seals, but when they landed on the golden pincer spider king's body, they seemed to be very light, as if they couldn't inflict any serious damage on it. You want to kill me? 48 hours. Even if it's 49 breaths, I will not give you the time. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. A green-blue flame broke through the air and rose slowly. In the end, all the spider webs were burned to ashes. The two golden pincer spider king's trump cards were easily broken by Jiang Chen. The terrifying flame was really shocking. Even their spider webs could not do anything to Jiang Chen. There were divine Emperor realm experts who came to invade, but they were all sealed to death by the power of the spider webs. Jiang Chen was like a great rock flapping its wings when he broke free. The heavenly dragon sword shadow turned into layers of sword rain, forcing the two divine Emperor realm demonic beasts to retreat. The scene was extremely explosive. Tyrant was already very excited. Jiang Chen always made him worried. However, the most shocking thing was that he was able to resist two divine Emperor realm demonic beasts. Damn it, how dare you break my spider webs? Let's see how you're going to deal with my 8 golden pincers. The two golden pincer spider kings flew down once again. 16 golden pincers slashed down continuously, shattering the surrounding mountain rocks. The terrifying aura caused Tyrant's scalp to go numb. This group of fellows was simply too abnormal. Jiang Chen did not care. He strolled leisurely. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down one after another, intertwining with the golden pincer spider king's golden pincers. The clanging sound was incessant. Jiang Chen's sword was like a swaying swan, completely blocking the impact of the 16 golden pincers. "It's time to show you the power of my heavenly dragon sword," Jiang Chen sneered. His eyes were sharp and as cold as frost. Sword shadows fell from the sky and directly slashed down on the mortal world. The golden pincer Spider King could not resist at all. All 16 golden pincers were cut off by Jiang Chen, leaving it alone. The 16 golden pincers were directly kept by Jiang Chen. The golden pincer Spider King was furious and retreated in defeat. Now that they had completely lost the initiative, a sense of crisis arose in their hearts. "Run! This guy is too abnormal." The golden pincer Spider King shouted in a deep voice and retreated. However, without the golden pincers, their speed was completely reduced. It was impossible for them to escape. Trying to run after acting tough. How could it be so easy? All of you stay here." The smile on Jiang Chen's face became more and more brilliant. These two guys were the touchstones for him to enter the Central Region Divine Land. "Bastard, we have already escaped. Why are you still killing us?" The golden pincer Spider King roared. "Really? Then I have already wanted to leave. Why are you still chasing me?" Jiang Chen asked and sneered. The golden pincer Spider King was speechless. Jiang Chen did not intend to provoke them, but they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. In that case, Jiang Chen could only give them a taste of their own medicine. This was his nature. Let these two golden pincer Spider Kings go. No way. Jiang Chen was not a kind person. Do you think begging for mercy will work? The two golden pincer Spider Kings began a crazy counterattack. Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, and they were not easy to deal with. They swore to fight to the death. Even if they had to risk their lives, they wanted to leave a fatal wound on Jiang Chen. However, how could Jiang Chen be fooled so easily? Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He held the azure lotus spark in his hand and did not confront them head-on. The scorching flames of the azure lotus spark made it almost impossible for them to rush forward. Moreover, the suppression was getting more and more difficult. If this continued, they might even be roasted alive by the azure lotus spark. Brutal, too brutal. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Tyrant was cheering for Jiang Chen from the side. He was able to help Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen obviously wanted to test out his current strength. This battle should be fought by Jiang Chen himself. His previous worries were all for naught. Tyrant had no choice. Jiang Chen's blazing fire seals kept hitting the two golden pincer Spider Kings. The screams lasted for a long time. Jiang Chen laid out the ghost prison Ashura sword formation in the surroundings. The two divine Emperor realm demonic beasts were completely suppressed by the azure lotus spark and lost their 8 legs. Now, they were attacked from all sides. 108 Pinnacle Essence divine tools were split apart. At that moment, the two golden pincer Spider Kings finally showed a look of despair. "Burst out, let me see how powerful you are." Chapter 32-41. Once the azure rises, a sword light shines through the 14 prefectures. Jiang Chen's sword shadow and Azura's sword intent had reached an unparalleled level. The two golden pincer Spider Kings were mercilessly killed by Jiang Chen in just 10 breaths of time, losing all of their vitality. The two giant kings of the golden pincer spiders slowly fell beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also sweating profusely and his face was a little pale. The Ashura sword formation that was controlled by 108 primordial divine tools was a great burden for Jiang Chen. After all, the Ashura sword formation could kill a divine emperor expert. This was really shocking. A loud sound was heard and the mountain rocks were smashed. Tyrant looked at this scene and his heart trembled. Little Chinzi, you bastard. If this goes on, I won't be your opponent for the rest of my life. From the beginning to the end, the two kings of the golden pincer spider never thought that they would be killed by Jiang Qin. They didn't even have the chance to let out a miserable cry before they were killed by Jiang Qin. It was just too fast. Little Chinzi, I'm not convinced. Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin and said in a deep voice. Why? Jiang Qin smiled and looked at Tyrant suspiciously. Why are you so abnormal? It seems that even if I enter the Divine Emperor realm, I will still lose if I fight with you. Can you not be so abnormal? Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin helplessly and said while gritting his teeth. Then you can only cultivate as soon as possible. When you have the ability to level the West Pole Divine region, you might be able to fight with me. Jiang Qin shrugged and said. I can't be bothered to compete with you. As long as I can defeat Longshu San next time, I will be satisfied. There's still De Huang and Han Yan. Even if I can't defeat you, I can still defeat them. TSK, Tyrant was very confident in himself. He did not plan to compete with Little Chinzi in the future, but Longshu San still had to compete with De Huang and the others. I am hailed as the reincarnated Buddha. Kid, you have to be careful in the future. Tyrant said with a prideful expression. Although he wasn't a match for Little Chin right now, he still wanted to boast about it. There's Overlord Spider fluid in the Golden Pincer Spider King's body. It's definitely good stuff for cultivation. Wait for me to extract it, and we'll have one each. As he spoke, Jiang Qin directly used the Heavenly Dragon Sword to cut open the bodies of the two Golden Pincer Spider Kings and extracted the Overlord Spider fluid from their bodies. The incomparably sticky Overlord Spider fluid was a good thing. It could be used for cultivation, alchemy, and it could even be used to refine some strange divine weapons. Looks like this thing is really good. These two Golden Pincer Spider Kings are really here to deliver warmth, ha ha ha. Tyrant laughed heartily as his eyes shone with a brilliant light. Are you going to the Central Region Divine Land? Little Chinzi? Tyrant suddenly asked in a low voice. He felt a little helpless in his heart. Why? You're not going. Jiang Qin frowned. Could it be that this guy had his own plans? Tyrant shook his head. He still had many things to do, and he had no choice but to do so. I also want to go to Qingxian, but I have to return to the West Pole Divine Land. Why? Jiang Qin asked. It was already very difficult for them to leave the West Pole Divine Land. If Tyrant still wanted to go back at this time, it would be no different from courting death. I said, my roots, my soul, and my beliefs are all there. Do you believe me? This was the first time Tyrant spoke to Jiang Qin in such a serious manner. Even Jiang Qin was not used to it. It seemed like this guy was serious this time. Jiang Qin was silent because there were some things that he could not persuade. Just like what Tyrant had said, his roots and his soul were all in the West Pole Divine Land. How could he give them up? This was a kind of understanding of life. If he really left the West Pole Divine Land, he might completely become like a walking corpse. I don't know when we'll be able to meet again. I thought you'd come with me to the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Qin said with some disappointment. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Before they grew to the point where they could be feared by others, they had to move forward bravely and not sit and wait for death. Previously, we have killed almost everyone. If you return to the West Pole Divine Land, I reckon that all the forces in the entire West Pole Divine Land will target you. At that time, you will not be able to move an inch. Jiang Qin frowned. It would be nonsense to say that he was not worried. A place like the West Pole Divine Land would definitely be in a state of panic. They had caused a great disaster there previously, so they would definitely be wanted by all the forces. Jiang Chen could imagine what kind of place the West Pole Divine Land was now. As long as he entered it, he would definitely be targeted. Amitabha. Didn't Buddha say that? If I don't go to hell, who will? Ha 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 ha, little Chinzi, when we meet again, I will definitely make you look at me in a different light. I will make the West Pole Divine Land kneel under my feet. Tyrant said in high spirits. His eyes were filled with arrogance. However, this was also in line with his character. No one could suppress him. If he wanted to do something, he would definitely do it. Even if his body was crushed into pieces, he would not frown. Tyrant, don't make me look down on you. This is what you said. One day, I will stand at the peak of the Central Region Divine Land and look down on all living beings with you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said with an arrogant expression. However, his arrogance wasn't without reason. This was his dream, and it was also the requirement he had for himself. One day, he would make those guys who didn't know what was good for them disappear from this world. Jiang Chen's face was filled with arrogance and pride. His arrogance wasn't without reason. Ha ha ha, good, good. I will wait for that day. I will leave now. Tyrant turned around and left. He was afraid that he had some regrets in his heart. With Qing Xian and Little Chinzi, he was reluctant to leave the Central Region Divine Land. However, if he did not grow stronger, he would not even have the qualifications to see Qing Xian again. How could Tyrant not make himself stronger? He was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave. A person's path was destined to be lonely. Tyrant was like this, so was Jiang Chen. However, they had no other choice. They had to fight for themselves, for their family and friends. They were not fighting alone. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. The fire Qilin had left him, and so had Tyrant. At this moment, he had become a loner once again. However, it was not necessarily a bad thing for a person to travel alone in the Central Region Divine Land. If that was the case, he would not implicate anyone. Even if he caused a great disaster like what happened in the West Pole Divine Land, he could just leave. He did not need to worry about whether others would be implicated or not. If one person was full, the whole family would not be hungry. Right now, Jiang Chen was in such a state. He had to enter the Central Region Divine Land as soon as possible. He had to find Yan Qingqing, and he had to find his master's enemy, that evil disciple. He had to avenge his master. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.